Episode 281 Beasts and Beasts 2. In space survival, wolf is a fairly unique race. When they start out in beast form, they progress in a similar way to humans or cyborgs. Work as a mercenary, buy a ship, look for good weapons and equipment, etc. It follows a similar route as the humanoid race. Then, when you reach deification and can transform into a phantom beast, the play style becomes much more diverse. When in a state of phantom water, you gain excellent physical abilities and powerful unique characteristics, so you can crush enemies without a special weapon. Normally, he fights in beastman mode, but when necessary, he transforms into a phantom beast and overwhelms the enemy. In short, wolf can be seen as a hybrid race that has the characteristics of both humanoid and monster-type races. In other games, hybrid races usually become either one or the other towards the end, but wolf is relatively less like this. This is thanks to wolf's unique system, the primitive path. When the conditions of this so-called deification system are achieved, the ability to return water becomes stronger. Wolf players often fight in a state of phantom water in the late stages. It goes without saying, but at that point, the level of weapons and equipment used during beastman mode also improves. Defeat strong enemies with the strengthened phantom mode, and process the precious materials obtained in return into powerful equipment. Wolf's biggest advantage is that these two modes, human and monster, work in synergy to become stronger. Of course, there is also the downside of having more things to worry about. Wolf must be good at both fighting in a prisoner state and in a phantom state to perform well. If you are not able to master either one, you will end up with a disappointing character in all aspects. In any case, the Mother of Heaven raised the level of deification to the upper level. Compared to Imorph, it is between sub-adult and adult. My combat power is slightly lower than it was right before I arrived at the Dragon's Nest. There is only one thing that makes it superior to Imorph. Space flight is possible without restrictions. Mysterious wings with agate light constantly shaking like sand blowing in the wind. Thanks to wings with the charm of jewels, the Mother of Heaven was able to come this far. It sure looks cool. Even though her level of deification rose, her appearance did not change dramatically like Imorph. Except for the wings, other parts, including the head of a bald eagle and the body of a lion with golden fur, were almost the same. But one thing can be said for sure. The sight of her flying with her beautiful wings and fighting enemies is amazingly beautiful. A griffin with wings of agate flies amidst a flock of metallic gremlins. The silver gremlins rushed at their enemies to bite them, but failed to touch even a single hair. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Several metallic gremlins predicted her trajectory and jumped out in front. Without the slightest embarrassment, she swung the golden javelin in her beak. Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. There was no way for someone like him to withstand the priest's golden spear that contained the blood of countless people. She cut 3 metallic gremlins in 2 with a single blow and easily escaped the siege of enemies. Question mark. Filled square, filled square. At that time, the wolfram goblins who had fallen behind raised their arms in the direction she was flying. That doesn't work. I stretched out my wing arms to both ends. The slightly folded film unfolded wide, like the sails of a sailing ship were unfolded. With one swing of my wings, which had become more than 3 times as large, my body moved forward at a frightening speed. The size of the metallic gremlin is between 30 centimeters and 80 centimeters. Currently, my body is close to 100 times the size. If you spread its wings, it becomes several times larger. What if it overlaps with the thrust coming from the wings? It truly has destructive power beyond imagination. My body, which closed the distance in an instant, collided with the group of silver lights. My carapace shines silver, as if silver paint was poured on black drawing paper. It's all their blood. The impact of colliding with me shattered his body. The horns on the head and the tusks on either side of the mouth were shaken by wolfram goblins like skewers. Some of it caught on the tusk and flowed into my mouth. Since it was a wolfram goblin with a defensive characteristic called superalloy skin, this was the end of it. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to a handful of blood like a subspecies metallic gremlin. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square. Warp boy, who saw his compatriots being turned to mush, hurriedly prepared a war guide. The erosion tentacles hiding on my back immediately responded to that guy. Erosion tentacles longer than my body appeared and flew towards Warp Boy. Question mark. Filled square, filled square. If there was a mistake he made, it was that he overlooked the fact that my body size was much larger than before using Bone Beast. The erosion tentacle swallowed up not only the warp boy who had measured the range incorrectly, but also the silver monsters next to him. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square. The silver-colored marauders who barely survived climbed on top of my body. Hundreds of metallic gremlins clung to my body and bit me. I was shaking my body to shake them off, but the ones on top of me suddenly started exploding like mosquitoes hit in the palm of my hand. When they saw their compatriot being crushed by an unknown force next to them, they stopped biting and fell from my body. But the intangible force did not leave the fugitives alone. One by one, the guys who had been hiding their entire bodies twisted and shriveled. You are the mother of heaven. I glanced at her fighting enemies not far away. Microscopic particles are being released into space from the tips of her wings. This is a new ability that the Mother of Heaven gained as she reached the level of deification. The ability to manipulate pressure. Within the area in which those particles spread, she can create or manipulate the pressure exerted on objects. The reason why metallic gremlins' bodies are crushed or distorted is because they come into contact with those particles or swallow them unknowingly. Even if they can survive without oxygen, they cannot survive even in situations where the pressure inside their body is extremely distorted. Even Wolfram Goblin's tough skin is useless in front of those particles. It didn't have a particularly good reputation among players. It is true that it is a powerful ability, but the fact that the particles are visible is a major drawback. All you have to do is not enter the area where the particles are spread. Therefore, the key for Wolf, who has gained the ability to control pressure, is how to hide it well and lure the enemy. But those metallic gremlins don't know that. They died without knowing that particles were the problem. The Mother of Heaven, who destroyed the gremlins that had attacked me, flew to my side, scattering particles. Question mark. Was it a needless interruption? Zuzu 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 number. It was appropriate support. She shrugged her head with her eyes fixed on the silver marauders. It doesn't stop even after this. After all, we have to find the leader, right? Zuz Zuzuzu Zuzu Zuzu Zuzuzu, yes, we have to catch him as quickly as possible. Because of the fortress. Behind us, Kesha Arma, under the control of PS-111, is fighting the metallic gremlins. She seems worried that the fortress will collapse, but that's not what I'm worried about. Zuzuzu. Zuzu Zuzu, there's a rancor in the fortress. Question mark. What? Zuzuzuzu Zuzuzuzu Zuzu Zuzuzu Zuzu, I left after suppressing them, but I don't know when they'll run away. We have to chase them out before that. A beggar. Her vivid amber eyes narrow. She was treated harshly by the player. I know better than anyone else what would happen if Cynthia ran away. I don't know who it is, but I can't just leave it like that. Zuzu, that's right. But if it's Tatabos, he won't show himself easily. Do you have any thoughts? Zuzu Zuzuzu Zuzuzu Zuzu Zuzuzu Zuzu Zuzu Zuzuzu Zuzuzu, I'll scatter them. You focus on finding them. Heavenly Mother has the best eyesight among us. She might be able to find Tatabos, which my auxiliary organs couldn't find. She understood my intention and nodded. I, who was slightly ahead of her, prepared a means to greatly agitate the enemies. Meanwhile, they changed their camp. They changed from a siege camp to a snake-long camp and flew past us into the fortress. They must have decided that the damage would be too great if they fought with us. You can't just leave it as you want. I fired the prepared psychic breath at the tail of the gremlin snake. A breath of energy emitted by a gigantic 80 meters tall monster. It was far beyond the fire spit by the dragon of space. It was like a prominence emitted by the sun. As expected, the energy consumption is enormous. I felt dizzy as a huge amount of energy was lost. The only time I consumed this much energy in a short period of time after obtaining the dragon's heart was when I fought the Gorgon swarm. Gyunchian comrade. A huge psychic breath that made those words come true was unleashed in front of Kesha Arma. Like a purple prominence, it follows the silver snake closely. Even a body strong enough to fight against a fleet has no meaning in front of that mythical flame. As soon as the snake's tail touched the overwhelming force, it disappeared. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark, exclamation mark, question mark. No matter how fearless the metallic gremlin was, the deaths of thousands of its brethren must have been a shock. The panic-stricken people left the camp one after another. There were some who maintained their positions, but they also felt fear. The body of the snake with its tail cut off was dyed blue. The plan is to reorganize the battle line after moving to faster-than-light navigation. I urgently called my heavenly mother. Zuzuzu, did you find it? I'm looking for it. I think I need to get closer. I grabbed her with my fighting arms and charged towards the group. Zuzuzu Zuz, there is no time. I know. Even when I approached, no one barged their teeth at me like before. This is because Tatabo's control over the group was greatly lost due to the shock from the psychic breath. But it will get back to normal soon. As their bodies are different from those of ordinary creatures, the mental world of metallic gremlins is relatively simple. Even if thousands die, there are still tens of thousands left. Since there are more living compatriots than dead ones, you will quickly overcome your fear. As I was flying among the scattered creatures that surrounded me, the Heavenly Mother tapped my fighting arm with her forepaw. Over there, in the direction she pointed, there was a small monster the same color as the darkness of space. Unlike its kin, it is a metallic gremlin with skin as black as a black hole. This guy is Tatabos, the leader of a large group. After letting go of the Mother of Heaven, I stretched out my tentacles in the direction where it was. The tentacle advanced, crushing the silver monsters blocking its path, and tried to grab it with its 6 appendages. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square, filled square. Just as I was about to grab the guy, his body glowed blue and disappeared. The Warp Boy behind him had quickly evacuated the leader. The erosion tentacle swallowed Warp Boy instead of its original target. Question mark. Predation effect activated. Where did he go? A text box announcing predation came to mind, but now is not the time to worry about that. He's the leader of the group. It's probably somewhere around here, so we need to find it quickly. An auxiliary organ under the chin detected the movement of a specific target among numerous odors and body reactions. There is a guy about 200 meters behind me. The erosion tentacle responded to my will, but there was someone moving faster than it. The Mother of Heaven, which had escaped from my hands, was already flying toward where it was. And the javelin she was holding slashed him. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark. TCH. It was shallow. Her attack aimed at the neck was a failure. Tatabos, who had been cut in the chest, disappeared again. Not only he, but all the metallic gremlins around us also disappeared. And then they appeared with a blue light from a long distance away. My mistake. I should have moved a little faster. Zuzu, no, not really. Heavenly Mother, who predicted the teleportation point, moved faster than me. She has no reason to blame herself. It's getting tiresome. Since I was lucky enough to survive, it is obvious that it will be more difficult to attack. If Tatabos moves passively, it will take much longer to catch him. A different strategy this time. While I was trying to figure out how to lure him out, the movements of the group of metallic gremlins became strange. Why are they doing that? Their movements were so strange that even the Mother of Heaven tilted her head. Even under the shock of the psychic breath, they were moving smoothly, but now they were completely different. Are you scared? It is true that Tatabos, who leads the group, was seriously injured, but was still in good health. So, that movement was ultimately due to his intention. For a short period of time, they showed completely different movements than before, as if their leader's personality had changed. If the group we fought so far had resembled an army, now they were more like a collection of ferocious animals. It worked out better. If you attack them while they are struggling, you can cause great damage. As I was about to attack again, an irregularly moving silver cloud glowed blue. After the blue light that colored the clouds disappeared, there was nothing. Those who were attacking the fortress behind us all disappeared. They're gone. A group of metallic gremlins attacked Kesha Arma. They finally retreated. With that, the long fight that began inside the fortress came to an end. No, there's still one left. Cynthia, a cult ranker in the fortress. There is still a fight left with her. Episode 282 Cleaning Up 1. After the metallic gremlin retreated, the shielding wall protecting the fortress was lifted. My Heavenly Mother and I returned to the fortress through the military port. Where should I go? After entering the fortress, the Heavenly Mother returned from her winged griffin form to a beast doll. Wings sprouted from its back, which was made up of dense muscles. It was much smaller than when it was in its griffin form, so that when folded it only reached around the thighs. Of course, the movement of the agate color was still there. She asked me, holding the priest's golden spear on her shoulder. Originally, I would have gone to the second command center, but it doesn't look like Cynthia is floating around on the broken silo. It is highly likely that he has already moved to board a transport ship belonging to another headquarters. He must have gone to first command. She's a cult ranker, so she probably knows Kesha Arma's structure as well as I do. There is no way he doesn't know what the lack of oxygen he experienced means. He must have judged that the third command, which oversees the fortress, life support facilities, had already fallen into my hands. So, they would have moved to the first command headquarters, which was deemed safe. I might be fighting with the kids by now. During the battle, I asked number 26 to take a die with him and attack the first headquarters. If Cynthia had headed to the first command center, she would have already encountered them. If the two of us are together, we may not win, but we will not lose. Both number 26 and Adai are the sea demon red gagon, infamous for being powerful psychic creatures. From a cult perspective, it would be safe to say that it is literally the worst in terms of compatibility. If Cynthia had a strong attack ability like Jason, it would have been dangerous, but she doesn't have that level of attack power. Zuzu, let's go to the first command headquarters. After sending a wave to the Mother of Heaven, I took out the membrane hidden inside the carapace of the wing arm. Since the bone beast has not been released, my body is still gigantic. As the film spread wide like the sails of a sailing ship, the objects around me were pushed away. It's really big. She also slightly admired and spread her wings. Although she was smaller than the griffin, she still spread her beautiful wings and flew up before me. I followed her and waved my wings too. As the two huge wings, each 100 meters long, flapped, everything beneath me was swept away. With each wave of its wings, abandoned buildings were destroyed and corpses lying on the ground were swept up into the air. Among the numerous wrecks was a hover bus. What happened was that the half-left remains of the bus were blown away by the wind and landed on top of a building. Not long after I started flying over the ruined areas, I saw a long, cylindrical building. We landed in front of First Command Center, surrounded by a shield wall. I see they're already fighting. Just as she said, there was a hole in the shield wall that looked like it had been drilled with a very large drill. From inside, the screams of pirates and the sounds of guns could be faintly heard. First, we have to widen the entrance. The moment I grabbed the hole in the shield wall with my wing arm to widen it, the sound coming from inside stopped. And familiar waves and thought waves flowed out, tickling the tentacles of my monster. Question mark. I feel like a big baby. Question mark. Big adult. That's right. Let's go out. Question mark. Yes. Let's go out. After a while, they appeared. Number 26 must have been in battle, and his body had grown significantly, and Adai's head and front legs were dyed red. Question mark. Big baby. Big. Question mark. Big adult. Transformation. Zoo, yes. They had seen me use the bone beast a few times, so they weren't surprised to see me at such an enormous size. However, since this was their first time seeing Mother Sky with wings, they both reacted in surprise. As the middle baby also fluttering. It happens when you grow up. Yes. As you said, I grew and gained wings. It's amazing. I want one too. Ugly friend. A little bit. It's gotten better. Freewenovel. Co. Then shouldn't we leave out the word ugly? Tail. Thin. Ugly. You said you'd protect me, but you just said are you going to leave and say that? Anyway, growing up. Almost. It's over. I know. That's why I left. I won't say a word. The two were quite impressed by the new look of the Mother of Heaven. It seemed deep. Number 26 was amazed as he gently touched her wing with the tip of his tentacle. Contrary to what he said, Adai also seemed to think that her wings were fine, so he walked near her and nodded. I thought you were fighting. When I looked behind them, there were a lot of corpses whose original appearance was difficult to recognize. Cynthia couldn't have already died, so it seemed like she hadn't arrived here yet. Even if I focused on the auxiliary organs, I could not feel any movement of a living being. Where did it go? Could it be that he went somewhere else? Zuzu. Have you seen any strong enemies on the way here? Question mark. A strong enemy. Zuzu. Yes, the enemy that was fighting with me. Number 26 was also fighting with me, but left halfway, so let's take Cynthia. I will remember. If she is hiding somewhere other than here, it will be difficult to find her. But his answer went far beyond my imagination. Question mark. Me and the little baby scolded the bad guy. Question mark. The little baby beat up the bad guy who was fluttering around in his hard shell. Question mark. Agree. The power of the stars. Use. Horned man. Attack. But. Horned man. Strange power. Use. Not dead. Question mark. So I defeated it with this. Papic. Number 26 changed the shape of one of the thick tentacles. A sharp sound rang out as a thin tentacle, like a needle tied to a thread, pierced the air. Zuzuzu zuzuzu zuzuzuzu, they killed Cynthia together. An unbelievable answer came from the two and I asked again. Huh, I ate it after scolding you. Taste. Stable. That's right. It was delicious. Wait. The two of you killed and ate the rancor. Wow. Looking at their reactions, it seems like they really killed Cynthia. It's not just about suppressing or wasting time. It was clear that they had killed it and eaten every last bit of the body. Come to think of it, metallic gremlin. The guys who were running like crazy made strange movements before running away. I thought it was because I was afraid of psychic breath. But looking at it now, it seems like it was due to something else rather than that being the cause. When Cynthia died, there was a problem with the tool she used to summon the metallic gremlin. What a mess. Even though the Sea Demon Red Galagon combination is called an extreme, the opponent is a rancor. Since they have hunted boss-level creatures many times in the game, they are naturally well versed in strategy. I also knew that they would be holding Cynthia captive, but I had no idea that they would easily beat her to death and eat her body. The two of you are catching a rancor. Thinking like that, a strange feeling rose up from within my heart. Because they preyed on rancors and lost their perks. Because we lost the source of information we needed. Not everything. This feeling that touches my heart has nothing to do with negative things like anger or regret. Zuzuzu, good job, both of you. Really great. It was a joy. And the big baby praised me. Open corner bracket me close corner bracket open corner bracket amazing close corner bracket open corner bracket great odd. The guys who sensed my emotions through the waves created by the monster's tentacles are happy. Number 26 jumped up and down in place without even thinking about how big he had grown, and a die also jumped on my back and jumped up and down. To be honest, Cynthia's perks and information were disappointing, but their growth was worth it. They organized their own operation and captured Cynthia without my help or command. What it means is by no means small. I don't know how many more rancors I'll have to fight with in the future. Even now, two factions are hostile to me. The faction that Jason belonged to, and the return faction that Cynthia belonged to. I don't know yet how many people belong to each faction, but it's probably not a small number. If they have rancor level skills, it will be much easier to fight enemies in the future. While I had such practical thoughts, there were also feelings that were difficult to explain in words. Once upon a time, when I was very young, I pretended to be an actor in front of my parents. My mother, who was a famous actress at the time, was always a strict person, but it was different that day. My mother, who usually had little emotional ups and downs, looked at me and smiled silently. When meeting reporters, it was a sincere smile, not the actor's smile he used when standing on set. I was really happy at that time. Why does my mother's smile, which I have never seen again since, come to mind now? Maybe this feeling I feel is the same feeling my mother felt when she saw me as a child. So there are no more threats. It was a thought sent by the Mother of Heaven that woke me up from a state of emotion that I couldn't tell if it was a thought or emotion. Zuzu, yes, because the rancor is dead. ? Seeing as the fortress is in this state, the part where we went to get the genetic essences must have already been dealt with. You just need to catch the rest of the pirates. Did you do it here too? Zuzuzuzuzu, that's efficient. The pirates and survivors remaining in the fortress are in fact in a limited time. If you are wearing a reinforced suit, you will be able to hold out a little longer since you have an oxygen capsule, but that will only prolong your life by a few tens of minutes. Once we get rid of them, there is no need to stay here anymore. The conditions for adult evolution have already been achieved. Thanks to the underground storage, I collected all the material properties needed to synthesize the two unique properties. Once these are completed, it can immediately evolve into an adult. Oh, now that I think about it, there was a trait of being predatory. While thinking about the characteristics, a forgotten memory came to mind. The predation effect appeared on Warp Boy, who tried to catch Tatabos but ate it instead. I haven't checked yet because I'm preoccupied with Cynthia. There will only be a few minutes left until automatic cancellation. I immediately popped up a text box. Predation effect activated. Successfully acquired the Warp Creature Genetic Essence. ? Takeover. Warp Creature. Among the creature characteristics of Warp Boy. ? Do you want to apply Warp Creature? Oh, I can't believe something unexpected happened twice in a short period of time. The Warp Creature trait is so useful that it is no exaggeration to say that it is semi-essential for iMorph. If you possess that characteristic, the speed of preparing for faster than light navigation increases dramatically. It's a pretty good ability when running away. Now that I have acquired the monster's reinforced wings, I can use faster than light sailing alone. However, the reason it is not used during battle is because the preparation speed for faster than light navigation is very slow. Since you have to remain still for more than 5 minutes, you become vulnerable to enemy attacks. If you obtain the warp creature trait here, you can cut the time until you start traveling at faster than light speed by half. I can't believe I got such good traits from here. The chance of getting a warp creature from Warp Boy is very low, so I didn't expect much, but I'm glad I did. I happily chose to accept. And, the perks of Jason Turningham, stored in the token storage facility, can be fused with warp creatures. It is subject to use of the characteristic enhancement system. Do you want to use the system? The text box again displayed a message that was different from what I expected. Episode 283, cleaning up afterward, 2. What about this? The message in the text box was about the sign of a new powerful enemy. There are a total of 3 perks taken from Jason before. 2 of them were combined with the characteristics I possessed, becoming Color of the Abyss and Shape Ruler, respectively. Since it did not have the material properties to synthesize just one, it remained as an imperfect sign of a powerful enemy. Before coming to the fortress, I had acquired numerous characteristics, but there was not a single characteristic that suited me. So I forgot, but I never thought I could get it here. If you ask for a warp creature, that is. There is one thing I can guess. Jason's teleportation ability. The guy's head was cut off by me while he was using his ability, so only his body moved. Among psychic power techniques, there is no technique that can move long distances at once. It either strengthens the body to move faster or is limited to moving a friendly target to a nearby point. And, as far as I know, there is no long-distance teleportation equipment among the equipment worn by individuals rather than ships. At most, will there be a coordinator obtained as quest reward equipment? Unless Jason created new equipment that did not exist, it would be reasonable to assume that this perk is closely related to the ability to teleport. Coincidentally, the characteristic that responds is the warp creature, which shortens the preparation time for faster than light navigation. Whatever it is, it would be quicker to see it in person. The mark of a strong enemy is also subject to attribute enhancement. You can consume up to 10 material properties to create a stronger token of a strong enemy. It just so happened. Before getting the internal organ type, I just got whatever I could to increase the number of traits as much as possible. Thanks to this, I have accumulated many characteristics. Thanks to the essence rearrangement effect, which is the first stage reward for the space monster type, the type once acquired is maintained permanently. So, it would be okay to consume unnecessary characteristics here. But we can't write them all, let's just write about 5. There is still a need to combine the 2 unique characteristics, so there is no need to invest all of them here. There is no need for heat dissipation secretion and heat dissipation. Also, strengthening digestive juice secretion is easy to obtain, so let's add this as well, and add muscle strengthening and bone density strengthening. After setting the 5 material properties and selecting OK, the strong enemy mark system was immediately activated. The perk of Jason Turningham and the characteristics of warp creature are combined. Intervention of warps filled square. Attribute enhancement system. Evolve with the starlight coordinates attribute. Starlight coordinates. You can teleport ordinary objects and friendly creatures to specific coordinates or make them travel at faster than light speeds. Caution. You cannot move for at least 1 minute after using the trait. The larger the object, the longer it will be unable to move. PS. Even those who decided on the constellations would never have imagined that there would be a being that travels directly between the stars. Starlight coordinates. Although it is a trait related to teleportation, it was slightly different from what I expected. It's a trait that allows other creatures to move. In space survival, there are only 2 creatures that can move other beings alone. The newly acquired strong enemies token characteristic had a similar effect to the ability possessed only by the 2. I need to experiment right now. Since it is impossible to confirm if you request faster than light navigation, we need to check teleportation first. I looked around and picked up the broken gun. But how should I use it? I've decided on what to move, but I don't know how to move it. Similar to Nightmare Horizon, I pulled out the tentacle to see if it was moving with the erosion tentacle, but there was no response. I tried to spread the wing membrane like I did when traveling at faster than light speed, but again nothing happened. How should I move it? While I was wondering, as I got closer to the gun I was holding with my fingers, the auxiliary organ under my chin twitched against my will. As the end of the auxiliary organ pointed toward the gun, a text box appeared. Question mark. Confirmed as a movable item. After moving, activity is suspended for 1 minute. You are designating it as an auxiliary organization. The role of a delicate sense organ, following its role in detecting future danger, has created a third role. I designated the object to be moved to the auxiliary organ and raised my head up. It'll be fine over there. The place to move items is the upper part of the command center covered with a shielding wall. I memorized the image and concentrated as if I were sailing at the speed of light. Then the auxiliary organ began to glow blue. As if in resonance with the auxiliary organ, the gun glowed blue and soon disappeared between my fingers. Confirmation. Oops. I tried to raise my head to check if I had moved properly, but my body didn't listen. It was like I was being held down by scissors, and even though my mind was fine, I couldn't lift a finger. A moment later, the sound of a gun hitting the ground was heard nearby. Question mark. Question mark. Big adult. Dwarf. Thing. Disappeared. Question mark. Big baby. Are you sleepy? Why are you still? It looks like they are experimenting with something. Let's wait a moment. Yes. The kids think it's strange that I stay still. It seems that Mother Heaven sensed that I was experimenting with my newly acquired powers. After a minute while everyone waited quietly, control of my body quickly returned. I shook my head once. There's still a little time left in 1 minute. You can't move for a minute, and even after that time passes, it takes a few more seconds for your frozen body to recover. If I'm going to use it during battle, I'll have to use it with good judgment. Starlight coordinates was a very useful feature when used well, but it was also a very risky feature. Shall we experiment with something other than guns? Looking at the text box, it is said that as the size of the object increases, the time it cannot move becomes longer. Other than that, there were no particular restrictions. Is it possible to move this fortress as well? I bent down and placed the assistive organ close to the floor. Question mark. Confirmed as a movable item. After the move, activity was halted for 6,872 hours. This isn't going to work. When I saw the message that I couldn't move for more than 6,000 hours, I gave up. Time is time, but not being able to move with a sound mind for 6,000 hours is no different from hell. Unless a way to save time is found, moving large objects is on hold. Next are friendly creatures. Due to the setting and system, there can be no beings that are friendly to a morph. Except for one exception. You probably mean the object to which the symbiotic spores were implanted. It's not clearly explained in the text box, but it's probably correct. I used the assistive device under the chin to get close to the kids. Question mark. Itchy. Question mark. What is it? What is it? Question mark. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Just as each person reacted differently, the messages in the text box were also different. Number 26 and a die were classified as friendly creatures, but they were not the Mother of Heaven. This may be because the symbiotic spores were forcibly released as the level of deification was raised. Zuzu 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 Zuzu, help me for a moment. I have something to experiment with. If you're going to do that, tell me in advance. I transplanted the symbiotic spores back to the Heavenly Mother and prepared the starlight coordinates. A blue light fell on the golden fur that covered her body, and her figure disappeared in front of her. At the same time, a blue light flashed like when traveling at faster than light speed on top of a collapsed building in the distance, and she jumped out. Question mark. This seems similar to the war guide, but is it a little different? Question mark. Wow. How did you do it? Ugly friend. Star power. Can I use it? Amazing. She spread her wings on top of the building and flew towards me. Number 26 and a die chattered about how amazing teleportation was. It looks like there are some restrictions. She frowned slightly as I was not moving due to a penalty. The penalty was lifted a minute later, and I belatedly nodded. It's a trait that allows you to teleport creatures or objects. They say it's possible to travel at faster than light speeds. In return, you can't move after using it. Opening square bracket. Zuzu, exactly. Question mark. I think it would be useful when there are no ships or during a raid. As expected of a ranker, he quickly picks up the pros and cons. I was about to exchange opinions with her about starlight coordinates when number 26 tapped me with a tentacle. Big baby. Me too. I want to do it too. Zoo, huh. Freewebnovel.com. I want to do it too. Ta-da. I'm curious. Me too. Looking at his reaction, I think I need to do more starlight coordinate experiments. After that, experimentation with the new talent ended after the Bone Beast effect ended. The guys played to their heart's content and seemed quite satisfied with the results of the experiment. It's okay if you like it. Thanks to this, I learned about parts that were not written in the text box. For example, the penalty received after moving an object was affected by my body size. There was a difference in penalty time when comparing when the Bone Beast increased its length to 80 meters and when it returned to its original size. Should I find a way to bulk up? When they become adults, their bodies will be larger than they are now. Still, moving a huge structure like a fortress must be daunting. If we want to drastically shorten the penalty time, we will have to find another way. For now, I decided to end my analysis of the newly acquired token of a powerful enemy. There's still work to be done. I crawled into the shield wall with my small body again. Zuzu 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 Zuzu, is there anyone left inside? Question mark. Dwarf. Still. Zuz Zuzu 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 Zuzu, let's clean up here and go pick up PS 111. Question mark. Yes. My friend might be hungry, so let's bring some food. Zuzu 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 Zuzu, it's food. There will be a food warehouse here too, so let's look for it. Question mark. Food warehouse. What does it mean? Question mark. Me no. It's a place full of delicious food. Phew. It's been a while since I've eaten some human food. Zuz, Zuzu, 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 let's put the rest on the boat. Thank you. We chatted with each other and looked around the headquarters. Hidden pirates and survivors attacked us, but the outcome did not change. It didn't matter whether it was the first or third command. Every moving being other than us has been purified. Kesha Arma, who once exalted the glory of a cult empire. It took less than a day until there was not a single human left in the great space fortress. After cleaning up, my kids and I boarded the ship and left the fortress. Shortly after we left, the fortress crashed onto a nearby mining planet. Before leaving, PS-111 damaged the fortress nuclear reactor, rendering it unable to remain in orbit. All traces of me have disappeared, so no matter who comes, they won't be able to find the culprit that caused Kesha Arma's collapse. Leaving the exploding fortress behind, the pirate ship under PS-111's control entered super light travel. I fell to the floor of the cargo hold, feeling the energy flowing inside the ship. The view from the cargo bay was much different than when we arrived at Kesha Arma. This is because new containers that were previously unseen were added. That huge frozen container is filled with ingredients brought from the headquarters. As a result, the hardened human stone statues were pushed to a corner. Now then, all that's left is. I ate one of the statues like it was candy and opened the translucent text box. Question mark single quote. Semi-adult. Greater than. Adult. Apex 30/30ths achieved. Unique characteristic possessed 8/10ths not achieved. Type possessed 6/6ths achieved completed. Question mark single quote. Transcendence. Material list. Reinforced skull Galligan's horn thorn hair projection tail protein assimilation cluster skin tissue. Question mark single quote. Transcendence. Material list. Reinforced large tail bioelectricity discharge tube explosive body fluid launcher destruction sonic spore cannon. Completing these two characteristics will achieve all adult evolution conditions. The Eucharist is just around the corner. It is the last remaining gateway before evolution. After adding the two unique properties and the strengthening material properties, I chose synthesis. Mucus pours out of the body. My consciousness gradually sank into the pouring mucus. Huge flames rise from the dead planet. The metal star that orbited the planet had met its fate. Hundreds of sensing organs that were watching this suddenly turned their sights. Those who killed Sky Star left behind only a small blue light in the endless darkness. Hundreds of sensing organs looking at the blue remnants. The being with a bunch of thin external organs did not move at all. Unlike its appearance, which seemed as calm as a rock fragment floating in space, the being's mind was complex. This is because a large amount of opinions were exchanged through their own communication system that only they used. His squire died. He who kills a squire is dangerous. Predator. Predator. Don't you chase. Predator. The Empress said. Predator is stronger than Queen. So do not chase it. Report the death of the squire to the empress. The queen is important to the colony. Come back. After getting the answer she wanted, the queen retrieved the hundreds of eyes, the sense organs that protruded from the top of the outer shell, into her body. When all the eyes were put in, the queen's body began to glow blue. Her people come from beyond the infinite universe. Humans call them outspacers, meaning those who exist outside. Only a halo of blue light remained where the outspacer queen left. Episode 284 Fable 1. Filled square, what's wrong? A familiar voice woke me up. In front of you, you see a table with delicious food and white plates on it. Along with that, a cold sensation felt from the palm of my hand. When I look at the fork I am holding in my hand, I feel something unfamiliar. Do you not like it? It's been a while since I made this, so I'm honestly not confident. I used expensive Korean beef, but if you don't like it, it's a problem. Child, do I really have to say things like that until a day like this? I did that before. No, Dad, I was just thinking about something else for a moment. Again, father and mother start fighting like before. I quickly stabbed the bread on the table with the fork I was holding. With a crunching sound, a hole appeared in the bread, and thick meat juice flowed out through the gap. Attracted by that strong smell, I tore off the bread with my bare hands and put it in my mouth. It was so hot it felt like it would burn me, but it tasted so great that I couldn't feel the heat at all. Are you obscene and eating with your bare hands? What are you going to use the fork for? How is it? Delicious. Isn't it awesome? After chewing furiously and swallowing, I silently raised my thumb. My father smiled brightly when he saw that. I already received my gift. Now it's mom's turn. I know. A gift. I was shocked as I was sucking on my finger to make sure no juice was left behind. It was very rare for my mother to give me a gift. In the first place, after I was admitted to the hospital, it was difficult to even see my face. Because he was a famous actor, he was always busy. Mom gave me a gift. That's right. I have fun too. Oh my. I'll go out for a moment. My father took his cell phone and left, leaving only my mother and I in the kitchen. My mother hesitated for a moment and then took something out from under the table. The large box with an illustration of a machine resembling headgear was something I was familiar with. It was a VR device that was advertised everywhere. I absent-mindedly accepted the gift my mother gave me. I asked the manager what was popular these days and bought it. My mother spoke in a slightly awkward voice, unlike usual. I couldn't say anything. Things that aren't even good or expensive. Are you crying now? Yes. Just as my mother said, I felt warm liquid flowing from the corner of my eyes. I wiped my tears with the back of my hand, but the tears did not stop. It's true that I'm happy to receive a gift, but it's not enough to make me cry. Why on earth are you doing this? Hey. I put down the gift and quickly ran to the bathroom. I could hear my mother's voice sounding embarrassed, but I couldn't turn around. I locked the bathroom door and turned on the faucet. Perhaps thanks to the sound of pouring water, my racing emotions gradually calmed down. I think I know why you just reacted like that. Having spent my childhood in the hospital, I dreamed of spending happy times with my family. Everyone sits at the table and eats in a friendly atmosphere. When that dream came true, I probably shed tears without realizing it. I washed my face with water and looked in the mirror. There was a small post-it note stuck to the corner of the mirror. You see a 3-letter word written on a post-it note. The moment my unconsciously extended finger touched the post-it note, the bathroom was plunged into darkness. The water on my face turned into sticky mucus, and the clothes I was wearing became a stuffy cocoon, constricting my body. What was that just now? All the visions I had seen through the cocoon so far were fragments of memories from the past. But something was different this time. In my memory, there has never been a time when the whole family ate together and laughed together. This is because both my father and mother were always busy. By the time I entered college, we were separated. And the last one, that post-it note, it definitely seemed like an important word, but I can't remember it. It felt like that part had been completely erased, leaving out everything else. Will we be able to check again when it evolves into an adult? Every time I enter the cocoon, I see a vision and will be able to see it again later. I tore the cocoon and came out. As soon as I felt the cool air, what I saw was a container with its door wide open and a griffin beast standing in front of it. Heaven's mother was just biting into the apple in her hand when she made eye contact with me. What? Why? She chewed on the apple, reacting like someone who had been caught trying to secretly cook and eat ramen in the early morning. Zuzuzuzu, say it earlier. I know what you're thinking, so how can you do that? You wanted to evolve as quickly as possible. She's right. After leaving the dragon's nest, I traveled to various places and collected genetic essence. Now that the Megacorp Star Union rankers are aware of my existence, I don't know when they will come after me. Moreover, those who oppose me are all those who have the highest power in their own power. To confront them, I also have to become a Eucharist. It was true that there was a sense of haste, so I couldn't deny what she said. Zuzuzu kids? Question mark. I went outside with PS111. I want to watch it eat metal. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, as expected, we've already arrived. For some reason, I couldn't feel the slightest vibration from the inner walls of the ship. The place where the ship landed is an unknown dwarf planet. Before going to attack Kesha Arma, I looked for a place where I could evolve into an adult without being checked by others. This is a planet so far away from its star that little light reaches it. The planet's crust is made up of ice and metal, and the atmosphere is so shallow that ordinary life does not exist. Before going to Kesha Arma, I searched carefully to see if it was a suitable place for fire extinguishing. And the result was passing. On this small, dark planet, I will become an adult. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzu, tell me when the kids come. Question mark. Without waiting. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, I'll be in the cocoon soon, so there's no need to do that. I shake off the sticky slime. He got up from his seat. Its body size became larger than before, and its two long tails dragged along the floor. My body changed as I gained new unique characteristics. It will become an adult soon anyway, so we can check it then. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, take care of the kids while I sleep. Don't worry. She had already eaten all the apples and was taking out the frozen grapes. As I was about to leave her behind, I impulsively sent a wave to her. Zuzuzuzuzu, I have something to ask. Question mark. Huh, what is it? Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, did you see anything when you raised the level of apotheosis? An illusion or something? Question mark. An illusion. When I actually asked her a question, I felt regret. There is no guarantee that others will go through the same thing I went through, so why did I ask? Moreover, the races are also different. I was about to add that I didn't have to answer, but she answered first. I saw it. Zuzuzu, saw it. Yes. Memories of my time as a human. I guess you saw it too. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, yes, I see it every time I enter the cocoon, to be freewebno el. C sigma m. Exact, except when it evolves into a fluid. I don't remember seeing a fantasy like that before. It's unclear whether I don't remember or if it was just an exceptional case. Anyway, just like me, she seems to see illusions every time she grows up. If so, other players may have had similar experiences. It won't be a very pleasant experience. Oh, could it be different for you? Zuzuzuzuzu, what does it mean? She closed her mouth to my question. She was fiddling with grapes with her golden fur-covered hands, and after a moment she opened her mouth. I've only had 2 visions so far. The contents were all the same. Zuzuzuzuzu, same. Yes. I remember being bullied in middle school. I tried to forget it, but it kept popping up. Her answer was unexpected. Among the players I know, Heaven's Mother was the only player who came to this world, adapted well, and even got married. Compared to me and other players, his personality and social skills were pretty good, with no flaws. Of course, I assumed that I would have lived a smooth life in real life, but I had no idea that this kind of pain would exist. There's nothing to look at with eyes like that. Because it happened a long time ago. Zuzuzu, I see. What about you? Seeing as you're asking this, I guess your memory isn't very good either. I didn't answer her question right away. When I was a human, I was asked countless times why my face looked like that. Every time, I had to explain why this was the case. At most, the reaction I got after explaining it was always the same. Awkwardness, distrust, cheap sympathy. Heavenly Mother might also react similarly to them. No, she spoke of her pain first. So it would be fair for me to be honest with her too. I explained to her about the visions I had seen and the major accidents I had experienced in the past. She listened to me all the way in silence. When I finished my story, Heavenly Mother sighed briefly. I didn't know there was such pain. Yes. Take this at least. She cut the grape branch she was holding and handed half to me. And he swallowed the remaining half in one go. Is it a substitute for a drinking glass? Knowing what the intention was, I put the grape in my mouth just like she did. Regardless of the atmosphere, The refreshing yet sour taste tickled my entire mouth. The moment of silence created by eating grapes was broken when she opened her mouth. I didn't know that your mother was a great actress. Before I came here, I heard that you even won awards at foreign film festivals. Zuzuzuzu, well, right. I guess being good at acting runs in your family. Zuzuzuzu, maybe. She told a short joke, but then her eyes turned serious. Looked at me. This is my guess. Maybe the fantasy changes depending on the goal we set. Zuzuzuzuzu, what does it mean? You were aiming for ascension from the beginning. I was a little different. Because I liked this world more than reality. Zuzuzu, right. Unlike me, you saw an ideal future instead of negative memories. If so, wouldn't you naturally become more motivated than before? What she means is that the fantasy you see changes depending on the goal you set. Illusions are related to goals. There are too few cases to say for sure, but her opinion was quite interesting. A vision I saw while entering the cocoon to create the unique trait. It was an ideal family that had never been experienced before. How to get that happiness in your hands? We need to return to reality. Then why are you showing me this illusion? She said it's for motivation, but that's not all. There must be a reason why she and I had visions. I need to find out about this too. An illusion made up of memories. Maybe it has something to do with why we fell into this world. Apart from the final goal of ascension. Since there was nothing more to know, the conversation with her ended there. Still, it was true that it was helpful, so I expressed my gratitude to her. Zuzuzu, thank you. Question mark. You're welcome. Just saying a few words is the big deal. Zuz, Zuzuzu, Zuzuzuzu, Zuzu, Zuzuzuzu, Zuzu, Zuzuzuzu, Zuzuzuzu, I always thought that. You don't know how grateful I am to have you. Don't say nonsense. Go out and get ready to be the Eucharist. She turned her head away, as if my sincere gratitude seemed awkward. I bowed my head towards her as she turned and crawled out of the ship. A barren metal landmark greeted me. There was almost no light, so it was no different from the darkness of space, but I had an auxiliary organ. I crawled towards the place I had known in advance. There is a crater not far away. I went into a huge hole created by a meteorite collision a long time ago and found a suitable spot. Then, single quote, semi-adult, greater than, adult, evolution conditions have been met. Do you want to evolve? I've waited a long time. A semi-transparent text box that always asks for opinions using the same tone of voice. My answer was always the same. Even before the mucus that got in and out of the cocoon dries, my body prepares to move on to the next step. I closed my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, the sight I saw was a space filled with light and color instead of a black abyss. What was in front of me was a familiar-looking iron gate. Where? An old door with rusty hinges and a shabby handle. That was the door to my bedroom. I could hear someone yelling loudly from inside. Fuck you. How dare you interfere with my evolution? Know how to kill gracefully. That voice is very familiar. As if possessed by something, I stretched out my hand and grabbed the doorknob. I feel a sense of deja vu somehow. I think it's been like this before, but I don't remember. The doorknob turns and the door opens. On a bed in a corner of a studio with a bathroom. A man wearing headgear is lying there. The physique looked normal, but the body was not. Perhaps because it was at home, he was comfortably wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and shorts, so he was clearly visible. There were long burn marks starting from the right leg to the forearm, shoulder, and neck. How many times is this? Why do you always follow me around? Am I that easy? He was yelling hard, as if he was not aware of my presence at all. A man's appearance and his actions. Everything is familiar. Something is wrong. We need to get out of here right now. Contrary to my thoughts, my body moved as it pleases. The long wing arm took off the VR device he was wearing. Hey, what is this? Huh. He escapes from the world of space survival and sees me. His eyes widen as if torn apart. Crazy. He had burn marks on the right side of his face. That's the face I always see in the bathroom mirror every morning. It's a monster. The identity of the person screaming to be torn apart was me. Episode 285 Fable 2. There was something like that in a classic movie I saw a while ago. It was a thriller genre film with the setting that there are clones of humans inside the Earth who look exactly like humans on the ground. The results of the encounter between humans on the ground and clones underground were not good. Just like the doppelganger legend, where people die when they meet someone who looks exactly like them. That's the situation I'm in right now. A man screaming at me. He was me. When he was human. I'll have to start talking first. I tried to calm him down by imitating human voices with my mimicry organ characteristics. But the sound that came out of my mouth was completely different from what I expected. Question mark. Grr. What is it? A beastly growl came out from my snout, where sharp tusks protruded. I must have judged it to be a threat and held my breath. The trait doesn't activate, right? Is it because it's an illusion? Or is it because the body is transforming in the cocoon? The mimicry organs were not activated at all. Besides, my body right now is only about the size of a human. The reason I could easily fit into my small living room was because my body became smaller. Another, me, probably thought my embarrassment was an opportunity and kicked my head. Question mark. Really? If it had been my original body, it wouldn't have moved, but now it doesn't. An intense pain dominated my head, as if I had been hit by the main guns fired by multiple battleships. I fell onto the desk where my computer was sitting, struggling in unexpected pain. While I fell, I quickly ran out of my room. What is this? I rubbed my head with my wing arm to relieve the pain. Isn't it an illusion? The head that had been hit by the kick kept throbbing, as if to prove that this was real. I have never felt such pain as I do now when I see visions in the cocoon. The more I stroked my head, the less pain I felt, but on the contrary, my anger grew stronger. The desire to destroy the computer in front of me and chase down the runaway prey arose. Question mark. Grr. No. Let's calm down. I forced my rapidly burning anger to subside. When I think about it, there were elements in my previous fantasies that stimulated my senses. Things like the strong chemical smells I smelled in hospitals and unidentified facilities. If you can smell, you can also feel pain. I guess I didn't know because there was no one attacking me at the time. The problem is that the first person to harm me in the fantasy was me. I have to hold on. I, in human form, could not have appeared for no reason. I need him to know why this vision appeared. Even though we don't understand each other, we have to catch him and ask him somehow. I followed. I, who had run away and went out of my room. Gray hallways and tightly closed doors welcomed me. I grabbed the doorknob of the room across from me just in case, but the door wouldn't open. It didn't just feel like the door was locked and couldn't be opened. It felt like there was a doorknob attached to the wall. I went to the stairs. Unless he goes into another house, there is only one place for him to go. The hallway rang every time the 6 long arms touched the hard floor. As expected, the door leading to the stairs was slightly open. Inside, there was a staircase illuminated by electric lights. Did he go there? If you see that it is turned on by the detection sensor, I must have gone down there. The moment I was about to go down the stairs, a thought suddenly occurred to me. If that being is really me, how will I respond when I encounter this unavoidable monster? Should I just get scared and run away like I do now? Or die? The elevator door on the other side of the stairs opens. I quickly lowered my head without turning around. The broken straw bag flew out and pierced the back of my head. Shit. I pulled my head back to hide it and swung my tail at the enemy. The claws at the end of the tail flew away, sweeping up the dust on the floor. However, I was already throwing myself away when the attack failed. The claws of the tail intersect with the thing floating in the air. The soles of his shoes made a sharp sound as they were rubbed by the claws. The guy who avoided the low-flying attack by floating his body went down the stairs on the other side. While the guy disappeared, I grabbed the handle of the pushing stick that pierced the back of the head and pulled it out. The hardest parts of my body are a total of 3. The head, carapace, thorax, and tail pincers. The part that was resistant to being hit by a battleship's main gun was barely punctured by this flimsy spear. Question mark. Grr. Fierce anger boils to the limit that can be tolerated. Without realizing it, I bit into the broken wheat sack, chewed it, and spit it out. The anger that had been disturbing my mind ever since. It was now difficult to control. I wanted to grab another me right now and rip off my head. Stay calm. Composure. I tried to control my anger and replayed what had just happened. I read my reaction to that action. Now I feel confident. I am not just the same as myself in appearance. My thoughts are the same as mine. I predicted that I would check the stairs and hid in the elevator at the back and made a surprise attack. If I were human and met a mob in real life, I would act like I do now. Since I am someone who is fascinated by monsters, I know very well what a morph is. A morph is a man-eating monster that cannot communicate or compromise due to its setting. There's no way he doesn't know that it's not easy to run away when targeted by such a being. Then there is only one way left. It's about fighting back. I aimed for the head. Imorph dies when its heart or brain is destroyed. If I hadn't noticed his attack and lowered my head, the handle of the rolling pin would have pierced my brain. Grr. Next time I see you, I'll have to subdue you first. Just as he can read my thoughts, I can tell what he is thinking. He's probably waiting for me somewhere down the stairs with a weapon. I probably should have brought an axe for fire extinguishing. If you go downstairs to the hallway, there is an axe and a fire extinguisher placed there. My head carapace is weak enough to be pierced by a push spear. The fire axe cannot withstand it. Mine is much superior in size, but in this case, it's hard to say it's an advantage. This means that the area hit becomes wider. The guy with the weapon is most likely hiding behind the door leading to the hallway, not the stairs. There are sensors on the stairs, so it's not a good idea to hide yourself. The space is small, so it's inefficient to fight a big enemy like me. I looked at the stairs he ran from. Then I turned my gaze towards the elevator from which the guy had come out. I stretched out my wing arm and pressed the elevator button, and the door opened with a ding sound. Inside the brightly lit elevator, there was a broken mop of a push pin. I had a good idea. I got into the elevator, hooked my tail to the door, and pushed the stainless steel ceiling with my wing arms. The stainless steel was separated with a rattling sound. I climbed through the elevator ceiling and into the passageway. Of course, don't forget to press the downstairs button with the tip of your tail. The place where he waits is probably behind the door that leads to the stairs and hallway. The elevator beneath my feet descended with a clanging sound. I moved the separated stainless steel back to its original location. There are sensors on the stairs that detect movement, so they will see that and respond. And on the other side of the stairs, you can see the elevator right away. Even if I use the elevator, I can see it right away. No matter which side I go down, he'll be ready to immediately chop my head off with an axe. But you don't know this. Grr. I wiped the drool that was flowing down with my hand. A strange sense of elation is taking over my body, and I don't know if it's hunger or anticipation before the battle. The elevator stops with a light sound. The moment the door opened, there was a thumping sound from below. The fire axe must have been swung just in time for the door to open. What? His actions were in vain. I hit the stainless steel with my tail as hard as I could. A strong pin pierced the middle of the thin elevator ceiling. Quote exclamation mark quote. The embarrassed guy steps back. I grabbed the fire extinguisher he left on the floor with my tail. The bright red axe blade he was holding cut through the surface of my tail. TCH. The guy running away towards the hallway. I crawled down from the ceiling and grabbed the fire extinguisher with my small arms against my chest. And I did what he was trying to do. Spraying a lot of fire extinguishing agent in the hallway. Cough. Holy crap. Powdered fire extinguishing agents filled the hallway like a fog. The guy was coughing violently, as if he couldn't help it because of his physiology. I took advantage of the guy being neutralized and ran out into the hallway. Go away. The axe cleaved the fire extinguishing agent powder with a violent sound. His target was slightly above my head. If I had gone upside down on the ceiling, the axe blade would have stuck straight into my head. Actually, I did that a lot when I played as a morph. However, on the contrary, I was moving so low that my lower jaw was touching the floor. The axe he swung struck the back of my head. Because it is so deeply embedded, it is impossible to remove it easily. The guy flinches for a moment. I'm wondering whether I should pull it out with force or retreat. The important thing is that worrying about it itself is a mistake. I swung my wing arm and hit the guy. Evil. The thing lets out a short scream and falls against the wall. The moment I smelled that guy's blood, only one thought filled my head. I want to kill that guy. I want to drink the blood that flows from its body. I want to stick my snout into its stomach and chew its intestines. I want to swallow everything, even the tips of his toes. You must obtain the genetic essence by eating me. Save me. Someone please help me. Please. The guy is bleeding on the floor. I raised my nails and stabbed him in the thigh. Ah. I. Screams pathetically. That sweet singing voice whets the appetite. Grr. I held him tightly with my wing arms and opened my mouth. I see his face soaked with tears, snot, and blood. Soon its head will be finely chopped and become food for my body. Question mark. Filled square child filled square. And filled square. Question mark. Filled square filled square filled square filled square filled square. The moment I was about to bite the guy's head off with my teeth. Unknown messages and uninterpretable waves took hold of my body. What did you just do? The message and the waves disappeared in an instant, but the shock continued to linger in my head like an echo. What? I let go of my enemy, not another, me. Why did I do that? It finally comes to mind now. My plan was to get him to talk about what this vision meant. It wasn't an attempt to eat me. He. Monster. Die. Die. He's trying to pull the axe out of my carapace. I pushed his hand away and instead pulled out a fire axe and threw it away. It's not like this. We need to talk. I caught the running me with my wing arms and wiped away his blood with my small arms on my chest. And wrote on the floor. What is it? Conversation. My eyes shake when I see the two letters. But soon it started screaming. Fuck you. Lie. What kind of conversation is imorph? There's a monster here. Please someone help me. I felt annoyed again, but I suppressed my emotions. I was also careful with my wing arms because I was afraid I might accidentally apply more force and cause him pain. I persevered and kept writing. To convey that you have no intention of harming me. How many minutes have passed since then? I have suddenly become calmer. Is it real now? I asked him a question as he lowered his head. Who are you? Who am I? I saw that and raised my head. You idiot. You know that best, right? What? There was no expression on his blood-covered face. Eventually, he raised the corners of his mouth and chuckled, as if replaying programmed emotions. Does it seem like you are embracing all the misfortune in the world? How many people are suffering in the world? You are just trash. What about just one burn? Do you need a family? You are the one who abandoned your parents who devoted themselves to you. When I heard those words, I unconsciously lost strength in my wing arms. Once free, he stood tall in place like a wooden doll hanging by a thread. You like monsters. There's only one reason you like monsters. Because the kids made fun of me and called me a monster. You guys made fun of me for being a monster, so I'm going to turn you into a real monster, you know. Question mark. Grr. It's not your taste. It's embarrassing to even call it a taste. It's just a miserable act of masturbation. He lashed out at me and picked up an axe that had fallen in the hallway. The reason you fell in love with the game. It's the same too. You just couldn't overcome reality and escaped into the game world. Even now, in that world, people are being killed with a game-like sensibility. So, you can't kill real me, either. It's because I'm scared that it might actually be a murder. He raises both hands holding an axe. The blade of the axe shines coolly with the light of the electric lamp. You're such an asshole, but I'm also you. I will help you, so that we can live in reality. Question mark. Ellipsis. Question mark. Then goodbye. Coward. After he finished speaking, blood splattered in the hallway. My body suddenly cringed due to the excruciating pain. The axe blade stuck in the wing arm was quite painful. You. Zuzu zuzuzu 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 zuzu. You're not completely wrong. Except for two things. My monster's tentacles tremble to convey my message. After all, he's human so he won't understand my wavelength, but it doesn't matter. I grabbed his wrist with my other arm. Zuz zuzu zuzuzu zuzu zuzu zuzuzu 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 zuzu zuzuzu zuzuzu. I cherish all the experiences I had in the other world. It wasn't an escape or anything like that. It might have been like that at first. I made the excuse that I was achieving my goal of returning to reality due to a life-threatening situation, but somewhere in my heart, I was using the world of space survival as an escape. But not anymore. If you were to ask me now whether the other world is still a place of refuge, I would firmly deny it. When I reach Ascension, I may have to separate from my children. Or you might lose them before you get there. Or, I may lose while fighting another rancor, or I may die fighting a strong enemy before I meet the conditions. However, I don't think that what I experienced with them was worthless. No matter how my journey ends, I want to help them live a happy life. So until then, no matter what happens, you can never die. And the reason I don't kill me here isn't simply because I'm afraid of murder. Zuz, Zuzu, Zuzu, Zuzuzu, Zuzuzu, because I decided you needed it. You bastard. Let go. Zuz Zuzus Zuzus, you do not kill. I will not die until I determine what this fantasy wants from me. It's just that he's been suppressed by Imov. He was grabbed by me and ran wild with a devil-like face, but it was impossible for him to escape from Imov's arms. You idiot. There is no time for this. Kill me. Or did you fall for me? He said something incomprehensible and his body stiffened as if he had been paralyzed. Then my body started convulsing wildly. As the creature began to tremble, the colors of the surrounding hallway faded. Space is disappearing. Outside, in reality, it seems like my evolution has been completed. The body of my being held in my hands became blurred, just like the hallway. He, who had had an ugly expression just now, had an expressionless face. O filled square life filled square water filled square body. Ellipsis. Quote. He disappeared, leaving behind unintelligible words. As soon as I disappeared, my senses were also immersed in darkness. I fell asleep for a while, and when I woke up, I was submerged in sticky mucus. I stretched out my arms and tore open the cocoon, revealing a familiar pink body. Question mark. Hello, big baby. Number 26, who waited by my side until my growth was complete. My new family welcomed me. Episode 286 Fable 3. Megacorp, a human group that thrives around the solar system, is ruled by 7 families. 5 noble capital families based on Earth. 2 prime capital families based on the Mars colony. Once a huge corporate association, they still exist today as a family. And now the interests of the 7 families are focused on star systems other than the solar system. A11 star system. It is one of the star systems that Megacorp controls after the solar system, and there is a very important facility there. That is the headquarters of the Megacorp Dispute Resolution Team. The Dispute Resolution Team, located on a terraformed planet, is a direct agency of the CEO and exists to mediate disputes that arise between families within the Megacorp. The role of law in Megacorp is to efficiently protect the interests of the 7 families. Therefore, the laws of Megacorp are all decided through secret meetings between the heads and leaders of the 7 major families. Of course, no matter how much time is spent on creating a law, it is not guaranteed to be perfect. There are times when contradictions arise in the law itself, and interpretations may differ depending on each person's position. The Dispute Resolution Team exists to prepare for such times. A large auditorium that can accommodate thousands of people. The head of the Dispute Arbitration Team was standing in the center of the place. This concludes the 17th meeting on the preparation of the T&C Temporary Ceasefire Mediation Plan for the Edgerton armed conflict. His voice echoed throughout the auditorium through the microphone. It was usually an empty auditorium, but not like today. Lawyers dispatched from the 7 major families and reporters from major media companies were sitting in the seats. The reason they gathered was just as the head of the Dispute Arbitration Team said. They gathered to resolve the armed conflict that arose between Noble Capital TNC and Prime Capital Edgerton following the fall of the TNC Special Trade Center. Once an application for mediation has been submitted to the Dispute Mediation Team, the families involved must reach an agreement unconditionally. This is because families that reject the agreement will be deprived of their status as top capitals. Of course, losing the position of capital is much more damaging than losing a dispute, so no family has ever refused to agree to such a thing. However, the disadvantages resulting from the agreement are also significant. So much so that the family's power was greatly shaken. Therefore, the lawyers of the families participating in the mediation meeting must win at all costs. He is a nobleman who bribes enemy lawyers to gain the slightest benefit to his family, and is willing to threaten, kidnap, and torture others if necessary. That can be called Megacorp-style arbitration. We will receive your appeal again in 24 hours. As soon as the head of the Dispute Arbitration Team finished speaking, the people sitting in the auditorium began to flow out. Akira Yujin, who was watching this from a secret room located at the back of the auditorium, turned off the monitor. An old butler was waiting behind him. The long-running civil war has finally come to an end. At the beginning of the conflict, the TNC family lost an entire space city and even lost one of the family's successors in the process. Because the losses were truly astronomical, many people predicted that the civil war would end with Edgerton's dominance. In addition, the Edgerton family has recently succeeded in mass-producing a new type of warship. Naturally, the initial situation went in Edgerton's favor. If Egerton had not lost the head of the family, the civil war would have ended long ago with TNC's defeat. This situation turned out to be a blessing in disguise for TNC. I think the loss of the matriarch on the Edgerton side was fatal. It is true. Edgerton is still in a less stable situation. Denver Edgerton, nicknamed the Black Lion of Mars. He disappeared when the TNC Special Trade Center collapsed. Egerton's vassal elders were so preoccupied with their own interests that they could not pay attention to the war with TNC. As the civil war prolonged, the scales shifted towards TNC. A problem occurred in the production process of the command center. These two factors led Egerton to defeat. Although the adjustment plan has not yet been completed, the trend cannot be reversed. Based on that adjustment plan, TNC will extort all kinds of rights from Egerton. Thanks to this, the Eugene family's influence has extended to Egerton as well, but it won't bring much benefit. Quote ellipsis. Quote. The butler knew well that Akira had supported Egerton during the Civil War. He sensed his owner's discomfort and quickly lowered his head. His owners supported Egerton not because they liked him. This was to keep TNC's power in check as it grew to the point where it threatened Eugene. Akira secretly sent a shadow to TNC's side to sabotage it, while secretly supporting Egerton's Hulk mutant. Thanks to his help, it ended at this level, otherwise, Egerton would have suffered much greater losses. Thanks to this, the number of supporters for Akira within Egerton increased significantly, but Akira was not satisfied. The butler thought that the owner's anger was due to the failure to achieve the goal of weakening TNC, but this was only half correct. That was one of the reasons, but there was another factor that made Akira uncomfortable. That was the starting point of the Civil War. After investigating the cause of the collapse of TNC's Space City, Akira Eugene was able to determine who initiated this civil war. Imorph. That damn morphbag polluted the city the way he did in the game. He had lost a space fortress because of that guy, so he knew better than anyone else. And what makes him even more angry is that he and the guy were in the same city together for a short time. When he visited the Space City, he was operating in secret somewhere in the city. At the time, I thought it was the betrayal Shadow on Eugene's doing, but I was very mistaken. If he had noticed even a little earlier, a civil war would not have occurred. I felt like I was going crazy when I thought about this guy wandering around the universe laughing at me. In fact, when he stole my pet Galagon's ring and mocked it with a tombstone, I felt my blood rushing to my stomach. Amov Panho. How dare these bastards? Sion Eugene, Biomho's puppet. Mop Park has already been fucked twice. Those who tormented him in real life are also tormenting him in other worlds. Moreover, recently, there have been disturbing movements even among those who share the same views as him. Zubaka hasn't contacted her in over half a year, and Chloe has been holed up in her research base on Mercury and hasn't come out. It all happened after Jason's death. The Civil War is over anyway. Is it time to sort things out? As Akira was thinking about what to do next, someone knocked on the door outside. When the butler opened the door, a woman dressed in black entered and bowed her head politely to Akira. Akira. Walter, the head of the Saint K family, has arrived. Ah, it's been a long time since I received good news. Akira smiled upon hearing the news that the person he had been waiting for had arrived. It's been a while since I felt this way. This is the second time that an adult has been made here outside of a game. Previously, I had taken psionium to block the Imperial carrier's cosmic bolts. At that time, I was able to truly feel the majesty of the Eucharist, even if it was only for a short time. Even if King of Monsters was also used, it destroyed the Imperial carrier and carrier battle group. My condition now is very different from then. To be honest, I've never seen anything like this in a game before. This is because the unique characteristics created by the transcendental system are affecting my body. Transcendence is a system that does not exist in the game. Of course, the unique characteristics created through this did not exist. As it has grown with new characteristics, its appearance has changed significantly from its basic adult appearance. If I had to choose the biggest change, there would be three. It would be body size, shape and head. First, looking at the body length, the length from the head to the tip of the tail has increased to about 60 meters. It can be said that it has more than doubled compared to before entering the cocoon. Is that all there is to it? The body shape also changed. If the form when it just entered the sub-adult form is similar to that of a snake just before becoming an adult, it has now returned to a body form suitable for bipedal walking like it did in the past when it was a sub-adult. The fighting arms, located at the waist before the tail, lowered and transformed into legs. In line with the change in role, the joints also took the form of slow-moving legs. The two single-winged arms and the two fighting arms were still large and long, so it was closer to bipedal walking with its front feet on the ground like gorillas and other apes. The height of my body standing on two legs is approximately 40 meters. The height alone when erect exceeds the body length of the white gagon. Of course, this may be due to the length of the neck, but even if you exclude that, it is by no means small. It wasn't this big in the game. Approximately 20 meters must be subtracted from this to reach the original size of the adult. Not only did the size increase, but the strength and defense also seemed to increase accordingly. Big baby. Number 26, who had been waiting next to me until I woke up from the cocoon, called everyone as soon as the cocoon broke. The kids who had gathered at the crater after being on the pirate ship were amazed at my transformed body. Wow, look at the size. Sky's mother reacted with fascination at the sight of me being much bigger than in the game. She probably knows what the Eucharist looks like in the game, so she probably feels the same way I do. Question mark. Horn. A lot. Big. Perfect. Odd eye seemed to really like my change. It spun around above my head with its wings spread and continued to pour out exclamations. As the animal reacted violently, the most impressive part that changed as it became an adult was its head. When an amorph becomes an adult, the number of heads increases to 3. 2 newly grown heads can be seen at the ends of the long neck extending on either side of the head in the center. It's the 3 heads effect, a characteristic I received as a Eucharistic bonus. The heads that sensed my consciousness turned towards me. The overall shape of the 2 heads on either side was similar to the central head. 2 elongated tusks, a long snout like a snake, auxiliary organs under the chin, horns on the head, etc. Instead, both heads had no eyes. Horns were taking up the place where the eyes should have been. Originally, he wasn't supposed to have horns, but maybe it's because of the unique trait he acquired just before he grew up. Each of the 2 heads had 4 horns. Grr. Grr. Just because 2 heads were added, there was no way my intelligence would increase or that I could hear 2 voices inside my head. Looking at the senses connected to the 2 heads, it seemed that although they both had brains, they were treated as parts similar to my arms or legs. If I had to compare it, would I say it is a biological robot that has self-consciousness but obeys the commands of the main body? There were several times when I was frustrated with this head in the game. There were several instances where surprise attacks failed because the AI moved as it pleased if the command was not given properly. Of course, this does not mean that the 3 heads are a landmine characteristic. It has 3 heads and does not die even if its main body, i.e. the central head, is destroyed. This is because one of the 2 remaining heads takes over consciousness and controls the body. I don't know if that's the case here too. And although the 2 heads do not have eyes, they do have auxiliary organs. Having 3 heads with auxiliary organs under my chin has heightened my senses like never before. I think this will take some getting used to. It was more annoying than I thought because it felt like I could sense what was happening several kilometers away right under my nose. I didn't expect this to happen because the game ended with the observable mini-map expanding. I did my best to block the information coming from both heads. Question mark. Grr. Question mark. Grr. Question mark. Itchy. As my consciousness slipped away, the 2 heads began to move independently. The heads bent their necks, got closer to number 26, and licked him with their tongues. The guy seemed to be in a good mood, emitting a twinkling light in the middle of the desolate planet. Question mark. Me too. Me too. Question mark. Grr. Question mark. Feeling. Strange. Interesting. I'm also very curious about what that feeling feels like. Please ask me too. Question mark. Grr. Thank you. It was very helpful. Question mark. Oh, I don't have to do it. Question mark. Grr. It looks like a retriever. I don't know if it was just instinct left or if my emotions were distorted, but the 2 heads showed an attitude that was familiar to kids. It was an absolutely unbelievable sight for anyone who knew Imov. A normal person would faint if they saw me in the first place. Except for Heavenly Mother, the rest of the children seemed quite happy playing with the 2 heads. Originally, I wanted to talk about the vision I saw in the cocoon, but if you think about it, even Mother of Heaven could not reach this stage. Because none of the visions she saw competed with her own. I was going to check with Jason, who was a human being, but after seeing them having fun, I had to put that aside. Instead, I checked the rest of the changes. The 6 horned wings attached to the central head grew larger as the body grew, and the outer skin of the body became thick like the outer wall of a space fortress. The muscles of the fighting arms and legs that support the body have become thick enough to be considered biological armor. Ah, should I consider this a change as well? The biocannon on my back moved to my tail due to its newly acquired unique characteristic. Thanks to that, I now have 2 tails. The 2 tails that split from the pelvic area, which appeared as the body changed, were each tens of meters long. The shape of the tail was also different. One tail had claws and the other tail had a biocannon. Among these, the part with the biological cannon was a change that occurred because it reflected one of the 2 unique characteristics I acquired just before evolution. The body check ends here. It's time to check the 2 unique characteristics obtained before evolution and the space monster type level 2 perk. First, the perks. What was given in the second stage? With such anticipation in mind, I opened the semi-transparent text box. I was surprised when I checked the contents of the text box that popped up. Question mark. Tier 2 reward. Monolith of the double helix. You can transfer any of your traits except your unique trait to a friendly creature. The implanted traits are permanent, and each creature can only have 2 implantable traits. The implantable traits are affected by the level increase of the space monster type. *PS. Whether you want to be a guide or a destroyer is up to you. Episode 287 Fable 4. A space monster type opened upon entering the second stage of Transcendence. This type has the unique feature of providing additional rewards each time the level increases, unlike other types that are completed once acquired. The same goes for the space monster level 1 perk. Essence Rearrangement, which nullifies the type penalty, is a reward that cannot be found in the game. Imorph's identity is to prey on as many living creatures as possible and store their genetic essence in his body. The systematic implementation of this aspect can be called a type penalty. It forces you to collect as many genetic essences as possible, regardless of whether they are good or bad. However, integer rearrangement can escape this limitation, because you can select and acquire only the characteristics you need. Of course, that doesn't mean I can or will stop collecting characteristics. No matter what, the more cards you have, the easier it is to outwit a strong enemy. Anyway, after getting the first stage reward, I wondered how great the second stage would be, but I got something much more unique than expected. It's a trait that strengthens friendly creatures. Like the parasitic tooth fairy and the human insect, Imorph is not without the ability to handle minions. However, most of them are limited to assisting Amorph players. The symbiotic spore that I like to use was actually a trait used when recovering the insomnia and tooth fairies. I thought the essence rearrangement was unconventional, but I can't believe I can transfer the characteristics I possess to other living things. It was a privilege only seen in the metallic gremlin, which could determine the path of its compatriots belonging to the outspacer group, which modifies and strengthens the genes of individuals belonging to the core. In some ways, it might be better than that. Outspacers, like Amorphs, are a race that utilizes genetic essence, but it has limitations. There are limits to the characteristics that can be applied to each object, and the effect changes randomly each time it is applied. For example, let's say I want to transfer my claw characteristics to a worker beetle. Outspacer worker beetles have 2 front legs that look like pincers, so they can adopt pincer characteristics. However, when it succeeds, the result is a mixed bag. You can just get stronger claws, or you can get claws with strong psychic resistance like me. However, there seems to be no such limitation in the double helix monolith. Just looking at the description, it seems like the characteristics can be completely given to another creature. Let me take a quick look. There are things you need to find out first before transplanting. In the case of starlight coordinates, only friendly creatures, i.e. targets with symbiotic spores, could be moved. This time too, they said only friendly creatures were allowed, so like before, they brought the auxiliary organ to no. 26. Question mark. It is a target whose characteristics can be transplanted. Good. Next, the same message appeared on both odd IPS 111. All that remains is the Heavenly Mother. Is it even possible for players? To be honest, I thought there was a high possibility that it wouldn't work, so I brought her an assistive device. I couldn't help but be surprised when I saw the text box that popped up in front of me. What's wrong? She was feeling burdened by the sight of my face getting closer, but when I saw her in reverse, she blinked her amber eyes. Is this possible? Of course, there is no ability to transfer characteristics to the player. Among its unique characteristics, not even the boss creatures Vortex 1 or Red Gagon have such power. Can we say that Megacorp's unique system, genetic manipulation, is similar? This also involves transplanting genes into one's own body and that of an NPC, and cannot arbitrarily change another player's body. Trait transplantation is also, of course, impossible. I explained to Heavenly Mother about the double helix monolith. You can give me characteristics. To me too. Zuzuzu. You can give up to 2 of the characteristics you own. Question mark. You can transfer characteristics without limit. It seems like Outspacer and Megacorp are upwardly compatible. She seemed to feel the same way as me. As she crossed her arms and pondered, she sent her thoughts again. It's such a strong force, there's no way there's no limit to it. Isn't there some weakness? Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu. There is no separate explanation for the tool tip. Of course, it would be difficult to completely believe it. What I'm saying. Judging from the explanation in the text box, it is a disadvantage. There are two things worth doing. Unique characteristics cannot be transplanted, and the transplanted characteristics are permanently applied. It's the latter that you need to be careful about. If a trait is implanted in children and it is not useful or, on the contrary, has a negative effect, it becomes a big problem. Most of the traits I have are useful traits, but there is no guarantee that they will be the same for children. Additionally, it is currently unknown how the feature will work after being applied. For example, what would happen if 3 heads were transplanted to No. 26. Since it has no concept of a head, it is impossible to predict how it will be applied. In that respect, it could be said to be a hidden limitation. The outcome after transplantation is unknown. Therefore, we need to determine what characteristics are suitable for children and then give them those characteristics so that there are no side effects. I think this part needs more research and consideration. Anyway, things are happening one after another that shatter my common sense. Moreover, there was a fight with me when I was human. These are all things I have never experienced before. I looked at the postscript in the text box. Will you be a guide or a destroyer? Seeing this message in that situation felt completely different. Given the setting, that option is meaningless to a morph. When ascending to heaven, the purpose of Imorph's existence is revealed, and if you look at it, Amov is closer to a destroyer than a guide. Ascension. I browsed other text boxes than the special content. As they became adults, new and updated evolutionary conditions appeared before their eyes. Single quote. Eucharist. Greater than. Ascension. Physical essence. Choose one from Megacorp CEO, Wolf Incarnate not achieved. Spiritual essence. Choose one from Cult High Priest, Vortex 1 not achieved. Wild essence. Imorph Holy Body, choose one of the Outspacer Great King not achieved. Test of Ascension not achieved. Unique attribute 10/15 not achieved. Type 6/9 not achieved. It wasn't there at all. There were even players who became adults earlier than me. However, they all fell before reaching Ascension. The reason was the goal of collecting 3 essences. In fact, it means fighting the highest leader of each force, so it is a huge challenge from the beginning. The moment you set out to kill them, the fight against the entire force begins. Is that all there is to it? Those top leaders are usually filled with players and rankers. Breaking through the enemy force's defenses and confronting the target does not mean it's over. A crazy challenge awaits Amov as he must fight a ranker who is supported by the entire force. Among the requirements for achieving the essence of spirit, Vortex 1 is the only NPC creature, but they are also formidable. The strength of each Vortex 1 varies greatly, and even the weakest one has the power of Red Gagon. It can be considered as difficult as catching the High Priest of the Megacorp CEO cult. The easiest target is the adult Imorph. Since there are not many Imorph players, targeting the adult is literally picking stars in the sky. I also went around trying to catch a morph, but eventually failed, so I changed my goal to Outspacer. When all remaining conditions for the 3 essences are met, the test of Ascension opens and clearing it is the ending. It's easy. Getting this far is really difficult and takes a long time. The conditions for acquiring a unique characteristic type feel like nothing. Because of this, I saved the Mother of Heaven. My original plan was to raise her to the highest level of deification, incarnation, and then eat her. If you do this, it is advantageous because you can begin by completing one of the Ascension conditions as soon as you become an adult. I don't plan on doing that now, though. We have already come too far to sacrifice the Mother of Heaven. I glanced at her and then returned my gaze to the text box. Regardless of the difficulty level, my goal was to achieve Ascension. Because I thought I wouldn't be able to return to the real world after seeing the ending. But that goal is now shaken. I am troubled by the vision I saw before becoming the Eucharist. I don't know what that vision means, but it's likely to be related to Ascension. Why did I show the illusion of a life and death struggle with the real me in the middle of becoming an Eucharist? And what if I lose? If the I of reality wins, what happens to the current me? Or, on the contrary, what if I ate me? Then, will the real me disappear and only the present me remain? It feels like wandering in a fog because nothing is certain. Transcendence. Could this be the key? Transcendence that pushes Imorph beyond his limits. Ascension. Amov's ultimate goal. Looking back, the two seemed to fit together, but there were also quite a few aspects where they did not. There were many times when I wondered whether to prioritize evolution conditions or obtain unique characteristics first through the transcendence system. As both require characteristics, ascension and transcendence were often seen competing with each other. I thought it was a coincidence, but it wasn't. Looking at the rewards I get as the space monster type level increases, I am convinced that there is some kind of relationship between the two. I still don't know what exactly it is. As expected, we need more information. Now that illusions and ascension have become suspicious, I think we need to gather related information. I think I'll have to put it on hold for a while until I can confirm that ascension won't harm me. I'll have to talk to Heavenly Mother later. She has not yet reached the stage where she is struggling with her real self. I'm not sure, but there's a possibility that she may see visions similar to mine when she ascends to her incarnation. The fantasy may have a negative impact on her, so I'll have to postpone this until I know for sure. Check with Jason too. He also cleared the cult's unique system of quests to a fairly high level. Then you would have had a similar experience as me. You might know something. Then, the last thing I learned was the unique characteristic. The moment I thought I should check, a slight abnormality was detected. The heads on both sides raised their long necks and pointed upward. The auxiliary organs below the two heads wandered in the air in a tense state. What the auxiliary organ captured was a wave of energy. An explosion of energy originating from a very distant place has reached here. Flat light sailing. I focused my senses on the two heads and glared at the empty space filled with black. Although there was nothing visible, the auxiliary organ under the chin could still feel subtle energy waves. From what I could sense, it was clear that a ship had flown near this desolate planet. Seeing the energy flow up to this point, it seems like a fairly large ship has attempted to travel at faster than light speeds. I don't know who it is, but it's good. The two newly acquired unique characteristics, variable biological weapon, and black devourer cannon, coincidentally are all combat-related characteristics. Since a new enemy has just appeared, it might be a good idea to experiment on them. Megacorp has become a power that dominates the universe today. The 7 families at the center were not megacorporations from the beginning. The Eugene family started out as a small agricultural company in a peninsular country, and TNC was one of the common companies in the financial sector. In addition, the Garmelda company, which came from a watchmaking background, as well as Edgerton, which started from a group of gunsmiths, etc. Today, most of the 7 families have changed a lot from when they started the business. Eugene is good at genetic manipulation, Garmelda is a leader in the development of reinforced suits and weapons, TNC is a master of colony management, including terraforming, and Edgerton has excellent ship development technology. Not many people will think of the past when they see these people commanding the universe. However, there are some families whose main business sectors have not changed much from the past. Noble Capital, Veda, started in the semiconductor business and is in charge of ship AI development. And it is Noble Capital, Saint K, which is in charge of Megacorp's resource procurement. Street K was once the most influential diamond company on Earth long ago. In the past, mining machines and miners mined expensive diamonds, but now mining is done on a planet-by-planet basis, led by very large spaceships. Just like their ancestors, they travel around the universe and dig for minerals. That was the hallmark of Saint K. What about that goal? After analyzing it, it turns out that there are abundant hypertite reserves. Other than that, there are no other impressive minerals. Hypertite prices have risen a lot these days because of the war, haven't they? Considering that, wouldn't it be profitable enough? The energy consumption rate and time of the Gigacracker must also be considered. The conference room of the ultra-large mining ship Gigacracker. There, several team leaders were gathering and sharing opinions. There are some things everyone should keep in mind. It would be difficult if we forgot that we also have quotas. I understand that the quota was already met a week ago. Yes, but the other side says they have achieved more than double that. If we continue like this, we may receive a negative evaluation at the end of the month report. You're not wrong. The atmosphere in the conference room was not bad, although it did not fit the atmosphere of a megacorp society where classes were divided into various capitals. There was no yelling or rude asking each other about capital. The reason was related to Gigacracker's status. Gigacracker is a type of superweapon that splits asteroids or dwarf planets into pieces with a huge ion cannon and sweeps up minerals. It boasts superior performance than any other mining ship and its price is ridiculously high. Even the world's Saint K only has 20 Giga Crackers. Because even if just one ship had a problem, the damage would be serious, so Street K strictly managed Giga Cracker's crew. All of the team leaders in the conference room have received special care from noble capitals since childhood. Since we share the same past and the same goals, of course there is no need to fight. What are you going to do? Captain Tyrone Street K, a former member of Noble Capital, thought for a moment and then opened his mouth. As the sailing team leader said, we cannot be reassured that we have achieved the quota. We will operate the Gigacracker. Understand. Just as the captain made his decision, a red emergency light suddenly turned on the ceiling of the conference room. Unidentified energy attack detected. Everyone, please prepare for shock. As soon as the emergency announcement ended, the conference room shook violently. Episode 288 Director 1. In space survival, ships of Megacorp and Star Union can use plasma weapons. This is because both are forces that originated from humanity in the solar system. However, if you go into the details, the preferred equipment between the two forces is slightly different. Star Union tends to weaponize drones equipped with advanced AI technology. On the other hand, Megacorp's main focus is energy-based weapons such as laser and plasma. The Gigacracker, a very large spherical mining ship under my feet, is also one of the Megacorp superweapons that uses energy-based weapons. Gigacracker's main weapon is a huge ion cannon. Its power is strong enough to split meteorites or asteroids. Instead, the maintenance costs are enormous. Every time the ion cannon is activated, some material is consumed as an energy source. A crystal wing I caught before. The special metal substance it secretes is the energy source for the supergiant ion cannon. This is why Megacorp players keep their eyes peeled for crystal wing nests. I never thought I'd see a Gigacracker here. Considering that I came to this place where there was nothing, it seems like they were trying to mine the dwarf planet where I was trying to evolve. Since the spaceship was large enough to be visible even from a distance, I was planning to attack it preemptively, but then a thought occurred to me. The erosion of superweapons. As I became an adult, my body size became larger than before, and thanks to the dragon's heart transplant, my energy output also increased significantly. If you can take control of that ship with Nightmare Horizon, it will be a great help when fighting powerful enemies. Even if erosion is impossible, it doesn't matter. Because Gigacracker is much more useful and powerful than a pirate ship. Since it is a mining ship, the secondary armament is mediocre, but isn't there an ion cannon instead? It is always beneficial to get your hands on it. I tried testing the Black Devourer cannon. I glanced at the left tail, with the biocannon among the two forked tails. Just looking at the tooltip, it is a trait that has the power to destroy the entire ship, or at least destroy it in half. I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to acquire a super weapon, but wouldn't it be a waste to waste it by experimenting with its characteristic effects? I'll have to write about this later. I changed my goal from destroying the ship to seizing it, and there were two new weapons I took out. Dark Curtain, a fusion characteristic related to superpowers, and variable biological weapon, a unique characteristic seen for the first time. Dark Veil was used a lot in games as well. Each time a morph grows to the next level, he gains a few traits for free. Dark Shroud is a trait created by combining the traits obtained for free with Mental Net. When the Dark Curtain is activated, a special substance flows out from pipes located throughout the body and surrounds the entire body. The effect is not to be caught by the enemy's detection system. It can be seen as similar to the crystal wing, which cannot be detected due to its metallic secretions. It works just the opposite, though. Unlike crystal wing, which does not get caught in electronic devices itself, the Dark Curtain does not cover my appearance. Instead, it creates a very strong magnetic field, making it difficult for machines to recognize it properly. This ship probably doesn't think of me as a monster, but as some kind of giant energy ball or a sudden magnetic storm. He spread a curtain of darkness to nullify the enemy's detection function and then rushed towards his target. Although the Gigacracker was armed with much thicker armor than a battleship, it was unable to completely neutralize my assault as an adult. Of course, that's not the only thing. I returned the head carapace, which had become 3 or 4 times larger than usual, to its original state. There was a sound of carapace and bones colliding and twisting inside the head, and the weight on the neck lessened in real time. Question mark. Variable biological weapon. Imitation is the mother of creation. Transforms the body to mimic the physical characteristics of the apex creature it has already consumed. Transformable body parts. Head, arm, right tail erosion. Tentacle list of mimicking targets results ice horror, carapace Galagon, hornwings, glacier fiend, claws, crystalwing, auxiliaries, skywhale, eyes, hellside hornet, arms, gorgon swarm, tail. Asterisk PS. The perception that the original is superior is an illusion. A variable biological weapon, created after escaping from the space fortress. It was a unique trait that transformed each body part to reflect the strengths of a specific creature. Similar to complete organism, physical characteristics were required as materials, and the results were similar. It's a trait that transforms the body. Thanks to having a complete organism, I can transform into a hunting symbol, specialized in combat once every 24 hours. Variable biological weapons do not change the entire body, but can instead change some of the body parts into different forms. When he hit the Giga cracker just now, he used a variable biological weapon to transform his head carapace into the shape of an ice horror skull. Ice horror's skull is a part that I couldn't eat because my teeth weren't set in properly, even though I can't eat a lot of things. These characteristics were reflected even when the head carapace was changed to a variable biological weapon. It's okay, but there are some regrets. I tried it for the first time and immediately noticed two shortcomings. Every time I transformed my body and put it back together, the pain was significant. It wasn't enough to trigger pain relief, but it was still quite annoying. And since it only modifies a limited area, it does not respond well to other body parts. It was good to increase the size of the head, but it put a lot of strain on the neck. I need to do more research to see if there is a way to improve this part. The pain I felt when I was transformed subsided over time. I looked down at the outer wall, which was dented like a castle wall hit by a battering ram. Looking at its condition, it looked like it would make a hole if it were replaced with an ice horror carapace and pierced once more. No. Let's change another part. The dark curtain is still in effect. Inside, you don't notice what's going on outside. This time I decided to change my arms. Glacier Fiend's fingernails. When the variable biological weapon was activated, the combat arms, not the wing arms, quickly changed. The four fingers at the end itched, the outer skin was torn, and blood spurted out from inside. Hook-shaped nails protruded from between the torn finger muscles. My blood and flesh were floating in the weightless space of space. Eventually, the shape of my hands changed to something similar to the feet of a scarab. I strongly swung my two fighting arms with large claws. Then, a heavy yet sharp nail pierced the outer wall of the ship. When I applied force and pulled my arm, the outer wall tore like a piece of paper. As expected, it's similar. I was lucky when I caught a glacier fiend in Oddai's hometown. At that time, there was no need to fight directly, thanks to the color of the abyss that completely destroyed the red forest that it controlled. So it's easy to think that it's a weak enemy, but that's not the case. It is also one of the predators classified as apex. Aside from being skilled at using narcotic substances to control his subordinates, his body's specifications are also quite high. Glacier Fiend, which has the upper body of a stag beetle and the lower body resembling tree roots, carries several weapons. One of them is dozens of claws. After taking control of a specific area, it hides dozens of branches like legs underground. That's why you don't normally see the ridiculously thick claws on the ends of their legs. These claws are revealed to the outside only when attacking a target that is close to the creature's body. What if you don't know this and rush towards the main body? He is hacked to pieces by dozens of claws rising from underground. According to the setting, it is said to be used for digging the ground. Now I'm digging the outer wall of the superweapon instead of the ground. Thanks to my useful body parts, I scraped off the outer wall as easily as peeling an onion, and held on to both ends of the hole in the outer wall with my wing arms. I used my arms to expand the size of the hole and stuck my head inside. There are no humans around. The first thing I encountered on board the ship was a huge pile of minerals. There were multiple mineral pyramids on top of a storage compartment covered with red emergency lights. It's definitely spacious. Even though Gigacracker is a super weapon, it is fundamentally a mining ship. The interior of the ship, which is 2 kilometers in diameter, is mostly filled with spaces to store minerals. The space where the actual sailors live is not that large. After checking, I took my head down. I turned my head and saw 2 familiar objects flying from afar. A white dragon holding an 8-legged spider robot, a griffin beast holding a pink ball. They went straight into the hole I made. Even after they went in, I continued to widen the hole. I was only able to squeeze in after making a hole that was barely large enough for my body to fit through. It's a problem if it's too big. Upon entering, PS-111 was beginning to take over the ship with the Mother of Heaven. Number 26 and Adai were looking at the piled-up chunks of minerals, as if they were amazed. And there are a lot of them. Liar odd grad. Nest. Similar. These round ones are pretty. Recognition. I approached PS-111, who was operating the terminal in the storage compartment. The guy was bobbing his head with the cable under his chin connected to the terminal. Zuzuzu, can you control it? Nothing is impossible for me. It may take some time, but you don't have to worry. Zuzuzu, really? Then, can you drag out the time so that we can't just travel at faster than light speeds? Question mark. Are you really going to erode the Giga cracker? Is that possible? Zuzuzu, check first. I pulled out the erosion tentacle from my back and placed it on the wall of the storage compartment. Then a familiar text box appeared in front of me. Question mark. Check that it is a suitable size for erosion. Erosion is expected to take 16 hours to complete. The time that can be controlled after erosion is currently 80 days. Single quote. 16 hours. It may seem like a long time, but it is the time it takes to completely take control of a super weapon with a diameter of 2 kilometers. This amount is practically nothing. I guess I'll use this later. After confirming that the ship was controllable, I retrieved the tentacle. When erosion begins, there is a time limit, so it becomes difficult to use it as a hidden card when fighting strong enemies. I plan to leave it under the control of PS-111 until a situation arises where erosion is necessary. Zuzuzu, it's possible. Question mark. Really? I don't think the balance is right. Zuzuzu, think of it as a reward for all your hard work. After giving her a light answer, I called the kids. Number 26 and Adai, who were playing with a laptop-sized diamond stone, approached me. Zuzuzu, everyone has work to do. Question mark. What is it? Quote question mark quote. I explained to the kids what they had to do to take control of this ship. For example, getting rid of uninvited guests occupying our home. I know what to do. Me too. I will use hacking to prevent faster than light travel. Since everyone has experienced this more than once, they understood it quickly even if it was briefly explained. At that time, the Mother of Heaven raised her hand. Wait a minute. Zuzu, what is it? A container on a pirate ship. I have to take care of that too before I leave. Then I realized I had forgotten. I guess I'll have to take it with me, right? Everyone responded well to the ingredients brought from the space fortress. Since there are people on this ship, there will be food on board, but most of it will only be combat rations. Zuzuzu, let's take care of it when it's all sorted out. Question mark. Good. Okay. Sky's mother looks awkward, as if she's embarrassed to show her emotions. After that, no one came up with any new opinions anymore. It's a Giga cracker. Since it is a super weapon that has never been obtained either in the game or here, I am somehow intrigued. Of course, this will never be a pleasant experience for the owner of this ship, but not everyone can be satisfied. Anyway, with this, a new home to move to has been decided. The first house it got after becoming an adult was Giga Cracker. Episode 289 Director 2. Giga Cracker, a 2-kilometer spherical mining ship, is so huge that it ranks among the top 5 megacorps. Not only is it large in size, but its structure is also very different from a typical spacecraft. First of all, there are almost no facilities for sailors. If you look at the facilities inside the ship, most of them are facilities for operating ion cannons or storage areas for storing mined minerals. Since the facilities that need to be managed are so large compared to the number of passengers, about 80% of the entire ship is managed by machines. Crew members take control of these machines and are responsible for maintaining them. In fact, it only looks like a spaceship on the outside, but in reality, it can be thought of as an automated factory floating in space. Because there are so many facilities that each individual must manage, a lot of professional knowledge is required from passengers. Noble Capital Street. K does not strictly manage Giga Cracker's crew for no reason. Those who are not upper class like Noble Capital or Prime Capital, but have received equivalent education. The ship's managers are walking inside the restricted living quarters. Large dolls were moving around diligently in the dark hallway. They all wore advanced reinforced suits that were a mixture of a reinforced exoskeleton and a space suit, and held plasma rifles in both hands. The plasma rifle, developed as the standard weapon of the Earth Defense Force, was the lightest plasma weapon until the introduction of the pistol. Although it has less firepower than a plasma bolter, it has the advantages of excellent safety and lightweight. The green translucent energy gauge mounted on the exterior of the silver gun, which had a clean, streamlined design, glowed in the darkness of the hallway. As faster than light travel still possible? The leader of the heavily armed group opened his mouth. The team leader, who checked the computer pad on his wrist, answered the question of Giga Cracker's captain, Tyrone Street. Yes. An unidentified electrical signal from outside is blocking remote control. In the end, the only way is to go directly. Having been in an emergency situation while in the conference room, they took out the necessary equipment from the emergency armory, put it on, and headed to the engine room. Communication completely stopped after the last emergency broadcast before the collision occurred. As you can see, remote control between facilities is impossible. It was a crisis I had never experienced before while operating Giga Cracker. What do you think is causing it? Magnetic storm. The phenomenon itself is similar, but the scope is too small. The root is unnatural and the origin is also inaccurate. If you see an electronic device failing, it could be a bunch of metallic gremlins. Well, probably not metallic gremlin. They don't have enough power to rock a 2 kilometers boat. As the team leaders moved around, they used their respective expertise to give opinions on the cause of the situation. Could it be an outspacer? Isn't the biggest one among them the size of a battleship? Now that I think about it, there are recent rumors that there are signs of a major offensive from the Empire as well. Maybe there's a group of outspacers here. Probably not. The team leader suggested that the outspacer might be unreasonable, but Tyrone immediately denied it. Outspacers cannot travel at faster than light speeds like regular battleships. As that's so, they contaminate a planet and then build a special device that allows them to jump into hyperspace between star systems. You can only move if you have that device. The captain has a point. If you look at the records of past major offensives, they say they poured out from contaminated colonies. Tiers below Noble Capital and Prime Capital have limited access to the Megacorp database. So, like now, there were often cases where there were differences in the information acquired. For example, Outspacer's unique means of transportation, bioportal. This is treated as top secret information as it relates to their true nature. Captain Tyrone is a member of St. K. I have more knowledge than the team leaders in this position. Sailing team leader. When was the last time you had contact with a base in a nearby system? It was 2 hours ago. Regular contact takes place every 3 hours. In just 1 hour, the other side will know that something has gone wrong with the Giga Cracker, so let's not lose hope. Tyrone made it a point to remind the team leader of course what he knew. This was to give hope to the team leaders by again mentioning the fact that a rescue team would come if they only had to wait 1 hour. If the nearby dwarf planet or asteroid was a bioportal, it would be a different story. In fact, Tyrant did not tell the team leaders all the information he knew. For example, bioportals and pollution have nothing to do with each other. The portal is not created by pollution, but by an outspacer queen entity. It only seems like there is a correlation between the two because usually the planet the queen stays on gets polluted quickly. If there is a queen somewhere here and it has created a bioportal on a nearby meteorite or something, their forces can pour into this place without a contaminated planet. Moreover, although it is not registered in the database, there are rumors circulating among noble capitals. There is a rumor that one of them has evolved to be able to travel at faster than light speeds. There's no need to bring that up here. Team leaders walking through dark hallways are able to maintain their composure because they have received intensive, long-term training. If the hope of survival disappears, this order will quickly collapse. The team leaders, unaware of Tyrant's thoughts, moved diligently. Which direction should I take to get to the engine room? Facility team leader. The captain's cabin line is faster than the dining car line. However, the situation room is connected to the dining car line. You can join that team on the way, so it's a plus. Quote. To hold out until the rescue team arrives, you must first secure control of the engine room. Whether the enemy is an outspacer, a metallic gremlin, or a magnetic storm. After hearing the explanation from the facility team leader, the captain thought for a moment and made a decision. The more people we have, the safer and faster we can reach our destination. Let's go to the restaurant car line. Yep. According to the captain's decision, they moved along a route that passed through a restaurant car in the middle. A hallway as devoid of light as the universe. In the extremely dark space, the plasma rifle's gauge bar twinkled like a star. As they moved through the eerie hallway toward the core of the mining ship, there was something blocking them. It's blocked here too. The entire group stopped in front of the thick shielded door. The ship AI, which sensed a crisis within the ship, took protective measures and the shielded doors in the restricted residence area were closed. It seemed like he couldn't use his hands in the situation room, perhaps because the remote control was blocked. I will disarm the automatic shield door. The good news is that it can be released by directly connecting the computer pad of the reinforced suit and the terminal of the shielded door. The technical team leader and the research team leader cooperated with each other to open the shielding door. The moment the door connected to the terminal was opened, a loud noise was heard from afar. Quote exclamation mark quote. Did you hear? A noise like something sharp tearing a metal plate. Judging by the small sound, it was clear that the distance was far away, but I couldn't rest assured. This is because the ominous sound did not stop all at once, but continued to be heard. We need to move faster. Yep. At Tyrant's urging, everyone's movements became faster. As soon as the door opened, what blocked them as they quickly crossed the dark hallway was another shielded door. The next one is the dining car. While the technical team leader and the research team leader were opening the door, the captain and other team leaders were alert to the surroundings. The sound stopped. The annoying noise that sounded like water flowing through a pipe behind the wall stopped a while ago. The silence made him anxious. Concerns that the problem, rather than being solved, had become more serious crept into the back of my mind. The door opened again with the sound of air being released. Inside the restaurant car, the lights were blinking as if the lights had completely gone out. However, because of the remaining light, they could not help but see with their own eyes the devastation that had occurred there. The dining car is a place where you can enjoy a little fun inside Giga Cracker. The place that would be familiar to anyone on board this ship is now immersed in death. The pure white floor was covered in blood, and pieces of flesh and bone were stuck to the metal table and chairs. It was not possible to confirm how many people died. All the corpses were so fragmented that it was difficult to guess their original condition. And beneath the flickering lights was pink death. Something that was constantly boiling looked at the new sacrifice with hundreds of eyes on the altar of corpses, blood, and bones. Did he lose his composure under that gaze? The medical team leader let out a bizarre scream and aimed his plasma rifle. Just before the green energy was released, something mixed of white and red struck him from the ceiling of the dining car. Tyrone thought it was a blood-soaked tablecloth. But you are wrong. Nowhere in the world does a tablecloth suck up human blood with its tentacles. Quack. Everyone start shooting. The area that was thought to be soaked in blood was not a tablecloth, but rather a monster's wing. A monster with a white body and 4 red wings was crushing the medical team leader and eating him. Instead of watching the scene blankly, the other team leaders heard Tyrant's command and quickly started shooting. As the energy gauge next to the rifle filled up, a cylindrical energy bullet was fired from the muzzle. An energy bullet flew towards the white and red ghosts. The moment it was about to touch its body, the red color of its wings covered the impact point like spreading paint. The energies that touched its red body were neutralized like a lie. So, it's no use. Cock. When the crisis management team leader saw this, he screamed and then bent his arm in a deformed manner. Some invisible force had twisted his arm. He was able to protect his arm thanks to quickly activating the shield built into the advanced reinforcement suit. However, it was his misfortune not to know that the being that tried to break his arm had a high output of invisible power that could overwhelm the shield. I survived. The moment the crisis management team leader was about to shout out that he was alive, his limbs were torn off in all directions. His fragments were scattered throughout the dining car, as if the strings that tied the puppet had been pulled all at once, breaking it. Ah! The equipment team leader screamed at the horrific sight that would make even a veteran who had been on the battlefield for a long time cringe. In the meantime, Tyrone barely kept his composure and tried to find the culprit who made the crisis management team leader like that. It's a bastard. Tyrone's eyes turned to the giant pink jellyfish sitting on the corpses. He fired his rifle at the guy, hoping to get at least one hit. Did his wish come true? One of the green plasma rounds collided with the pink monster's tentacle. The guy is wincing as if in pain. Other energy bullets follow suit and rain down on his body. As if it were just a coincidence, the green energy chunks did not reach their target and melted in midair. It's as if it's blocked by a transparent barrier. Question mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Filled square, filled square, filled square. Question mark, exclamation mark. Filled square, filled square, filled square. The pink monster that destroyed the energy bullet in the air did not fight back. The red-winged ghost also showed a completely different reaction from the agility it had shown just a moment ago. I don't know what it is. Retreat. Retreat. Yes, yep. Tyrone and the team leaders hurried out into the hallway they came from. The two monsters did not chase them. Dash. Question mark. Just now. That. What is that? Question mark. I don't know. When I thought about it, I said pivot and that's it. Pabat. Yes. Try it again. Number 26 grunted and concentrated on Oddai's request. Then, a purple energy stream suddenly appeared in the air. It covered the area around number 26, rippling like waves in the deep sea. Oddai tapped the purple wave pattern with his paw wearing red armor. Then, something like a semi-elastic force pushed the front foot strongly. Question mark. This. Star power. Similar. Question mark. Star power. What is the power of a star? Strong. Head. Symbol. Wow. Studying paid off. Agree. Disagree. Star power. Study. It doesn't matter. No. They said that if you study, you will become smarter and stronger. Number 26 confidently waved his tentacles and sent waves. Oddai could not refute this as he had heard similar stories. Instead, he purred and grunted the tentacles around his mouth. Question mark. This will be enough to protect the older child, right? Question mark. Probably. Question mark. Good. That's good. I'll eat more so the older one won't get sick. Quote. Agree, elder adult. If it hurts. I know, it's hard. After saying that, the two started eating again to build up their strength. The reason why we did not bother chasing those who ran away was simple. The eldest child and adult declared. This ship is his. Their expert leaders never miss their prey. Episode 290 Director 3. Dash. In the ion cannon management room, the maintenance team leader and team members looked up at the ceiling with anxious eyes. A sharp noise made when metal blades hit each other and an intermittent booming sound. Both of these were sounds that should never be heard in this Giga cracker. Shouldn't we go too? It's not possible. If we move, there is a possibility of losing control of the ion cannon. It's too much time to wait for an hour. I wore a reinforced suit to prevent an unexpected situation. What you are wearing are high-grade reinforced clothing. No weapon can damage it. Doesn't that mean there's something out there that can disable such great equipment? The maintenance team leader said that to reassure his team members, but it had no real effect. It's just that the team members understood what he meant by saying it, so they didn't protest. We have to defend this place until rescue arrives. Everyone please wait at the designated location. Yep. With those words, the maintenance team disbanded. Dozens of people were divided into 3 groups and dispersed to maintenance rooms located in the middle of the hallway. I don't know what the fuck this is. That's right. One of the maintenance rooms installed along the ion cannon's huge rail. The 3 team members waiting there were chatting to relieve tension. The month-end report was supposed to be next week, but something like this happened. So, I heard you have a family. You're right. I got married not long ago. It's a good time. This is my 5th year, and I wonder if this is a family member or an employee earning credit. Tisk. If you plan to have children, please report to Saint K. There will be a subsidy. While they were talking, they suddenly fell silent. Because I heard a sound. It was similar to the sound I heard in the management room, but louder. The team members unknowingly tightened their grip on the plasma rifle. Did everyone hear that? Yeah, yep. I heard it too. I can hear it nearby. Whatever it is, hearing that kind of sound nearby is never a good thing. Maybe another maintenance room was being attacked. The team leader gave me strict orders not to leave my seat, but now was not the time to question that. 3 maintenance team members came out of the maintenance room holding rifles. As this is the facility that is the reason for the existence of Giga Cracker, it is equipped with a device that can independently supply power in case of emergency. It has a closed structure, so remote hacking is impossible unless physically accessed and manipulated. A brightly lit hallway welcomed the team members. The distance between maintenance rooms is not far. They headed to a nearby maintenance room and were able to meet other team members loitering in the hallway. That one too. Yes. Now that I'm out, it's quiet again. Did another team handle it? I'm not sure. I need to check. Nothing unusual occurred until the team members visited the 3rd maintenance room. The problem occurred on the way to the 4th maintenance room. In the hallway, they witnessed an abnormal phenomenon. I don't know where it came from, but there were small dust-like things floating in the hallway. What is this? It looks like a piece of mineral. They were grains that looked like finely ground orange agate. If it had been any other place, I might have been amazed to see the particles shining like stars reflecting the light. However, this is a space where advanced weapons are handled. The influx of unidentified foreign substances is never a good sign. And their uneasy predictions soon became reality. In front of the fourth maintenance room filled with particles, there was an alloy door that was so crumpled that its shape was hard to find. There is a being nearby that has compressed a large alloy door that is only a few tens of centimeters thick to 1/3 its size. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed softly in the hallway. The team members who were supposed to be in the fourth maintenance room were nowhere to be seen. But the 9 people could easily guess what happened to them. We have to go back. The moment one of the team members opened his mouth, something came out from inside the maintenance room where the door was blown off. It appeared without any warning and resembled the paws of some cat or wild beast. Except that its front paws, covered in golden fur, are larger than the upper body of an adult male. What stuck out after the front feet was the head of a bird of prey with black horns. The moment when its amber eyes turned to 9 people. Agate-colored particles rained down on them from inside the maintenance room. The team members standing behind them could not help but witness the sight of those standing in front of them shrinking to the size of basketballs as soon as they came into contact with the particles. He tried to scream when he saw his colleagues turning into red lumps. But particles traveling through the air were much faster than the sounds coming out of his throat. I touched the particle, but there was no pain. Because his body was in a state where it couldn't feel pain in the first place. A beast that instantly turned 9 people into lumps of flesh passed them by. There are still many prey left for her to catch. Tyrone and the surviving team leaders run through the dark hallway. Due to the tragedy experienced in the restaurant car, there are only 2 team leaders left, the research team leader and the facilities team leader. The rest were brutally killed by monsters. Ha, Captain. This way. The engine is giving up. Rather, we need to get out of here immediately. Yes. The 2 team leaders looked puzzled by the captain's decision. Even if the captain was Noble Capital, a member of St. K, they could not understand why he would abandon the Giga cracker. But Tyrone didn't make that decision out of fear. He has participated in monster hunting, a hobby of St. K Patriarch Walter Street K several times in the past. Of the many predators I hunted, there was only one that impressed me the most. Sea demon. It is said that among primitive intelligences such as wolf and fishrian, there are often cases of worshipping the sea demon as a god, and this is by no means an exaggeration. The experience of fighting the monster, known by other names such as the god of the sea and the devil of the deep sea, remained the most nightmarish memory of Tyrant's life. And the pink jellyfish in the restaurant car. Even though it was small, it was clearly a sea demon. We can never defeat him. Why is sea demon in Gigacracker and why are those fierce guys with other monsters? It was full of things I didn't understand, but that wasn't the important thing. Now that he has taken over the ship, they must somehow inform the rescue team. Otherwise, there will be a literal massacre. Captain, please reconsider throwing away the Giga cracker. It's not throwing it away. Yes, I don't know how many lives will be lost if we don't pass on information about that monster to rescue teams. If that happens, it will be difficult to get the ship back. That's true. That won't happen, but if something goes wrong, I will take responsibility. When the captain said he would take full responsibility, the team leaders remained silent. They continued running in silence until they reached the area where the captain's office was located. After passing here, you will come to a hangar. Once there, you can escape by taking an emergency escape ship. But their difficulties are not over yet. What awaited them who ran with only one hope was endless ominousness. The hallway leading from the captain's office to the hangar was completely ruined. The walls and ceiling on both sides of the hallway were shattered, as if something larger than the width of the hallway had twisted and moved. The captain's cabin was visible beyond the alloy wall torn off by sharp blades. The sea demon's white-winged lizard didn't do it. From the looks of it, the entity that devastated the hallway was a creature much larger than those 2. In addition, the entire area's gravity maintenance system seemed to have broken, causing objects and metal fragments to float in the air. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Tyrant and the team leaders moved through the damaged hallway, very nervous. Objects from the captain's room crashed into their bodies, floating and moving without a sound. A portrait of a woman with only her mouth and upper body visible because the top of the frame was blown off. A grandfather clock whose second hand is not moving properly because it is damaged. Broken glass, etc. Although they were all objects we saw every day, there was nothing that wasn't creepy. The good news is that the hallway leading to the hangar is not long. The 3 barely reached the shielded door leading to the hangar. The monster that had created this situation in the hallway could not be seen as if it had moved somewhere else. As soon as the research team leader opened the shield door, Tyrone and the facility team leader rushed into the hangar as if they were flying. Close it quickly. Yes, yep. I don't know when he will come back. The research team leader quickly closed the shielding door with trembling hands. Only after the eerie hallway was hidden by the door were the three able to feel at ease. Seeing as there is still gravity here, it seems like he didn't come. Looking at all the escape ships left, I guess we were the first to arrive. No one talked about what happened to the others. The captain's escape ship is this way. Captain's code. Yes. In front of the escape ship, which had particularly flashy decorations, Tyrant entered the emergency code into the terminal. Question mark. Gigacracker 14 Captain. Tylon Street. K. Confirmed. A short message was output from the terminal, and the escape ship's door opened with the sound of air being released. The moment Tyrant was about to take a step forward, something fell on his shoulder. When I touched my shoulder with my hand, a sticky liquid came out. He slowly raised his head upward. There was a monster on the ceiling of the hangar. The guy who was hanging upside down and drooling attacked him. That's right. I was hiding in the hangar to see if anyone could escape, but no, it would be different. Those who appeared to be the captain and leaders came all the way here to escape. I don't think anyone else will come. Heavenly Mother went to the ion cannon management facility, number 26 went to the other facilities, and PS-111 went to the Adai situation room. The entire crew of this ship should have been cleared by now. A planet-destroying superweapon is at my fingertips. Not yet. I looked down at my new friend, Captain Tyrone. Like me, the size of the human-faced insects has also grown enormous. Previously, the length from head to tail was around 1 meter, but now it has reached 3 meters. Inyansheng, who had the face of a middle-aged man, immediately lowered his head when he felt my gaze. He said a rescue fleet from a nearby star system would be here in an hour. Until they are sorted out, it will be difficult to say that Gigacracker is completely owned. How will we do it? In the game, I fought against superweapons comparable to Gigacracker several times. I know at least how much effort the rankers and NPCs put into protecting this weapon. Moreover, I knew the level of the rescue fleet in much more detail thanks to what I heard from Inyansheng. They are just good prey for me. For example, I could go out and destroy the fleet myself. The rescue fleet is not a difficult opponent for me, who has become an adult and possesses a strong unique trait. Or, as usual, you can lure enemies inside the Gigacracker and eliminate them together with the kids. Or, I looked up at the huge metal structure surrounding me with a huge body. A target that has never been used in the game and is only encountered as an enemy. A good idea occurred to me. I laughed, thinking of the mobs that would eagerly fly away without knowing anything. Episode 291 Moving 4. There are some things that do not change even though we have entered an era where humans can run freely among the stars. An era in which genes can be manipulated as desired, planetary environments can be changed, and huge metal structures can be moved from star system to star system. Now humans can recreate God's miracles on their hands. However, if there is something that cannot be changed, it is the limitations of the human being. Death apocalypse. Problems that deal with God's miracles but can never be solved because he is not God. Fear of him is embodied in many forms. A myth about the existence of infinite evil lurking in the depths of the universe. A story about landing on an uninhabited planet and setting off again, but the number of people on the ship increased. Rumor has it that everything was fine until departure, but after arriving, there was no one on the ship. Freeweb no EL. C Sigma M. Ironically, even after the space age, ghost stories still remained. It has merely changed into a form that reminds us of human limitations and stimulates primal fears. Yamada, the rescue fleet team leader at the Megacorp space fortress located in the OS-255 system, also often heard ghost stories in the past. Since he was once a flight attendant, there was no ghost story he couldn't hear. That's usually the only thing sailors sailing the vast sea of stars can talk about while drinking. But I have never heard a story as scary as this moment today. I can't hear from Gigacracker. Yamada received a call from his subordinate just as he was about to fall asleep, and felt the expression that it sent shivers down his spine. Yes, even though the regular contact time has come, there has been no contact. I guess it's not a complete loss, right? That's not it. Gigacracker's energy response still exists. The rescue fleet is equipped with equipment to track Gigacracker's unique energy traces. Unless the ship itself is completely destroyed or traces of it have long passed, it can be tracked. That's a good thing. Wake everyone up and prepare to sail immediately. I understand. After ending communication with his subordinates, he sent an emergency message to the entire fleet. Notify all rescue fleets. Signal loss from Gigacracker No. 14. Signal loss from Gigacracker 14. 5 minutes after communication went off, a rescue fleet gathered in space outside the fortress. If there was a problem with a regular ship, we wouldn't have gathered together this quickly. This was possible because an unprecedented situation occurred where contact with Gigacracker was lost. What is the Gigacracker energy response? Is it still the same? Yes. I'm still staying in the same place. It might be the work of Star Union operatives. Of course, it is a bigger problem for Gigacracker to be hijacked by another force than for it to be destroyed. The danger to Megacorp's planets is a secondary problem, and the biggest threat is reverse engineering. Only Street K knows the production method and core technology of Gigacracker. If it were leaked, Street K would suffer a huge blow. It was obvious where Noble Capital, which suffered huge losses, would vent its anger. Those who belong to the rescue fleet will be punished so much that they will feel that even being an employee is a luxury. The entire fleet is ready for faster than light travel. The entire fleet gathered at Yamada's command glowed blue. The light that illuminated the black universe, like a star shining, disappeared in an instant. A few minutes later, they appeared in a completely different star system far away. Thanks to the super light speed engine, the distance that would otherwise take several months to travel at the speed of light was shortened to a few minutes. Arrived at target point. No ships lost. No damage. Good. Show Gigacracker status as a hologram. While reports from the entire fleet were being exchanged, a hologram conveying the situation within the star system was displayed in the center of the situation room. Soon, the image of Gigacracker recorded by the ship's external camera was reflected in the hologram. The appearance of a Gigacracker in the form of a 2 km diameter sphere and figures analyzing its current condition appeared next to it. The location hasn't changed. Huh. The sailor stopped talking while reporting. But Yamada didn't blame him. This is because the numbers that appeared on the hologram were extremely strange. The energy level being emitted is rapidly increasing, right? Just like when activating the ion cannon. Yamada's complexion became pale when he realized that fact. Avoid raw fish. Take evasive maneuver immediately. Yes, yep. Other ships also seemed to have noticed something was wrong and began to rapidly leave camp. Meanwhile, the values displayed on the hologram reached their limit and glowed red. And when those numbers stopped rising, the dry sound of the ship AI echoed in the situation room. Question mark. Check high energy reaction from the front. Everybody grab something. The moment the two voices crossed, a tremendous shock shook the ship. Dash. There are almost no players who dislike super weapons in space survival. Of course it has to be that way. This is an opportunity to use weapons that we often see in space-based media, such as wiping out a large fleet in one blow or purifying a planet by burning it. Aside from the fantasy of science fiction, the performance of the super weapon is not bad when viewed from within the game. First of all, because its power is unparalleled, it can easily neutralize the opponent's defense measures. The only thing that can stop a super weapon is a power equivalent to it. In battles between rank or clan forces, the presence or absence of super weapons has a significant impact. In fact, I have often had trouble fighting enemies with super weapons. Even if you try to hide on the planet, it will be over if you shoot them with a super weapon from over there. However, despite these advantages, it is rare for players to retain super weapons for a long time. The reason is related to those advantages. Because it gives an overwhelming advantage in battle, if anyone tries to obtain the super weapon, obstacles come in from around them. Even if they are allies, let alone enemies, they do not know when that weapon will be aimed at them, so they carry out sabotage in secret. And super weapons are very visible. Even though it has tremendous power, it does not have the same defensive power. If you roll just a little bit wrong, you could easily get hit by enemy fire and lose it. Additionally, the expensive production and maintenance costs are a bonus. For practical reasons, not many people own super weapons for a long time, but they are still envied by many. That's a super weapon. That weapon of ruinous charm is now moving in my hands. The gigantic ion cannon is Gigacracker's core weapon. A weapon powerful enough to split small stars, such as asteroids or dwarf planets, into pieces is activated. A blue-green beam is fired from a naval gun with an aperture of several hundred meters. It was similar to the particle beam fired by the Crystal Wing, but its scope and destructive power were so overwhelming that it was beyond comparison. In the first place, it makes no sense to compare the power to destroy a star with that of a living thing. Beautiful death cuts through the darkness that fills the universe and flies toward its goal. The target at the end is not a star, but a ship. These are rescue fleets that appeared for rescue. The enemies who have just arrived in this star system are confused. Their reaction was that they had no idea that Giga Cracker would be targeting them. They try to change to a spread formation belatedly, but the beam fired by the ion cannon is already right in front of them. The moment the beam and fleet collided, an intense light flashed. There were no spectacular fireworks displays that are usually seen in fleet battles. It was similar to a wave washing over a sand castle. Hundreds of ships, including battleships, destroyers, and patrol ships, were hit by the beam and disappeared without a trace. I was that role in the game. Even if it becomes an adult, its means of defending against superweapons are extremely limited. Even if it is a unique characteristic. Would it be possible to fight back if we gathered a lot of the characteristics of the most powerful people in Apex? If you think about it, it was like that when fighting the Imperial carrier. Even when blocking the Imperial carrier's cosmic bolt, he was only able to win after mobilizing everything, including the Whip of God, the King of Adult Monsters, and the psychic breath fired from 3 heads. In fact, there weren't many cases like that in games. This is because most of the cases were finished before the superweapon was activated. What if I fail? It becomes like those ships. Is it over? Gigacracker's hull, which had spread out like a lotus flower in full bloom, was folding again. It usually has a spherical shape, but when the ion cannon is fired, the outer wall around the weapon and the hull unfold into a flower bud shape. That's why my nickname was Tangerine. Ion cannon enters a dormant state and Giga Cracker returns to its original state. I was watching the scene from beginning to end with a dark curtain spread in outer space. Is it my turn now? The only ones that survived were fast-moving patrol ships and a few battleships that made evasive maneuvers with quick judgment. It will be difficult if they return safely. I flew towards them with the veil activated. The surviving ships immediately dispersed as I approached. Thanks to the veil of darkness, my body is wrapped in a substance that messes with the enemy's detection system. From the eyes of my enemies, I will now be seen as a large mass of energy. Perhaps because of the new attacks from the ion cannon, the enemies seemed to be completely unconscious. I dug in among them and swung my right tail towards the nearby patrol ship. The corvette, which was now smaller than me, was hit by a clawed tail and split in 2. While the tail was swinging, other body parts were not idle either. Instead of a dark curtain, gremlin moss, strengthened with the great infectious agent characteristic, was emitted in the form of smog from the pipe attached to the body. A cloud of gremlin moss, disabling the machine, attached itself to the remnants of the rescue fleet. The ships that came into contact with the smoke had their lights blinking a few times and then stopped. The 2 heads on either side took care of the neutralized prey. The right head blew a large hole in the ship with its strengthened acid breath, while the left head simply bit the ship and threw it towards another ship. The combat arms took the form of sharp scythes or had large claws on their hands and struck ships that came close. Thanks to the effect of the variable biological weapon characteristic, the arms changed their shape from time to time, toying with the enemies. As the number of patrol ships rapidly decreased, the enemy seemed to recognize what was attacking them. The surviving battleships fell back, activated their main guns and began pouring fire on me. The plasma energy fired by the battleships' main guns struck my body, but there was no significant impact. It wasn't that there was no pain at all, but compared to before, it was safe to say that there was virtually no damage. Let's have a naval gun battle. It seemed like they wanted that, so I decided to do whatever they wanted. The 2 heads that were fighting on their own stopped moving and followed my will and headed forward. The enormous energy pumped by the dragon's heart surged upward like a fountain throughout my body. The psychic power that would have been concentrated in one head before was now flowing in 3 directions. The monster's tentacles, which had absorbed all of that intense energy, shook all at once. And when the gathered energy reached the appropriate level, my tentacles burst into flames. The dragon's breath, long after overpowering the original, assaults the ships. Even if my strength is still not up to a super weapon, whether they can withstand their psychic breath is another matter. Battleships with thick exterior walls melted into armor, and smaller corvettes left no trace at all. After the judgment of fire was over, there were no more moving beings. Only the ship graveyards commonly seen in space remain. Should I wrap this up and go back? I spewed out purple flames one last time. The psychic breath burned even the ships that had become scrap metal. After erasing all traces of the rescue fleet coming here, I turned my head. Episode 292 Goal 1. Dash. The nickname of Walter, the head of the St. K family, a member of Noble Capital, is Geek. Current Megacorp CEO Akira. Eugene is also treated as something special, but the context in which Walter is called a weirdo is slightly different. There are two main reasons why he is treated as a weirdo. First, Walter did not undergo any genetic modification while working for Noble Capital. Although he was aided by superior weapons and precise mechanical devices, his body was pure. Just as the people of the Eugene family believed in bloodline, he believed in the purity of the human body itself. Although Street K's itself has a rather conservative tendency, there are few people who avoid body modification as much as Walter. He's strange enough up to that point, but here's an element that makes him even more unique. His hobby is hunting monsters, even extremely dangerous monsters. Usually, the head of the Noble Capital family enjoys hunting as a sport or entertainment, but they do not go out hunting monsters like Walter. This is because the death of the head of the family has a serious negative impact on the family. In fact, wasn't the reason the Edgerton family was pushed out by T&C because they lost their head. Even though he knows this, Walter goes out hunting only the most dangerous monsters with his bare body without any genetic modification. If he wasn't a skilled hunter, he would have died at least dozens of times. Of course, in the eyes of other noble capitals, he is bound to be a crazy and eccentric person. What was interesting was that because he enjoyed hunting, he had good relationships with other noble capitals. He just enjoys catching monsters and is not interested in taking their genes. Therefore, all the rare and strong creatures he catches are sold to other families. In fact, Walter had aspects similar to those of a bounty hunter, but paradoxically, thanks to this tendency, he was not checked by other family heads. Except for St. K, the rest of the families had no particular reason to dislike him as he regularly supplied them with rare creatures. The second reason why he was called an eccentric was that despite his unusual personality, he got along well with other family heads. Lee Dan-ah of Noble Capital is now meeting another monster. A reception room installed on Akira's flagship, Heavenly Sword. A middle-aged man with black hair and an old man with bleached white hair are sitting at the table in the middle. Unlike a middle-aged man with a thin physique, the old man's body was at a level that could be described as sturdy. He was more than twice as tall as a middle-aged man, and his limbs were full of muscle and were as thick as the thighs of an adult man. The man with a body so well maintained that it was difficult to call him an old man was none other than the eccentric Walter Street. T&C's matriarch asked me. Noble Capital's genetic modification technology can create perfect meat, but do you know why everyone is obsessed with meat from live animals? He picked up a piece of steak in front of him with his fork. He said taste is information. When we enjoy meat, we are not simply eating it to satisfy our sense of taste, but rather eating the information itself contained in the meat. After saying that, he took a piece of steak and put it in his mouth. Meat that came out of a factory an hour ago or meat that was raised on a ranch for 10 years tastes the same, but we don't feel that way. Because the intangible value attached to the eating experience of meat raised on a ranch can never be replicated. Did that kid say that? In response to the middle-aged man's question, Walter nodded while chewing the meat. Experience determines the essence of things. Isn't that a very Saddam-like thing to say? Right. It's something he enjoys talking about. On a business level. At Akira's cynical reaction, Walter lightly snorted and swallowed the piece of meat. Like I said before, preparations are complete. It's fast. Very good. The best game hunter. I wish I could pay for 10 Giga crackers. Last time at the dispute resolution team building, Walter made a deal with Akira. Since then, Walter has done one preparation. That is, moving 10 Giga crackers to a specific star system. No matter how much Walter was a djinn and the head of the family, it was quite a burden to use 10 of the Giga crackers, which were the source of the family's finances, for personal reasons. Akira would never have done such a thing if he had not invested a huge amount of personal funds to make up for the damage. Why are you asking me to move there? Is he related to Vortex 1? No. This guy is scarier than Vortex 1. Are you serious? Walter, who had finished his steak, frowned at the unbelievable story. Vortex 1 cannot be caught using normal methods. They are monsters so powerful that at least two families, Noble Capital and Prime Capital, must exert all their might. Walter, who had attempted to hunt Vortex 1 a long time ago and barely escaped, knew that fact well. Something scarier than those monsters. I had no idea what kind of creature it was. Nothing like cancer. As far as I know, he is the second most dangerous being in the universe. The second most dangerous being. It was a subtle expression, but the modifier made Akira's words sound more realistic. Walter with appetite quenched his appetite and crossed his arms. It will be more interesting to see this. When Akira snapped his fingers, a woman dressed in black appeared from somewhere and handed Walter a small chip and a computer pad. When Walter inserted the chip into the pad and activated it, a huge amount of data was output as a hologram. That's a lot. There is no way such a being was not known until now. We took control of the information in the Megacorp database. The heads of other families don't know. It was blatantly saying that they were monopolizing information, but Walter didn't bother to point it out. Because other families are doing similar things. He will definitely come to that place. It will appear soon, so be prepared. What is the basis for your confidence? I know him well. If he is in his current state, he will most likely try to capture Vortex 1. Exactly. Since the contract was already signed, it didn't matter how Akira knew. He didn't inquire further and focused on the hologram's data. Looking at the data alone, it was something that could be called the second most dangerous entity in the universe. What this means is that it is not the end just because Giga Cracker deployment is complete. Much more preparation is needed. Moreover, we have to calculate that Akira might be wrong just in case. As an excellent hunter, he knew very well that the prey does not always do what the hunter wants. There is a strong possibility that this will happen again, so we must prepare for unexpected situations. Now that business is over, I don't have time to stay here. He glanced at the hologram and shut down the pad. If you notice anything strange or have any questions, please contact me. With those words, Walter left the living room. Even after sending the guest away, Akira did not get up. Moffic. This time you will never be able to escape. He knew that hunting Vortex 1 was part of the evolutionary path from Ascension to Ascension. So this time he decided to set a trap for Amov. This means deploying 10 Giga Crackers near where Vortex 1s live. If you put insurance on it. I had suffered great humiliation after leaving it entirely in the care of my pet black gagon before. I have no intention of repeating the same mistake. Code Black. Yep. Akira. Tell the butler to follow Walter and apply. All right. Akira thought, even sending his shadow to the butler. If it's Walter, even if he can't kill Moffic, he can cause great damage. Walter Street. K is one of the NPCs he trusts. Except for the personality that refuses genetic modification. How could he possibly be that old even though he is 120 years old? Other family heads do not have a single wrinkle on their faces even at that age. Even though Walter is very healthy, as he refused the genetic modification procedure, there are clear limitations unless he benefits from the technology. If I hadn't been stubborn and talked about the purity of humans, I would have hunted a lot more powerful enemies. That's why I sent it too. Neither he nor the hunters under his command underwent genetic modification. That means that even if they die, there will be no benefit to Amov. Even if Walter fails to kill him, it doesn't matter. Considering Walter's skills and personality, even if he couldn't kill him, he would still cause a lot of damage. The moment it becomes weak, Akira plans to descend on the spot himself. Since there is a signal chip in the butler's heart, it is not difficult to fly to where it is. Just like he did in the game, this time he repays him in the same way. Akira laughed quietly in the richly decorated living room. No new energy reaction in the system. There is no pursuer. Zuzuzu, good. Where do we go now? Gigacracker's situation room. PS111, connected to hundreds and thousands of cables, asked me. Now that I'm an adult, there are a few places I can go, but originally, I had a set place to go. These are the most efficient places to fulfill the evolution conditions. However, it took an illusion I saw while evolving to go directly there. I need more time. Anyway, it is not easy for rankers to threaten me once they have the Giga Cracker. I wonder if they set a trap properly and target me as a group. While I was thinking about it, I saw a die lying face down inside the situation room. It was preening with its red wings neatly folded and gently scratching itself with its horn. It must have sensed my gaze along the way, as it gently waved its tail and cleaned its wings more diligently. Zeu Adai? Question mark. Big adult. Why? When I called, he looked at me with his beautiful amethyst-like eyes shining. Zuzuzuzu, would you like to go to a bird's nest after a long time? Question mark. Nest. Really? It seemed like he wasn't expecting what I said at all. The startled guy got up from his seat. Question mark. Really? Really? Zoo, yes. Question mark. Young compatriots, I want to see you. Currently, the tracking of the enemy has been cut off. It wouldn't be a bad idea to stop by the planet where Oddai's group migrated. It would be nice to go to the place where the friends of number 26 are, but it would be difficult. Planet PH-101, where he previously gained the power of the sea demon and communicated with several bubble amoebas. It is a planet designated as a sacred place by cults, so it is difficult to take the Giga cracker there. If that happens, the cults will never stay still. I want to see the babies too. Luckily, number 26 didn't seem to be dissatisfied with seeing Oddai's group. In fact, the thought of seeing small blue galagons made me feel happy. When I finally looked at Heavenly Mother, she responded by shrugging her shoulders. It's decided. Zuzu to the place where Oddai's people are. I understand. After giving a short answer, the guy lowered his head. The light escaped from the guy's red eyes. PS-111 was able to move its body freely while operating a normal ship thanks to several modifications to its mechanical parts. However, it was difficult to control the Gigacracker in the same way as it was much larger than a regular ship and had many facilities to manage. Then, we will prepare for a faster than light voyage. Zuzu, please ask. His voice came out from the computer in the situation room, mixed with several other voices. This phenomenon occurred because the ship AI was synchronized and used as an auxiliary brain. Zuzu, wait a minute. Question mark. Zuzu, I have something to tell you. I called the Mother of Heaven as I took the heads I had put in the situation room back into the hallway. Returning to her griffin beast form, she followed me as I walked across the ruins I created while moving. It's a problem if the body is too big. Zuzu, yes. I'm glad that Giga Cracker is big and strong. With that in mind, I took her to the cargo hold. Question mark. So what do you want to talk about? Zuzu, I think I need to change my immediate goal. Question mark. Goal. Weren't you aiming for Ascension? Zuzu, I used to say that, but now I'm holding off. She tilts her head as if she doesn't understand what I'm saying. Zuzu, I had visions even when I was an adult. Question mark. You mean past memories that you said you saw before? Have you seen it again this time? This time, it's not a memory from the past. Another me appeared and tried to kill me. What? Question mark. I explained to her in detail the vision I had seen. Pain that felt like fantasy and reality that happened in the space where I really lived. Who asks me to choose whether to kill myself or be killed by myself, etc. She had serious eyes and listened to everything from beginning to end without saying a word. Even after the story was over, she was lost in thought for a while before opening her mouth. How do you plan to check? I haven't gotten to that stage yet. Zuzu, to ask other players. Other players. Are you going to go on a player hunt? No. First, let's start with this guy. Open corner bracket this guy. As I said that, the genetic essence that had been stored in my body for the longest time pulled out. The second player I successfully hunted, and the one who had already killed 2 other rankers. A cult ranker who was Muriel's supporter and enemy of the Heavenly Mother. The being broke the cocoon around my stomach and legs and fell to the floor. Filled square, Mr. Amav. Did you call me? Inyanchung, reborn with the genes of cult player Jason, bowed his head to me. Episode 293 Goal 2. Question mark. It's even more hideous now that it's an adult. Heaven's Mother was disgusted when she saw the human face with Jason's face. She had also seen human insects several times in games, but seeing a 3-meter-sized insect monster in real life seemed burdensome. Then shall we begin? I used the mimetic organ to ask Jason in a human voice. What level of quest did you clear? I cleared level 10 and was working on level 11. The cult has its own unique system called quest. The quest consists of a total of 12 stages, and rewards are provided for each stage cleared. The armor and weapon Jason brought with him when fighting me was the Dragon Slayer set, a reward for clearing level 10. So I expected it to be somewhere around that point, and it was like that. It takes quite a while to break from level 11. Anyway, if you have cleared up to level 10, you are quite close to the ending. So, there is a high possibility that you have had a similar experience as me. Have you ever seen a vision of your time as a human while clearing a quest? Yes. I watched it every time I cleared each stage of the quest. You mean things that happened in the past? That's right. It was as expected. Just as I had seen things that had happened in the past, he also had the same experience. Was there anything strange about the vision? Only bad memories are listed or there are distorted parts. He paused at my question. Jason's face distorted eerily. It seemed like he was recalling a bad memory. Inyancheng, who had been answering obediently until now, hesitated for a moment before answering. There was no distortion in the memory shown by the vision. It was all exactly like what I experienced. Then it must have been an unfortunate memory. Yes. My father, who was drunk, always called me a faggot. My mother and I could not resist my father in any way. I just got beaten by my father every day. Unlike his wrinkled face, Jason spoke in an extremely dry tone. Heavenly Mother, who was listening next to her, frowned. From what he was saying, Jason didn't seem to have had a very easy life either. In addition to that, I also saw memories of being alone because I couldn't adapt to school, and memories of having to return to my hometown because I failed to get a job. The memories he talks about are all from his time as a human. Similar to me. Is that the end of the fantasy? Anything other than memories of being abused? No. When I cleared level 10, I saw another vision. Another fantasy. Jason's distorted face slowly began to straighten. The vision started and I woke up in front of my room. I was standing there with the body of a cult. A situation where you are standing in front of your room in reality with a body acquired in this world. It's the same as when I saw me, in reality. I opened the door and the real me was there. What did you do with him? I killed it. He calmly says that he killed his real self. Just like his voice, his expression seemed very comfortable. Killed him. In reality, I lived a failed life. But here I am different. Women who live with only one thing in mind. Perfect looks and powerful strength that everyone looks up to. That's a lot more valuable than Jason Turningham. He speaks passionately as if he is completely intoxicated. It's the first time I've seen him this excited since he became a human being. You seem to have a strong ego. This was something unexpected. Even before he died, he did not give up his arrogant attitude. Of course, I thought that would be the case in real life, but I never thought he would be such a self-loathing person. Is this a reaction to the bad reality? The Antler cult is the highest noble within the empire. In addition, he was a priest, a key position in imperial power. So, he was able to let Muriel into a sacred place that no one could enter. It's a life that completely contradicts the miserable reality. That's why he chose to kill his human self. In that respect, Jason and I have something in common. Loathing the real me. I almost killed myself in my fantasy. I was able to stop because something was blocking me at that time, otherwise it would have probably eaten me. Heavenly Mother didn't like the past that much either. If she increases her level of deification in the future, she may have experiences similar to ours. As the purpose of fantasy to force us to remain in this world. I wonder if they are intentionally emphasizing only the negative aspects of reality to prevent us from returning to reality. So did Jason and the other factions see hallucinations that were different from ours? Cynthia, whom I met at the space fortress, said that her goal is to see the ending and return to reality. That means that she and those in her faction have a lot of regrets about reality. Is it because their reality is not as unhappy as ours? So is the vision they saw different from ours? While I was lost in those thoughts, Heavenly Mother, who had been watching our conversation from the side, opened her mouth. Question mark. I have something to ask. Quote ellipsis dot quote. Question mark. You chose this world because reality is painful, so why did you cause pain to others? Answer her question. Since it is like a part of my body, it only obeys my commands. Only after I prodded did Jason break the silence. Because it works. What? If you have power, isn't it natural to use it? If you use this power, you can get what you want at any time, so why should you care about other people's pain? Have you ever thought about using that power to protect those who love you? Everyone still loves me, so why would you do something like that? Well, it's a bit of a shame when the bitches you worked hard to raise die, but it's not a big loss. You just have to grow it again. What do you value the lives of those who sacrifice themselves for you? It's a toy. I am the owner of the toy. The Mother of Heaven fell silent at Jason's brief words. I was so dumbfounded that I was speechless. Rather, I just don't understand you. Why do you insist on coexistence? As she just stared at him in silence, Inyancheng asked her a question in return. They are not just NPCs. They are residents living in another world. If you're going to live and adapt to this world, don't you naturally have to hang out with them? Adapting to this world and treating NPCs as human beings are two different things. Even if they are really alive, I have no obligation to help them as I am a strong person. You think this is reality, but you treat all other creatures as slaves. I don't understand. Quote. But didn't you also keep Wolf as a pet toy? Being worshipped as a god by them. I was trying to protect them. Me too. My power alone is beneficial to the Empire. I only received a small compensation for it. Their argument ran parallel. The same thing is that both Jason and Heavenly Mother chose to adapt to this world rather than reality. But the process was completely different. Jason chose to abuse and dominate other beings, and Heavenly Mother tried to live in a relationship with the wolves. I heard that the reason the coexistence faction failed was because of people like you who are overly obsessed with NPCs. If it wasn't because stupid Muriel failed, you too would be my last name. Stop. Quote exclamation mark quote. Jason tried to cross the line, so I forced him to be quiet. Heavenly Mother is my precious friend. Don't insult her. The guy looked at me with puzzled eyes and lowered his head. Are you okay? That damn bastard, he hasn't changed even after becoming an Inyanshang. The Mother of Heaven glared at the Inyanshang whose mouth was blocked and immediately sighed. It would be nice if you beat me up, but if you do that, you'll probably die, right? There's no problem with hitting me if you want. Because it can be played anyway. You're being very harsh when you say that. Contrary to what she said, she flopped down on the spot, as if she had no intention of punching Inyanshang. There was still irritation in his amber eyes, but he seemed calmer than before. After seeing that she had calmed down, I loosened the restrictions so Jason could speak again. I heard that there are people who aim to achieve the ending. Do you know about them? Yes. They call themselves returners. And I talked about the coexistence group a little while ago. They are people who, like you, chose to remain in this world, right? It's very different from us, but I think our goals are similar. The returning faction's goals are clearly different, and the coexistence faction is similar to Jason's faction, but has a big difference in direction. The reason why the three factions cannot coexist is because there is a significant difference in perception between reality and the world of space survival. There may also be differences between factions even in fantasies that contrast them sharply. We need to know what the difference is in order to understand why illusions exist and how they affect us. And you will also be able to know whether the illusion is dangerous or not. The idea that we need to see the ending to find out why we fell into this world remains unchanged. However, if I did not decide it on my own but was guided by something, I would never follow it. I guess I'll have to find another way instead. This is the last question. Do you know where the members of the returning sect and the coexistence sect are? After hearing my question, Jason gathered his thoughts for a moment and then answered. I know of 3 in total, 2 from the return faction and 1 from the coexistence faction. Say it. 4th place Outspacer player, 7th place Cult player, 22nd place Cold Blood player. The first 2 are the returning faction, and the Cold Blood player is the coexistence faction. 4th and 7th. Those 2 are returnees. Yes, I know both of them well. For some reason, there are only a handful of picky ones left. The 4th place ranker is the best player in Outspacer and is skilled at controlling a huge amount of volume very well. He knows as much in-game information as I do. And 7th place. Jason called his name, as if he knew him. The name, Byungho, doesn't fit with the cult, so it's probably his real name. As far as I know, 7th place was the only Korean among the cult rankers. He was the most annoying member of the cult. Among the cult rankers, the one with the highest ranking is 2nd. Since the ranking is lower than that, it is easy to think that the skills are lacking, but that is definitely not the case. 2nd place is rather easy because it is a simple and ignorant style. On the other hand, Byungho, ranked 7th, was the one with the most sense and strategy among the cult members I know. If you look at his fighting sense and sense of game planning, he is better than me. So, if you fight in this world, you really have to risk your life. The 2 returnees are having a hard time in their current condition. Since neither of them are very smart, there is a high possibility that they have already noticed my presence. In particular, the 4th place knows that Outspacer is included in the evolution conditions for Imorph. As long as I'm in this world, I'm sure I'll be fully prepared for someone coming to take my life one day. Then what's left is a Cold Blood player from the coexistence faction. Where is number 22? I do not know. You don't know. I missed 22nd place and only caught his colleague. All I know is that number 22 is hiding somewhere in the Empire. The territory of the cult empire is wider than Megacorp. Many star systems are the territory of the Empire, but saying that they are hidden somewhere is the same as saying that they do not know. Since the location of the tiger is unknown, I can only tell you the location of number 4. It became annoying. It is not easy to fight 4th place without knowing the location of 7th place. Since the two are from the same faction, the possibility of them being together cannot be ruled out. What if the two of you come out together to catch me? That's it. Even if I take all the Galagons and the Giga Cracker, I will definitely lose. As my worries deepened, Heavenly Mother stood up. I have something to tell you. There is a way to know the location of number 22. What? Instead, promise me one thing. Her amber eyes looked at me, shining like lanterns. When you meet her, don't attack her right away, but start talking to her. She might attack from over there first. She probably won't because she's a coward. If you find it hard to believe, I will try to convince you first. Judging by her tone, she seemed to know the 22nd person. No, it seemed like a closer relationship than just acquaintances. But I don't know if that will still be the case now. The Heavenly Mother has been in the cult shrine for a long time without meeting other players. It seems like she met number 22 a long time ago, but will they still be able to maintain the same relationship as before? I thought for a moment and only half agreed to her request. I will try to have a conversation. If it is judged to be even slightly dangerous, it will attack immediately. Because I have a lot of kids to protect. You can't leave behind anything that could cause harm. Okay. If I decide it's not dangerous, I won't kill you, I'll just subdue you. Thank you. She realized my intention and expressed her gratitude. If you subdue her without dying, you can use the symbiotic spores to treat her. Just like you did when you first met her. The next place to go has been decided. The next place to go after the nest where there is a flock of Oddeye. Number 22 is a hidden cult empire. Episode 294 Rest 1. It was 15 years ago that Heavenly Mother came to this world. And the first time I met my deceased husband, Father Earth, was 10 years ago. Even after she formed a relationship with the Earth Father, she interacted with players for some time. However, she was already tired of the endless struggles between players. The relationship didn't last long. Perhaps this was planned from the moment she decided to share her fate with the inhabitants of this world. However, that does not mean that there were no players who had a close relationship with her. There was one player who used to go with her before she went into exile. That being as the 22nd ranked cold blood player. Because he wasn't in the top 20, he didn't get to see the ending. The time when the Heavenly Mother met the 22nd was 10 years ago, not long after she met the Earth Father. At that time, she was said to have been wondering whether to help the still inexperienced 22nd or stay with Father Earth. So, after I got married, I lost contact with the other players, but I stayed in contact with number 22 for about a year more. At some point, the 22nd place stopped contacting them, so the relationship ended there. She said that the device she used to contact number 22 was left in a place known only to her. To reactivate the device, Heavenly Mother returned to the continent of Saintopia 02 on planet PH-101. This was possible because she gained wings upon reaching the advanced level of deification and gained the ability to travel at faster than light speeds, similar to mine. Moreover, since it is small in size, it would not be difficult to enter the planet's interior while avoiding the cult's surveillance network. Before leaving, she said it would probably take about a week. In the meantime, the kids and I decided to wait on the planet where the Galagon group was staying. This place, which Adage calls the White Stone, was once a planet included in the Gorgon Swarm's area of activity. The Gorgon Swarm wandering through space was an object of fear for ships, so no one deliberately visited this star system itself. Since no one visits the star system, no one knows whether such a planet exists. Even if you know, it won't be easy to enter. As can be seen from its nickname, White Stone, the entire surface of the planet is covered with ice. The average temperature is much lower than Adage's hometown, so it seems impossible for life to survive. However, if you go down through the thick ice layer, a completely different world unfolds. An ecosystem in which life can live is formed beneath the ice layer due to the geothermal heat emitted by the planet. There was a lake large enough to be called an ocean, and some of the creatures found on ice planets also inhabited it. Thanks to the psychic power that also flowed from the area around the geothermal area, the Oddeye group settled down safely. This underground world is the new kingdom of the Galagons. And now the master of the kingdom is moving to defeat foreign enemies. Goo. A huge creature with the head of a mammoth and the body of a cross between a bear and a gorilla roars. 2 pairs of 6 meters long tusks flew towards my abdomen at lightning speed. My wing arms and fighting arms reacted quickly and grabbed its tusks. This ignorant predator fighting me is very strong and has great weight. He took full advantage of his strengths and tried to push me away by putting his weight on his tusks. That caused my legs to take a step back. But there is something he is mistaken about. That my strength is stronger than that guy's. I strengthened the forearms holding the tusk. The muscles in my arms swelled up greatly. Soon, its body slowly began to rise upward. Goo. When the body is lifted up with the tusks held, the animal becomes embarrassed. Living in this underground world, he would have never encountered an enemy stronger than himself, so it was bound to be that way. Goo. My arms are gripping the tusks so tightly that I cannot escape. It knew that too, so instead it swung its developed front paw widely. Those front paws, which resemble those of a bear, are like living battering rams. Just as that awesome weapon was about to hit my wing arm, the 2 necks on either side of my head wrapped around its arms. The 2 heads at the end of the long neck opened their mouths wide and bit into the animal's shoulder and nape, respectively. Goo. Question mark. Grr. The animal howls, unable to bear the pain of its flesh being torn apart. Through its 2 mouths, its flesh and blood seep inside its shaggy fur. I almost got drunk on the sweetness, but I calmly gave the next command. The tentacles on the central head shook and emitted unique waves. Zoozoozoos, it's now. The waves spread widely and reached the ice ceiling covering our heads. The galagons that were hiding themselves hanging from the ceiling spread their wings all at once. The breath of Belmarg, the white galagon Shah with a thin and long physique, struck the back of the beast I was holding. The purple heat rays burned his back, but the wounds were not serious. Next, the breath of the green-scaled galagons poured out from all over and attacked him. A few shots hit my arm, but it didn't cause much pain. Goo. Goo. However, there was no significant damage either. It seemed like the vague pain stimulated my anger. This is because the body of the guy facing me continued to swell. The teeth embedded in the guy's shoulder and neck slowly came out. Its muscles swelled and its skin became thicker, so I couldn't bite it any longer. In just a few minutes, it doubled in size. The guy who was now big enough to make eye contact with me tried to push me away again. My foot took another step back. I thought it would be big because it was big, but it was much more powerful than the apex creatures I knew. The size, strength, and fighting spirit could not be compared to the creatures in the game. Like the ice horror I caught before in Dragon's Nest. Should I use the symbol of hunting? I was thinking about taking out the card I hadn't used yet when a red light flashed behind it. A die flew in, like a flash and hit the guy's right leg. With the acceleration added to the horns protected by red armor, the destructive power was truly terrifying. His legs, which were as thick as my tail, turned into rags. That's it. The furry predator fell to the floor, screaming. The venom still didn't go away from Hannah's eyes. The trunk, resembling an elephant, stretched out and aimed at Adai's back. The sharp teeth on the tip of the nose fly in to slice the red galagon's attractive tail. To prevent this, my 2 heads grabbed its long nose. Goo. When he missed Adai at the perfect time, he got very angry. It raised its 2 front paws upward and hit the ground hard. The ground shook as if there had been an earthquake and my body was tilted to one side. Because of that, the arms holding the tusk lost strength, and the tusk pierced my chest without any hindrance. No, it almost pierced through. Goo. It might have been dangerous if its tusks had grown to match its body, which grew larger each time it became angry. Because that wasn't the case, its tusks only managed to break off part of my thoracic carapace. After correcting my lopsided posture, I put all my strength into my arms and gave him a big push. The giant monster, which was 40 meters tall, was pushed back significantly. After increasing the distance between me and the guy, I used a variable biological weapon. The body part to change is the head. The carapace of my head mutated into a shape similar to Ice Horror's head. The only advantage is that it is heavy and sturdy, but that alone is enough. 3 biological hammers hit him hard. Gwag. The guy who had been hit on his remaining leg, abdomen, and head vomited blood violently. Perhaps because of his sense of direction, he stumbled and fell backwards. Adai's group. Attack. The moment I heard Adai's thought wave behind me, I quickly fell down. I see dozens of psychic breaths flying over my back. At the end is food that cannot move. Goo. Question mark. Strength. More. 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 The thickness of the purple breaths gradually became thicker as if Oddai's encouragement was effective. Green Galagon, White Galagon, and even Adai, who participated in the hunt, poured out their dragon's breath with all their might. And Giou, the beast that had given Galagons and me a hard time, groaned with its miserable appearance. Its name is Gigantarium. It is an apex creature that is strong in land combat. It is immune to various poisons and techniques related to mind control and physical bondage, and its physical abilities are also extremely excellent. In addition, it has the characteristic of growing larger in size and increasing strength, defense, and speed every time it gets angry, making it quite difficult to deal with. It's especially notorious among cults. Since there is no way to block its movements, close combat is forced, and as you can see, it is an apex that specializes in close combat. You can't beat him with any amount of skill. Even if you try to catch it with a psychic attack from a distance, it is not easy to break through because its hide is so hard. Ranged attacks are counterproductive because they only provoke anger without killing the person. As can be seen from these characteristics, it is a very difficult enemy even for Galagon. In fact, before Adai and I came back, the Galagons were having a hard time because of that guy. Hamwort came forward and tried to chase him away, but failed to kill him every time. It has to be that way. It was already a very difficult enemy, but the Gigantarium in front of me was outside the standard. As far as I know, the size of Gigantherium is between 8 meters and 10 meters. Even if I'm angry, I've never seen anyone go further than 20 meters. However, that monster is only 20 meters long before it gets angry. The tusks are more than 3 times as long. When you get angry there, it becomes so big that it is at the same eye level as you. Looking at that, it is clear that even Hamwort is an opponent that is difficult to beat. The place isn't that good either. Since this is an underground space beneath the ice layer, it is an unfavorable environment for Galagon. It's difficult to fly, and Black Galagon's unique ability, Maelstrom, is also sealed. It's such a monster, but I somehow won. I looked at the Oddai and Galagons gathered around the Gigantarium. This attack plan was not planned by me, but by Adai. I just acted as bait. The ones who defeated the powerful enemy were not me, but the dragons of the underground kingdom. A remarkable guy. Among the Galagons, I see one with his head held high and his wings spread. It's a strange feeling to see this guy planning a strategy alone and hunting down powerful enemies with his compatriots. At that time, I made eye contact with Adai. The guy flew in front of me. Question mark. Adult. Did you do well? Zuzu, very good. Question mark. Yes. Nah. Daughter of the star. Excellent. The boy was diligently wagging his tail as if he liked my praise. When I saw the smooth tail without any blemishes, I couldn't help but want to poke it with my finger. Question mark. Big adult. At that time, he called me. Question mark. Big adult. Hunting. Gun. I said it. Bait. Very important. Zuzu. You guys are the ones who caught him. If you don't have big adult people, I'm hurt. So, as the guy bobbed his head slightly, the Galagons around Gigantherium all retreated. Question mark. Big adult head. I need it. I will give in. Zuzu. Give me your head. Question mark. Yes. This time it was a hunt for them. So I deliberately didn't use the symbol of hunting and just focused on the role of bait, but I never thought he would come out like this. I said I'd give you something. Dozens of purple eyes were looking at me with a bright light, so I had no choice but to refuse. After petting Oddai, I approached the Gigantarium. The persistent vitality has now become poisonous. The Gigantarium, completely devastated, is gasping for breath and hoping to die quickly. I bit the guy's head with the center head. The jaw tightened and the teeth penetrated the hide and skin and sank into the skull. The guy twitched once and then went limp. After killing the Gigantarium, I tightened my neck and pulled back the head I was holding. Its neck trembled and was pulled out along with part of its spine. The other Galagons seemed to be very interested in my meal, and their eyes were fixed on my head and mouth. Then, I swallowed the warm, steaming head under the Galagon's gaze. The spine and pieces of flesh were eaten by the heads on both sides. The characteristics won't appear anyway. Question mark. Predation effect activated. Question mark. GR. A translucent text box that appears as soon as the food passes down the throat. The head next to me, licking the dripping blood, clearly expressed what I felt. Episode 295 Rest 2. This time, I focused on helping Oddai hunt. So I didn't even use the symbol of hunting. I never thought I would get the trait, but the results were unexpected. Furthermore, successful acquisition of the Tyrant troid, genetic essence. Taken away. Tyrant troid, among the biological characteristics of Giganterium. Would you like to apply Tyrant troid? Among the numerous characteristics I never thought I would get this. The name of the trait obtained by preying on apex creatures is Tyrant troid. At first glance, it may seem like a physical trait or internal organ-related trait, but this trait is an environmental adaptation trait. By default, Giganterium's body contains organs that help it acquire and utilize energy effectively even in limited situations. Tyrant troids are special chemicals secreted by this organ. Thanks to this substance, it can survive in any environment without major limitations. What is important here is that this substance is related to its fighting ability. It's all thanks to Tyrant troid that it grows bigger every time it gets angry. Now, the characteristics I will use are also the same. Tyrant troid is a type of trait that significantly changes the body, similar to bone beast or hunting symbol. However, it is similar to the revenant agency in that it only activates conditionally. It's easier to activate than the revenant agency. There is only one condition for activating Tyrant troid. It is activated automatically when a major injury is received to the body. With this trait, as the injury becomes more severe, strength and energy output increase significantly and the body becomes massive. However, in return, the movement becomes as slow as a slug. The larger the body, the larger the area it can be hit by, but the slower the speed, which can be said to be a fatal flaw. Of course, this is only when limited to this one characteristic. It is very powerful when combined with the bone beast, whose carapace becomes hard as it grows larger, and the revenant engine, which is conditionally activated only when very seriously injured. Should I call it an Amov-style bamboo spear? The unfortunate thing is that this combo assumes injury. If you are unable to suppress the enemy during the time the characteristics are activated, you will be at a great disadvantage. At the very least, there must be a means of allowing the body to recover quickly from injury or remove the lowered speed penalty. I currently have two means of recovery. It is regenerative power and the hand of a predatory leech. The predatory leech's hand requires you to grab the enemy yourself, and the regenerative power has a limited recovery speed. Playback isn't bad, but it's not perfect. This is not a game, this is reality. If you die, it's over. This combo is sealed until the shortcomings can be sufficiently compensated. Well, it's still better than nothing. I feel good because I received a gift I didn't expect at all. Why? Not moving? Big adult. Head. When I eat. Sometimes. That way. Taste. Impression. Maybe. Feeling the waves of thought coming from all over, I turned off the semi-transparent text box. In the darkness, purple eyes resembling amethyst were shining and looking at me. It seemed like he was waiting for me to finish eating the head. Zuzuzuzu, I ate it all. After hearing what I said, Adai cut off both arms of Giganterium with the tips of his wings using red armor. Giganterium's body looks like a mix between a gorilla and a bear, so its arms are quite developed. As a result, the severed arm alone was quite large. Because the arm length alone reached 10 meters. Adai placed a large piece of food on the floor and sprayed thought waves at his compatriots. Big adult. Reward. The end. We too. Let's eat. As soon as the thought wave spread, the galagons began to rush into the arms. First, the white galagons cut off the fur and skin with their sharp claws and inserted the tentacles around the mouth inside. Adaj peeled off the skin so that other galagons could eat it easily and then participated in the feast. The green galagons, which were relatively weak, stuck their tentacles into the wounds made by Adai and the galagons and sucked the blood. The galagons had different green and white scales, but their tentacle colors were the same. Each time the purple biological straws embedded in the arm wriggled, the size of the arm decreased in real time. There are a total of 10 galagons that Adai brought here. There are 3 white galagons and 7 green galagons. As the 11 galagons, including Adai, sucked blood furiously, Giganterium's 2 arms quickly became mummified. Taste. Excellent. Delicious. Not enough. Food. More. Need. After finishing the short meal, the galagons raised their heads. The green galagons, who were still young, looked towards Giganterium's body as if they were lusting after it. Seeing that, Adai kicked the ground hard with his back foot. The galagons flinched as the sharp sound of the impact rang out. Question mark. Food. Nest. I will take it. Eating. Now. End. Great Adai. Mal. Following. At the Queen's cool threat, the green Galagons hastily bowed their heads. Adai, who warned his greedy compatriots, cut off Gigantarium's healthy left leg. Question mark. Shah Belmag. This. Companion. Nel Germa. Give me. Question mark. Great Adai. Consideration. Thank you. The skinny white Galagon Shah Belmag bent his front legs and expressed his gratitude to Adai. While Adaj stood proudly with his head raised, Shah Belmag took the gifts bestowed by the Queen. So, did you say that Nel Germa was incubating an egg? Nel Germa, the white Galagon who helped us the most in the past at the dragon's nest. It laid an egg just before we arrived and is now incubating the egg in the nest. Originally, Adaj planned to bring Nel Germa, with whom he fought and worked well, on the hunt instead of Shah Belmag. However, because the situation was like this, Shah Belmag participated in the hunt on behalf of his wife. It's Galagon's breeding. I'm not a Galagon fan, but it's a pretty interesting topic. Even in the game, it was not revealed how Galagons reproduce. If I think about it now, it may have not been implemented. Like most VR games, Space Survival also contains a significant amount of sexual content. Physical interactions between players, sexual services provided by NPCs, etc. In Space Survival, as a game that paid a lot of attention to the implementation and setting of the ecosystem of NPCs, the reproductive activities of wild animals were implemented. Not everything, though. In the case of creatures in which the male and female have a good relationship or have strong maternal love and nurturing as an important factor, reproductive activities are depicted. For example, the crystal wing that I hunted in the dragon's nest was one of the species that embodied reproductive activities. However, this detail became a hot topic in the public in a negative way and ultimately influenced the deliberation. It didn't pass the review because of its sensationalism. Since it wasn't officially released in Korea, I had no choice but to get the foreign version and enjoy it. This is while relying on the translation function provided by the VR device itself. In any case, Galagon was a creature that could be described as breeding, so many people had high expectations. There was also a ranker who infiltrated Galagon's nest to check for himself, but ultimately failed to find out. Question mark. Big adult. Zoo, huh? Question mark. Nest. Let's go back. I was lost in old thoughts for a moment, but Adai's thought wave woke me up. The other Galagons were preparing to return with their wings spread. I should go back first. I picked up a Gigantarium corpse that was missing everything from head to limbs. I held the corpse tightly to my body with my tentacles and spread my wing arms. I flapped my wings as big as my body and flew upward with the Galagons. The underground caves and passages where Gigantarium took refuge were relatively narrow places in this underworld. It wasn't wide enough to feel narrow if me and the 11 Galagons flapped our wings at the same time. However, once you leave the relatively small caves and narrow passages, a completely different world unfolds. As I exited the underground passage following the 11 Galagons ahead of me, my vision suddenly cleared up. There was a space so large that it would be more appropriate to call it an underground world rather than a cavity. The ceiling, made up of a thick layer of ice, could easily be called a second sky, and a vast land spread out beneath it. When you actually see the ice ceiling, not just a description, you get a feeling similar to the sky. The reason is because of the microorganisms on the outer part of the ice layer. These moss-like creatures emit light and heat from their bodies whenever they ingest and digest food. When viewed from a distance, it looks like a star in the night sky. It looks like Galagons flying under the starlight densely packed in the frozen sky. It was a beautiful sight that I had never seen or seen anywhere else where I lived. If you look down, you can see plants densely located between a few meters and tens of meters high on the underground land. Wild animals wander among plants with a unique appearance that is a mixture of mushrooms and rainbow grass. The journey with the space dragons was not long. After passing through the forest of plants, we were greeted by a canyon with thick steam rising. That place, where steam is spewing out due to geothermal heat, is the new palace of the Galagons. As we entered the canyon, there were numerous caves. As we entered the largest cave among them, the black dragon Ham Ort greeted us. Question mark. Ham Ort. Great Adai. Hunting. Success. Congratulations. Question mark. Yes. Adai nodded to Ham Ort, who bowed in a polite manner. It's been a while since I last saw Ham Ort, and it looks quite different since the last time I saw it. All the scars on the scales disappeared and the body grew slightly larger. I think I've gained a bit of weight because I'm living in a good environment. That doesn't mean you're fat. As anyone would guess, she was the mother of Adai, and her unique, alluring beauty still remained. Its obsidian-colored scales shined smoothly, and its 4 legs and long body were full of life thanks to its strong muscles. The horns were not completely regenerated and were still unbalanced, but they had a wild feel that contrasted with the sleek body, giving it a unique charm. Ham Ort, who greeted Adaj, also slightly bowed his head to me. Question mark. Thank you. Zuzu, I didn't do anything. Question mark. Adai's companion. Thanks to you, Kingdom. I wasn't hurt. Companion. Question mark. No, not yet. Question mark. Big baby, I had a good time. At that time, a large pink creature appeared from inside the cave. The being holding a bunch of small blue galagons was number 26. You didn't get hurt this time. Zuzu, of course. Good job. He brightened up as if he was happy that I came back without any injuries. Thanks to the 25 meters long luminous body, the dark cave became bright in an instant. Question mark. What is it? Question mark. Amazing. Question mark. Again. The cubs that were being hugged by number 26 and absorbing psychic power touched the cub's body with their front paws as if they were curious. I placed the corpse of the Giganterium on my back in front of Ham Ort. Zuazuzu, this. What odd I got? Question mark. King of beasts. Corpse. Why? When? The guy tilted his head and expressed a question. Adai, who was next to him, answered on his behalf. Question mark. Young kin. Feed. Growth. Nutrition. Need. Question mark. Great Adai. Mercy. Thank you. When Adai said that he brought it to feed his compatriots, Ham Ort gently waggled his tail. Anyone could see that they were parents who were proud of their daughter's growth. Zuzu, is there anything else to catch? Question mark. There is. Just. Kingdom. Rest. Need. Zuzu, I guess so. Anyway, I have to stay on this planet for at least a week. There's no need to be in a hurry. Now that the hunt is over, it's time to take a break. Episode 296 Rest 3. The day after I hunted Giganterium, I left the nest alone. Ham Ort said he didn't really need me on any other hunts. It is said that Adai's skills are at a level that will allow his compatriots to return safely. Adaj leads the group out hunting, and number 26 is busy playing with the young cubs. I didn't know about them because they weren't specifically described in the game, but I was quite curious about the blue galagons. Except when I was consuming energy or sleeping, I kept wandering around looking for new interests. It would be okay if you only wandered around the cave inside the canyon, but it was a problem because some people tried to come out. Between the canyons flows an acidic river boiling due to geothermal heat. Unlike white or green galagons, blue galagons have weak scales, so they can suffer serious injuries if they fall into the water. Because of this, the galagons in charge of childcare were having a hard time taking care of the playful pups, but it is said that the arrival of number 26 put them at ease. He used his newly acquired mutant tentacles to satisfy the curiosity of the blue galagons. Dozens of tentacles constantly transform into new types of toys, so even young galagons are bound to be satisfied. As a bonus, it also supplies psychic power. Adai no. 26 Since both of us are busy, I am going to go to PS 111 by myself today. After getting out of the canyon, I flew in the opposite direction from where I came yesterday. Below, plants resembling oyster mushrooms tens of meters in size were visible. I adjusted the position of my wing arms to lower my altitude and used my fighting arms to tear off the end of a strange-looking plant. And then he poured the crushed lump into the center's mouth. It looks like a mushroom, but the taste is completely different. To put it specifically, it feels like eating fruit mixed with almond milk and soy milk. The taste itself is not bad, but the texture is poor because it is too watery. But it's still rich in nutrients. I've seen galagons feed their babies this plant in addition to their psychic powers, and I understand why. The environment here is very different from where they stayed, so it is not easy to raise the chicks properly. Fortunately, there is plenty of nutritious food around, so it is unlikely that any chicks will have difficulty growing. I hope they like this taste. After tasting the oyster mushrooms that tasted like almond milk, I used my fighting arms and legs to tear off handfuls of other plants around me. It moved leisurely, showing the two heads on either side a taste. As it moved so slowly, at some point frost began to form on its wing membranes and carapace. Looking down, there were fewer and fewer living plants, and icicles bigger than me were hanging from the ice ceiling. Unlike other areas, the ice layer around here is thin. The reason is related to the artificial structure visible in the distance. A broken tower rises from the frozen, lifeless land. The identity of that structure, which is tilted like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, is a screamer support ship obtained after defeating Pyrrha 11. This is what happened when I crash-landed on this planet after fighting the Gorgon swarm. The rear part is completely destroyed, and holes so large that they cannot be repaired can be seen throughout the exterior walls. The support ship, which had completely lost its function, was shining on its own as its owner came to visit after a long time. I went into the open aft section. When I went inside, the lights that were still intact flickered. It looked as if it was welcoming me into the room. He probably already knows. Immediately after the battle with the Gorgon swarm, PS-111 converted this damaged support ship into a kind of communications relay. So that when we get new ships or mechanical structures in the future, we can manage them effectively. In the end, his judgment was correct. Gigacracker, which cannot land on a planet, stays in orbit around the planet by remote control. Otherwise, he would have had to remain in space to manage Gigacracker. I folded my wing arms, lowered myself, and crawled inside the tilted structure. I went downstairs, thinking I was in the situation room, but the light cut off midway. Isn't it the situation room? The passage below was completely dark. I checked the information board for the location just before the lights went out. It's a production compartment. Now that I think about it, this place where I am is near the storage area where the genetic samples and frozen containers were. My guess is that this is where screamers are made using materials stored in storage. Are you trying to modify your body again? There are no more genetic samples left on this ship. Let's go first. After crawling down a little further, I grabbed the half-open iron door with my wing arm and opened it. As I went inside, leaving the falling ice cubes behind, I was greeted by an unstable blinking light. The atmosphere inside the production room was very gloomy. All of the plywood on the ceiling and walls had been peeled off, exposing steel frames and pipes, and frozen wires were tangled in a mess on the floor. In that bizarre space, production facilities that had been restored in a somewhat clumsy manner were moving around. The noise made by the steel meeting each other and the sparks flying from the joints connected to the pipes made this place even more eerie. There was a guy in the middle of a space that looked like a mad scientist's laboratory. Its body, which resembles a spider scorpion and is 7 meters long, excluding its tail, and covered in a hard metal carapace, exudes quite a sense of intimidation. Additionally, 8 legs extend from the body. At the end of it were various weapons. Some hands looked like human hands with only the fingers replaced with hooks, and some arms had long blades resembling machetes instead of hands. All of the arms had thorns measuring tens of centimeters protruding from them. It had a body that seemed to specialize solely in cutting, tearing, and destroying living things, but ironically, its face was completely different. The head on top of the large body was the pale, chrome face of a woman. The cables hanging down like hair and the 4 cable strands under the bright red eyes and chin are a bit strange, but they look attractive enough. The beautiful woman's face turned 180 degrees to face me. Are you here? PS-111, with cables connected to its neck and back, looked at me and greeted me. Zuzu 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 Zuzu, I thought it was being remodeled. No. I came here for an experiment. Zuzu, experiment. I approached him, being careful not to step on the wires and cables lying on the floor. In front of him was a being that he seemed to have seen many times before. This is a remote control model. I made it based on ingredients obtained from Gigacracker and indigenous creatures living in the area. The guy who sensed my question answered it on his own. I thought I came here to modify my body, but I was wrong. This guy was building the Screamer's body based on the Screamer production drawings on the ship's computer. Besides this, it looked very different from the Screamers I had encountered. Rather, it feels similar to the early PS-111. Only the face and body parts are made, but when everything is completed, it will look very similar to this guy. Zuzu, remote control model. Yes. If I had a body I could control remotely, I would be able to do more than I can now. After speaking, the guy lowered his head towards the Screamer body. PS-111 brought his head close as if he was about to kiss a face that looked exactly like his. The cable under the chin moved on its own toward the cable in Screamer's body. A small spark flew as its cable connected to the cable of Screamer's body. Screamer's body trembled as if it had been hit by an electric shock. When PS-111 hit its head, the Screamer's body opened its eyes. The red camera lens that served as the eye blinked a few times and then turned towards me. How do you feel about the coordination being completed? Coordination complete. How is it? Zuzu 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 zuzu. They made this so quickly. This is thanks to reverse engineering my body structure and cloning my cellular tissue. I believe that if we have the appropriate equipment and time, we can further improve the level of completion here. Although he spoke humbly, I couldn't help but be surprised. Screamer development itself is a long-term project that takes several weeks or more, even for games. This is reality, so it will take several months, even years. Even if such a screamer was an unfinished replica, the fact that it was created in such a bad environment was amazing. Zuzu 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 zuzu. I don't think I have an ego. Yes. Because the ability to carry out independent operations is unnecessary, the ability to think independently is not given. It only works with the electrical signals I send. There is no need to carry out independent operations. Zuzu 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 zuzu. I guess that's because it's a remote control model, it looks like a screamer, close to a terminal that only moves when under its control. Since it says the same thing as the main body, it appears to only function when synchronized with its mind. Of course, it is still difficult to call it a screamer, but it is still a prototype. As time passes, there may be many screamers with performance comparable to the PS111. Zuzu. Amazing. So, is this complete? It will take more time to complete. Wow. Until it's finished. It takes hours and hours and more. Zuzu also great. No. Oh no. That's right. Thanks for the compliment. You are so nice. Check for error in voice synchronization module. There needs to be more coordination. The guy suddenly went into tune again towards the runaway clone. Mechanical arms located throughout the production room moved according to the owner's will and began to modify the body of the remote control model. As I watched it, a thought suddenly occurred to me. Double Helix Monolith. A space monster type level 2 reward. This is a perk that allows you to transplant up to 2 general characteristics, excluding unique characteristics, to a friendly creature. Since receiving the perk, I haven't been able to test how it works. That's because I don't know what side effects there might be. But what about the screamer he made? Wouldn't it be an appropriate test subject? Not bad. Since this is a screamer designed and managed by PS111, you will easily be able to see how the characteristics I have given it work. Even if side effects occur, it can be discarded, so the risk is low. It would be a waste to lose one trait. Still, it's better than having other kids suffer. After organizing my thoughts, I spoke to PS111. There is one thing I want to experiment with. Episode 297 Break 4. Are you trying to see if you can implant biological traits into my remote control model? Yes. You can experiment on my body. PS111 pointed at himself with a claw. I shook my head, indicating that I couldn't do that. Zuzu. There may be side effects. If something goes wrong, you may have to throw away your body, do you mean? Side effects. Not all characteristics are advantageous to AIMOV. Energy absorption, which changes the mouth and digestive system so that it cannot absorb purified water, or dwarfization, which fixes the body size as small as a human. In addition to this, there are many other characteristics that work against it. In fact, there is no problem with these characteristics themselves. Energy absorption, dwarfing, and dwarfing are all useful characteristics to their original owners. It's just that it doesn't suit AIMOV. In other words, it is only beneficial to me, and there is no guarantee that it will be good for number 26 or odd eye. This also applies to PS111. Obviously, if there is severe heterogeneity in genetic structure, transplantation is difficult. We believe it will be useful in checking the compatibility of remote control models. He nodded, probably thinking that PS111 wasn't that bad. After receiving his permission, I extended my fighting arm toward the remote control model. The inner palm of the 4 fingers opened and symbiotic spores popped out. Targets that can be transplanted with traits are friendly creatures. Based on my experience so far, I believe that the target with the symbiotic spores is friendly to me. Spores slithered and attached to the screamer's body, which consisted of only the face and upper body. Spores similar to ticks with short legs seeped into the underdeveloped upper body. Then the screamer body synchronized with PS111 stuttered and shouted. Check for this foreign body. Check. It's not like it's a machine, right? The only mechanical parts of the artificial body he created are the face and parts of the brain and skeleton. The rest consisted entirely of tissues or organic matter cultured in this facility. Fortunately, when I placed the auxiliary organ under my chin, a text box appeared. Question mark. Double helix monolith activated. Question mark. You can select the characteristics to be transplanted. Good. So what characteristics should we transplant? It goes without saying, but characteristics that I use often or that are essential for my survival are not allowed. Traits that are assumed to be useful are, of course, exceptions. If the results are good, I have to pass it on to the kids. Likewise, special defense-related characteristics are also excluded. Since you haven't acquired the type yet, you can't waste it. If the characteristics are suitable for the experiment, it is better to be able to check the results quickly without being useful. That way, we will be able to analyze any changes in PS111 in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, I chose body crystallization, a general trait in the environmental adaptation series. Body crystallization is a property that temporarily hardens the body's carapace. However, since its solidity level is not that high and it has a higher level compatible characteristic called variable biological weapon, it is not a very necessary characteristic. Question mark. Would you like to select the body crystallization trait? Yes. When I selected OK to the last question in the text box, the heads on both sides began to move on their own, out of my control. The heads that approached the artificial body opened their mouths wide. A long, thick tentacle that looked like a tongue was sticking out from inside. Two tentacles covered in black slime gently wrapped around the artificial body. This abnormal tongue phenomenon occurs. The body wrapped in tentacles and PS111 showed the same reaction. Both of them trembled and repeated that something unusual had occurred. Question mark. The body crystallization characteristic has been lost. Question mark. Infusing the characteristic. It is expected to take 5 minutes to complete. It'll be okay, right? As if reading my thoughts, a text box came to mind. The tentacles re-entered the mouth, and control of the heads on both sides returned to their original state. The body wrapped around the tentacles was covered in black slime, similar to when I evolved. However, the size of the cocoon was small, perhaps because the entire body was not reconstructed like mine. Once the trait-infused body entered the cocoon, PS111 returned to normal. The guy, who looked fine as if he had suffered a convulsion, blinked his eyes with camera lenses. Zuzuzu, are you okay? A very complex chemical reaction is occurring in your body. Additionally, incredibly precise genetic rearrangements are occurring. ZZZZZZZZZZZZZ. It will take about 5 minutes to complete. Even though I can sense that it's in sync, I can't control it. Zuzu. That's how it feels when evolving. It's an interesting sensation, so I'll record it. He thought the variations in the remote control model were very interesting. The mechanical arms in the production room followed the guys and collected samples of the mucus that fell on the floor. Meanwhile, the main body used its claws to dip the slime scattered on the floor and even tasted it. Not only that, he tried to touch the cocoon, so I stopped him. Imorph's cocoon is vulnerable to external attacks. A remote control model wrapped in a thinner film would be much more easily damaged. After 5 minutes, the cocoon's mucus dried up. The screamer's body, which had completed its transformation, moved, tearing the crumbly membrane. We have confirmed that high-level coordination has been implemented. We will save this data and refer to it in future model development. See high-order coordination development dog development. Zuzu. There will be a new ability to use. Check it out. Yes. The main body and the unfinished clone answered simultaneously. The two screamers blinked their camera-lensed eyes and bobbed their heads. As if looking into a mirror, their actions were the same but the results were different. Granule-like things sprouted on the skin of the neck and upper body of the remote control model lying on the floor. The particles, which looked like water droplets at first, grew larger and covered the skin. It looked like scales made of cubic. Has it been applied? When Imorph activates body crystallization, it does not appear that way, but instead is covered with a shell that feels similar to obsidian. I touched the material covering my skin with my fighting arm. It's solid. Only the appearance was different, but the feeling itself was the same as when using body crystallization. Zuzu, what do you think? A substance that promotes crystallization has been secreted in the upper body. It is understood that the secretory organ in question was created through genetic mutation of an existing organ in the body. Zuzuzuz, what are the side effects? The guy bent his neck about 200 degrees on the spot. The remote control model also twisted its neck in the same way. There was only a crackling sound, like stones hitting each other, but no major damage. The crystallized material hardens into thin scales, so there is no problem moving it. That's good news. This means that the characteristics being transplanted are applied to some degree in accordance with the body of the creature. Let's try one more experiment. The double helix monolith can have up to 2 characteristics transferred. The next option I chose was neurotoxin gland, a body-related fusion trait. FREE-Omega-Eboval.com. There are 2 reasons. The first reason is to check to what extent the characteristics are applied to the body. For example, if a creature that only lives in water is given wings or the ability to breathe fire, how will it be reflected? It would be nice if it were applied in a meaningful way as it is now, but on the contrary, it could be applied in a way that becomes an obstacle to the transplanted organism. The body created by PS-111 is unfinished and has no resistance to poison. Its main body has been strengthened by combining the genes of various organisms, so it has immunity to various types of poisons. But that's not the case with replicas. If you receive a transplant in that state, you need to check whether the immune system against neurotoxins will also be applied, or whether it will just develop poison glands that will cause harm to the body. And the second, because the neurotoxin itself is no longer useful to me. Since many of the enemies encountered after becoming a semi-adult were resistant to poison, there were fewer opportunities for neurotoxin to be active. I wrote it for a long time. Neurotoxin glands, a fusion trait I got from the research vessel I first opened my eyes to. Thanks to this characteristic, I have overcome many crises. Now is the time to let go of that grateful trait. I transplanted the neurotoxin glands into a remote control model. After going through the same process of wrapping the clone in a cocoon, it was time for PS-111 to check himself again. The guy who was about to check another body blinked a few times and shook his head. Chemicals that cause paralysis spread throughout your body and you cannot move. Zuzu, really? Glands that secrete toxic substances have developed in the body, making detoxification impossible. This remote-controlled model cannot be used until we build an immune system that neutralizes the venom. The neurotoxin glands that had helped me for so long also helped me when I left. Unlike AMO-F, it is not applied completely organically. When using body crystallization, it changed the shape into thin scales instead of a carapace, but it did not give it poison glands and an immune system against the poison. The latter of these seemed to be because it required the creation of at least 2 independent organs in the body. The results of the experiment are too few. Remote control models with paralyzed bodies can no longer be tested. It's an interesting experiment. It is believed that it will be useful in producing and improving remote control models. I suggest more experiments. He spoke as if he had read my thoughts. What we need are the characteristics to be used in the experiment, and his and my head turned at the same time. At the end of our gaze, there was mechanical equipment working hard inside the production room. Zuzu, what more do we need? We need minerals around here that can be used as materials for biological tissue, skeletal tissue, and mechanical parts. Zuzu, okay. I have decided what to do for the rest of my vacation. Time passed so quickly and already 10 days had passed. 3 days later than the scheduled date, the Heavenly Mother arrived at the new dragon's nest. And I'm speechless. The Mother of Heaven, who came to the Broken Screamer support box, opened her mouth when she saw me in PS-111. Zuzu, after experimenting, this is what happened. Question mark. This is a screamer, right? Zuzu, for now. Currently, there were 5 mini screamers in this production compartment. No, as she said, it is a bit absurd to say that she is a screamer. That's because a creature with a woman's head and 8 metal legs would not be called a screamer. This is a model created in the most efficient form for gene transfer experiments. They consume less energy and have excellent survival. Great. Mini screamers with PS-111 faces all said the word excellent in unison. This is because various functions, including the language module, were simplified to fit the feature transplant experiment. I was inspired by the PS-111 when I first saw it. And there are a lot of little friends. Number 26, who came with Heavenly Mother, seemed to like the mini screamers. Question mark. Little friends, they are the same as their friends. Question mark. Body. Nothing. Does it hurt? It is normally like this. Perhaps because he was remembering the first time he met PS-111, he gently picked up the mini screamer with his tentacles. Adai, who was next to him, tapped the mini screamer with his front paw, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sky Mother saw the mini screamer climbing up the bodies of number 26 and Adai, and pinched the corners of her eyes with one hand. Question mark. I feel like throwing up. This is the best result of me and Amav's collaboration. Please reconsider this statement. Public inventory. Public inventory. Question mark. Collaboration. Work. Result. Question mark. Little friend is cute. As PS111 said, thanks to that form, we were able to conduct several experiments in a short period of time. Of course, it is not completely clear how the transplanted characteristics are applied or what side effects there are. Still, it is enough to know what to watch out for when transplanting it to children. It also helped PS111. Those 5 mini screamers have at least one of my characteristics implanted into them. This is thanks to using the symbol of daily hunting to collect the characteristics and hit them as is. From my perspective, they are not very good characteristics. However, not from PS111's perspective. This is because each of the 5 animals has different characteristics and PS111 controls them all at the same time. Contrary to appearances, the specifications per individual are not bad, so it will be a great help to their activities. Anyway, Heavenly Mother must have returned too. When I say short, it's short, and when I say long, it's time to end the long 10-day break. Episode 298 Infiltration 1. After the Heavenly Mother returned, we prepared to leave the planet. Adai was the last one to catch a lot of prey with me. This was to ensure that the Galagons could eat their fill for a while. Meanwhile, PS111 departed first to Gigacracker with the remaining 4, leaving only one mini screamer on the screamer support ship. The lone mini screamer decided to take on the management and repairs of the support ship. Mother Sky was responsible for transporting the 4 mini screamers and PS111. The sight of her sighing deeply was something she really didn't want to do, but she eventually accepted it. The Galagons were quite sad to hear that we were leaving. In particular, the Galagons in charge of childcare were very sad when they heard the news that number 26 was leaving. It's probably because they know that if he's gone, it'll be that much harder for them. Ham Ward also seemed sad that his daughter was leaving on a long journey again. Adai must have felt the same way, spending time with his mother from the time the hunt ended until he left. After cleaning up for a day, we returned to Gigacracker. When I entered Gigacracker's situation room, I was greeted by a device I had never seen before. It looked like a miniaturized obelisk, but was about 1 meter long. The color of the exterior was bright silver and had geometric patterns engraved on it. Cult's interstellar communicator. Cults with a keen interest in geometry often reflect their tastes when creating special equipment or ships. However, this is my first time seeing an interstellar communication device like this. Has it been improved? If you look at the lower part, which should have been empty originally, there were several portholes. Currently, the cables and wires inside the situation room were connected there. It's an item that was sold on the black market, so it operates with power other than psychic power. Sky's mother, who returned as a beast doll, explained as if she had read my question. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, it looks different from what I remember. Question mark. Yes. It's a model modified based on a cult-style interstellar communication device. From the looks of it, it looks like the entire communication device itself was taken from storage. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, didn't you go to contact me? Question mark. I guess you could say that's what I expected, but things got a little complicated. She frowned slightly at my question. I kept contacting them right after I arrived, but there was no answer from them. If you see that the signal is going, it doesn't mean it's broken. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzu, I guess I'm not receiving communication. So, let's check it another way. Zuzuzu, another way. Yes. Location sharing function has been added between linked devices. Quote. Location coordinate analysis completed. I will launch a hologram. A huge hologram appeared in the middle of the situation room along with the voice of PS111, who was working next to the communicator. The territory of the cult empire was realized in video, filling the situation room. A hologram containing a vast territory expanded around a certain point. It started with star systems, expanded to star planets, and even city units inside planets, and then stopped. This is planet Burzin 01 in the Aurora star system. Question mark. Burzin 01. It's there. Do you know? Oro 99's Burzin 01. One of the Empire's most prosperous planets, it is famous for 2 things. The largest branch of the Society of Prophets is there. The original headquarters of the Prophets Association was not Burzin 01, but a desert planet called Guardian. However, it is close to the center in a cultural and historical sense, and the place with real power is Burzin 01. The Eye of Revelation Priests, a military group belonging to the Society of Prophets, are also stationed in Burzin 01. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu. 22nd place wasn't Coldblood. That's surprising. Question mark. That's right, but how did this happen? In the cult empire, most Coldbloods are treated as cultists or criminals. His image is worse than that of Wolf, who treats him like a slave. Such a person is hiding in a place in the empire where religious influence is so strong that it can be felt within one's fingers. So it's dark under the lamp. Now that I think about it again, it's not entirely strange. Even Coldbloods have ways of operating secretly. Another characteristic of Burzin 01, where the largest branch of the Society of Prophets is located, is that it is the planet with the most active slave trade in the empire. If you disguise yourself as a slave, entering the planet itself is not difficult. How we will function after that is a separate issue. I've also been to Burzin 01 a few times in the game. I once went to an adult planet, but I remember that it was quite difficult to conquer the planet. As soon as the rampage begins on the planet, a powerful military group, the Eye of Revelation priests, a huge garrison, and a large number of cult players pop out from everywhere. Plus, the planet's defense facilities are a bonus. If we want to fight now, we can fight, but there's a catch. 7th place cult ranker Biomho. In the game, Burzin 01 is one of the main points of the cult. If I were a bastard, I would probably have established a force in Burzin 01 as well. It'll be difficult if you go and run into them. Unlike games, if you die in real life, it's over. It is best to avoid an all-out war until you have sufficient information. You can't take Giga crackers. If you go there, there will literally be a war. Said Heavenly Mother, who thought similarly to me. As she said, if you bring weapons that destroy the planet, it will be war. If the entire planet falls into chaos, the chances of meeting the 22nd place drop, and if you are not careful, you may collude with the 7th place. Even if I were 22nd, I wouldn't feel like talking to a mob with the Gigacracker in tow. So, are you planning on taking over the new ship? I kept my mouth shut in response to PS 111's question. Actually, there is one ship. A cult pirate ship that I rode until I got the Gigacracker. The ship remains on the dwarf planet that Gigacracker was trying to mine. No, there might not be any left. By now, the previous owner, Street K, is probably searching everywhere to find the missing super weapon. I would have already checked the star system that Gigacracker was in before it disappeared, so I would have found the ship I left behind. It is very likely that the boat was recovered. But it's also difficult to get a new ship. Burzin 01's surveillance is quite strict, so you must choose carefully which ships to rob. If it's a ship that has visited the planet often, it might be okay, but if it's a ship that has never visited, it's 9 times out of 10. However, it is not easy to manipulate the port guards and get through it like when robbing Kesha Arma. Burzin 01 is a planet with a population that is incomparably larger than that of a fortress, so the number of guards is also high. It would be nice to be able to dominate them all, but unfortunately, it is impossible. It's trickier than I thought. Of course, the hidden planet is the famous Burzin 01, so it is quite difficult to infiltrate. Even in the game, a lot of preparation was needed to attack that area. As I became an adult, my body grew bigger and I also have Giga crackers. Should I just go with the regular method? In the game, you had to attack it alone without any tools, but isn't it different here? There may be a 7th place out there, but I don't know if that's really the case. While I was wondering if I was overthinking it, another idea suddenly occurred to me. Because of the size of the body, metallic gremlins, known as space marauders, are considered the natural enemies of ships. Their notoriety is not due to them moving around in groups. If that were the case, the group, rather than the individual, would have been infamous. I know how they break through sophisticated radar and invade ships. This is because I, too, learned their methods as a sub-adult and infiltrated space cities and planets several times. freeubenovel.com. How long does it take to get to Burzin 01 from here? With Gigacracker's engine performance, it will arrive within 2 weeks. Zuzu 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 Zuzu. How long do you think it would take if I go there myself? If you analyze the data accumulated so far, it is confirmed to be between 3 and 5 weeks. Zuzu, okay. Execute the plan in mind. To do this, you need a few characteristics. It's not bad if it's about a month until Burzin 01. Question mark. Going in person. What are you going to do? Zuzu 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 Zuzu. I'm trying to go the old way after a long time. Question mark. I have a bad feeling. It costs. Zuzu 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 Zuzu. How many times did you have interstellar communication? Was it 5. Are you planning on taking MPS-05? I put my fighting arm on the floor. MPS, a mini screamer named 05, was placed in the palm of my hand. Zuzuzuzuzuzuzuzu, yes, I will have to borrow this guy's power. It was instilled with characteristics other than those related to combat. Interstellar communication. This is to ensure that the function can be supported efficiently. To accomplish this plan, we need PS-111's help. To be exact, PS-111's. I looked at MPS-05 calmly looking up at me from the palm of my hand. Laughed. The surveillance office of the Our Star system that Burzin 02 belongs to. The role of the watch office is to record the energy flow of super light power emitted by ships entering the system. If an unrecorded energy flow occurs or causes a problem, it is a device installed in case a ship escapes at faster than light speeds. Today, the personnel of the observatory were busy monitoring the numerous ships traveling to and from the Our system. The sudden occurrence of an unrecorded flow of energy was not surprising to them. It was not something special. Dispatching a fleet belonging to the surveillance agency to a place where energy was observed was also a common occurrence. Quote, approaching the point where faster than light navigation occurred. It should have been observed at this point. Knowledge manager. It can't be observed properly because of the powerful magnetic field. Magnetic field. Is it from another star system? I'm not sure. We'll continue to try to analyze the information. An elite fleet under the surveillance office is in an area where an unidentified magnetic field is spreading. It's getting closer. In the situation room inside the ship, cult crew members were imaging records taken by the ship's external cameras and data from the surveillance radar and floating them in the air. Meanwhile, Charis, a knowledge manager dispatched from the surveillance office, was quickly organizing the information in his head. Even when I thought about the wavelength data emitted by stars, nothing special came out. Fortunately, it was not an example of stellar activity that showed a similar wave pattern. That was the wavelength observed during an event that occurred on a certain planet. The Sagil 08 disaster. She recalled that incident, which is still often talked about as ominous. At that time, the Judge and Mother battle group of the Imperial carrier Damos 08, which were dispatched to purify the contamination, were destroyed by an unidentified entity. The Imperial Diet named the monster the three-headed demon. And the wavelength observed by the surveillance office was similar to the unknown energy storm that the monster was emitting. There are quite a few differences. What should I do with this? In fact, the wavelengths were not completely the same. What was observed at the time was close to a type of energy storm created by the condensation of a large amount of energy. Although the stream of waves emitted with the energy storm was similar to the observed wavelengths, that was it. Currently, there are no giant energy storms or monsters recorded at the time here. According to the report submitted by the Imperial Council, it is incapable of flight. The Our Star system here is incredibly far away from the star system where the holy site Sagil 08 is located. Even if you could fly, getting all the way here is physically impossible. What if we could travel faster than the speed of light? First, we confirmed several results that matched the wavelength. However, it is difficult to say for sure, so we are requesting the monitoring office to review. There's no harm in being cautious. I know. It enters the area of the magnetic field. As we entered the suddenly generated magnetic field, the lights inside the ship flickered for a moment. Although it was rare, this kind of thing did not happen at all, so no one among the crew was shaken. The same was true for not only the ship Charis was on, but also other ships. After restoring the ship's systems in an instant, they reached the point where a large amount of energy was generated, that is, the place where faster than light travel took place. Cameras that are less affected by magnetic fields as well as warrior unit members who can use search-related psychic power technology were mobilized, but nothing special could be found. There is nothing. That's strange. What are you going to do? Has this phenomenon been fully reported to the surveillance office? Yes. It is currently under review. It would be better for some of the ships to remain here, just in case. I will contact the other ships directly for this. As the captain attempted to contact the other ship, a new image appeared in the situation room. It was an image floated by the person in charge of the ship's shield. Ship shield restored to normal at 99.9%. It hit something small. What is the size of the colliding object? Less than 5 meters. It looks like a piece of rock floating around. Perhaps by coincidence, the magnetic field that had spread over a wide area gradually faded after the collision was reported. After the abnormal phenomenon subsided, the order issued by the surveillance office was a return order. It was understood to be a natural phenomenon, but in order to prevent an unexpected situation, only some were left behind and the rest were to return. The incident of sudden magnetic field generation came to an abrupt end. Episode 299 Infiltration 2. It was close. I almost got caught. Thanks to good timing, I was able to board the battleship. I've sneaked into the game to attack Burzin 02 before, but I've never searched this thoroughly before. Plus, the detection system has been upgraded. They tried to break through the dark curtain using all kinds of detection equipment and psychic power technology. If I had stayed in the adult state, there was a high possibility that I would have caught it. While the dark curtain was disrupting the enemy's detection net, I used the trait, organic evolution, to transform my body into a completely different form. It is a clever weakling that reduces its body to less than 5 meters and provides a stealth effect. Is this the first time you've become an adult and turned into a clever weakling? I checked my body condition while hanging on the outer wall of a large warship. Previously, when he transformed into a clever weakling, his body shape was similar to that of a centaur. Even after transformation after becoming an adult, the approximate form was similar. Except for the 2 fighting arms and the small chest arm, the remaining arms became legs, and the entire body was covered with shaggy fur. The difference is first of all the head and neck. The necks, which were long before transformation, have shrunk significantly. In particular, the 2 heads on either side were so close to the shoulders that the neck was barely visible. The common shape of the heads is that the occipital carapace area is greatly reduced. Only the head carapace was lost, but the auxiliary organs under the chin and the tusk horns remained. The monster's tentacles on the neck and back of the head mixed with the fur and flowed down like ponytails. The only part that has changed other than the head is the tail. Like the head, there were still 2, but the thickness became thinner and the length became shorter. The biocannon attached to the left tail also disappeared and took the form of a snake's tail. The pincer tail on the right remained reduced in size. Once inside the shield, I returned the shape of the horn I used to pierce the shield to its original shape. The pointed horns on the head, resembling those of Gagon, changed into a curved and rough shape. It was the effect of a variable biological weapon that could change body parts as desired. Because Galagon's horn nullifies the psychic shield. Thanks to this, even with his small body, he could easily pierce the shield. If I had transformed and lost my horns, I would have been in real trouble. The only traits that cannot be used while in smart weak state are Nightmare Horizon, Complex Spectral Body, Black Devourer Cannon, and Medusa Organ. In addition to this, due to the disappearance of wings-like parts of the body, characteristics related to faster-than-light navigation were also banned. The same goes for variable biological weapons. Since the head carapace has been greatly reduced and the wings have disappeared, it cannot be replaced with Ice Horror's head carapace or Galagon's wings. There is a part that cannot be changed, but where is it? As I was checking the horns that had returned to their original state, the Mother of Heaven quietly lifted her head from under my legs. Question mark. Do you know what happens if you get caught in the middle of the shield when it is restored? Zuzuzu, cut off. Question mark. You may survive even if your body is cut off, but that's the end for me, right? Taking the form of a griffin beast, she is the fleet's detection system. To avoid it, it came in hiding between my 4 legs. Zuzu, I was lucky. Question mark. Lucky. I heard you calculated it earlier. Zuzu, that's what they say. Let's move slowly. She glanced at me with her captivating amber eyes and crawled under my body again. So we moved close to the outer wall, keeping our breath in sync. The effect of unknown creature's fur, a clever weakling's perk, is to provide a hiding effect through the long fur on the entire body. Since she had no stealth skills, I had to cover and protect her while moving. If she stepped out of her long fur, she would be caught by the ship's external cameras, so she had no choice but to move slowly. Zuzu, isn't it frustrating? Question mark. It's okay. Are you really uncomfortable? FeWebandSigmaVel.com. Zuzu, not really. She plans to move around like a beast doll for a while. I brought the necessary equipment to make up for my lack of combat power. The backpack she carries on her back contains the priest's golden spear and MPS-05. Thanks to this, the short folded spear stabbed the inside of my front leg, but it wasn't enough to bother me. She and I walked together between the black sky and the ivory earth. One of the unique features of cult ships is their ornate decorations and beautiful colors. The characteristics of a typical cult ship were also reflected in the ship we boarded. The hull, made of moonsilver alloy, shined vividly in ivory color, and its surface was full of geometric patterns. That pattern was not created simply for decoration. It's only on the outside, but if you look inside, you'll find it's full of mechanical parts. The cult ship's decorations are a type of functional device installed to amplify the ship's psychic power capabilities, such as shields, including external cameras. Avoiding the lenses disguised with complex patterns, I continued to look for a passageway into the ship. It should be around here. While walking with my body lowered, I discovered a slightly protruding part of my auxiliary organ. Found. On the outside, it looked no different from any other exterior wall, but an empty space was detected inside. This is the space where the anti-aircraft guns needed to deal with. Small ships are placed. Let's go in here first. I transformed my right arm into that of a Hellside Hornet. The joints of the arm were twisted and the four fingers were crumpled and sucked into the carapace. Next, a bone resembling a huge sickle protruded from where the palm had been. The Hellside Hornet's scythe, boasting terrifying sharpness, is now in my hands. Then, the tip of the sickle was driven into the inside of the protruding part. Small sparks appear in the plywood covering the anti-aircraft guns, revealing cracks. I put my front leg and left arm into the gap and opened it wide. Even though I was having a hard time, it was enough space for Heavenly Mother to enter. She read what I meant and quickly jumped inside. After letting her in, I forced the plywood open and went inside. As soon as I let go, the plywood closed automatically. The first thing I saw when I entered the ship was a gun the size of my body. The next thing I saw was the dazed face of the cult gunner beyond the gun barrel. He was staring blankly at me and the Heavenly Mother. Seeing that he was holding a cup in his hand, it looked like he had just come back from the gun room for a break. Sharp emotions return to his widened eyes and his body resumes movement. A cup containing a drink falls from the cultist's hand. His hand moves up to grab something instead of a cup. He was trying to put the headphone-type communication device that was hanging on the horn of a goat into his ear. At that time, the Mother of Heaven hurled out the priest's golden spear at lightning speed. A golden javelin pierced his throat, and the only sound that came out of his mouth was the sound of wind. His suffering did not last long. I beheaded him with my sickle-armed right arm and lifted his head. I removed the communicator from the horn and swallowed the remaining head. Number 15 Naval gun. What's going on? I answered into the low-pitched communicator. It's nothing. It appears that the protective wall has malfunctioned. Malfunction. The shield was damaged when it was hit by an incoming meteorite. Right. First, report it to the knowledge manager. I understand. After roughly finishing the conversation, I shut down the communicator. Heavenly Mother, who was next to me, breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought I would run into the gunner when I came in. So, I started eating the headless corpse to destroy the evidence. Perhaps because it has 3 heads, the food in its hands disappears in an instant. No trace was left where the cult shooter was. What did you call a mimicry organ? That's always creepy. How useful is this? I won't say anything. Anyway, since it arrived, take it. Thank you. She took out a mini screamer about twice the size of a human face from her backpack. Named MPS-05, its body contains interstellar communication devices separated from the screamer support ship. That's why he's a little bigger than the other kids. However, it was impossible, no matter how small, to completely implant a communication device into this small body. It was never easy to send a signal to Gigacracker across dozens or hundreds of star systems. So, the kids are currently hiding not in Gigacracker, but in an asteroid in a star system adjacent to our star system. This is because he calculated that communication with the mini screamer would be possible at that distance. I returned my arm back to normal and was handed a mini screamer. The one with her eyes closed like a princess from a fairy tale. The reason there is no reaction at all is because it has entered a dormant state. Thanks to the implantation of interstellar communication functions, MPS-05 can move by receiving commands from a distant main body. However, if you do such a thing inside the ship, there is a high possibility that it will be caught by enemies due to the radio waves generated by its body. To prevent this, I ported 2 characteristics to MPS-05. Neural junctions and wavelength mimicry. The environmental adaptation characteristic, wavelength imitation, was something I originally possessed, and neural junction is an internal organ characteristic I acquired again while exploring the underground kingdom of Gagon. If I didn't have these 2 characteristics, I wouldn't have thought of bringing him over. I acted the way PS-111 told me in advance. Connect the circuit first and then apply power. When I tore off the chair in front of the anti-aircraft gun, I could see cables neatly organized under the plywood. I separated some of it with the small arm of the chest and connected it to the port on the back of the MPSO-5's head. And then, while I was working, Heavenly Mother kept watch to see if anyone else came nearby. After attaching a bunch of cable mechanisms to the guy's body, I put my finger in his mouth. Unlike humans, when I pressed the manual switch inside its dry mouth, MPSO-5 began to tremble. Is it done? I said I would have to wait. He and I set up the neural junction to automatically activate when energy is supplied to the MPS-05. The reason it trembles is because its body is being adjusted to the ship's equipment. I will prepare wavelength imitation along with him. By analyzing and imitating various types of signals and radio waves generated from the ship, it is possible to prevent communication with the outside world. Unless the mechanical committee directly analyzes all signals, it is nearly impossible to find signals from those that imitate wavelengths. As long as he has this trait, he won't get caught. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the guy opened his eyes. The eye with the red camera lens blinked a few times and captured the image of Mother Sky and me. Peristalsis. Check. It's a success. Is this really happening? Because he's a special guy. Special. This completes the preliminary preparations for the Burzon O2 infiltration operation. Now, all that's left is to search through the information stored on the ship and find a ship that can safely enter Burzon O2. There are two elements needed for this. Computer hacking and knowledge manager. He needs it. A knowledge manager, a position that only exists in a cult, is a living computer and a treasure trove of knowledge. In particular, a knowledge manager aboard a ship monitoring the star system would know a lot about Burzon O2's defense system. Plus, you might be able to get information about the planet's internal situation. What are the weaknesses? What enemies or elements should I be concerned about? And is there anything different from the game? All of this information is essential for conquering the planet. Right now, I'm here to meet number 22, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to know the strategy in advance. I'll leave the computer part to you. Please take care of me. Leave it to me. Possible. The next target for me and the Mother of Heaven is the knowledge manager aboard the ship. Episode 300 Infiltration 3. In a cult society, a knowledge manager is a position with a fairly high status. The role of the knowledge manager is to assist the captain and help the ship complete its mission safely. In order to perform their given roles, they have acquired knowledge across a wide range of areas. In addition, I learned psychic skills to exchange that knowledge with other knowledge managers. Although it is a cult with strong psychic power abilities, becoming a knowledge manager was not an easy task. Only through hard work, over a long period of time, can one achieve the honor of carrying out a sacred task. Because of that, knowledge manager is a very prestigious position, regardless of its importance. The rank itself is lower than that of a captain or warrior leader, but it is no less inferior to them in terms of stature. Charis, a knowledge manager belonging to the Our System Surveillance Office, also earned the respect of the ship's crew. Because thanks to her, the ship escaped danger more than once. However, contrary to the perception of the flight attendants, Charis did not attach much importance to his job. For her, becoming a knowledge manager was one of the gateways she passed through during her long life. Her ultimate goal is to become a member of the Imperial Parliament. That was the only way for her to become a member of the National Assembly, as she had no faction and only had ordinary goat horns. It's not long now. Since boarding the ship belonging to the Observatory's elite fleet, she has made numerous achievements. Perhaps thanks to that, a few months ago, I received an offer from the Providence faction, one of the prominent factions of Burzon O2. If you are interested in the future of the Empire, wouldn't you agree with them? If you're a fan of Providence, it's not a bad start. The Providence sect suffered a significant blow after Jason, the leader of the Providence sect, was overthrown for taking responsibility for the Sagil 08 disaster. However, recently, talk about the great invasion of outspacers began to emerge in the National Assembly, and the Providence faction gained strength again. The core ideology of the Providence faction is that strong force must be actively used to serve Providence and protect the security of the Empire. They are opposed to the Revolutionary faction that advocates disarmament, and they gain power as the Empire becomes more unstable. From Charis's perspective, the future of the Providence faction looked quite promising. In fact, looking at the information gathered while performing the duties of a knowledge manager, not only the Empire but the entire universe was in a state before the storm. The destruction of Megacorp's Space City, Star Union's military provocation, and the recent crash of Kesha Arma. Unprecedented events are happening in a short period of time. The point is that when the universe becomes chaotic, the providential faction, which advocates the realization of providence using force, gains strength. It is highly likely that the Providence faction will continue to be strong for some time. It's a benefit to me as a rookie who needs meaningful political experience. She took in the rosy future for a moment and then got back to work. Currently, the ship she was on was waiting at the point where an unidentified magnetic field occurred. This was to check immediately if an abnormality occurred again. Apart from the mission the ship received, the observatory gave her another mission. We are reviewing the information she sent regarding its connection to the three-headed devil, so please continue to organize and send the information. After working non-stop for several hours, her work was done. The organized information was also reported to the surveillance office using transmission techniques that only knowledge managers can learn. Should I go out and drink something? My head was pounding, perhaps because of the excessive use of psychic power. In this case, the Burzin O2 style cocktail is perfect. Charis left the room, imagining the sweet taste of the cocktail. I have no regrets about this ship, but the only thing I was disappointed with was the delicious cocktails served at the ship's bar. After passing through a hallway decorated with geometric shapes and arriving at an unmanned bar, she ordered her favorite Burzin O2 style cocktail. Could it be that I was exhausted from the heavy workload? Or was it because of the headache? She drank more cocktails than usual. Thanks to this, I was able to leave the bar feeling refreshed instead of having a headache. Now that the headache is gone, all that remains is to go back to the room and sleep. Except for one thing. You said you were hit by a meteorite earlier, right? I heard a story from the Situation Room in the afternoon. It is said that a meteorite hit the outer wall of gun number 15, causing the protective wall to malfunction. In fact, there was no report from the gunner in question, so I forgot about it. It's annoying. It's highly likely that the ship's technicians have already taken care of it by now, but it's still a good idea to check. There shouldn't be any noise until you enter the Providence sect. She turned around and headed to the Shield Management Center, which manages the ship's protective walls and shields. If the organization that engages in close combat with the enemy on board is the Warrior Corps, the Shield Management Office is the organization that protects the ship itself. She walked down the hallway leading to the Shield Management Center with slightly disheveled steps. It was the same at the bar, but there were no flight attendants in the hallway. This is because many of the crew members went to sleep. The hallway is no different from when I went to the bar earlier. It was the same as the hallway she usually walked through, with only a different geometric pattern. But she felt anxiety creeping up her spine. As a knowledge manager, she knows everything about every nook and cranny of this ship. Cameras are installed inside the unique patterns on the hallway walls. She does not know that she is being monitored in real time in the Situation Room. Still, an unknown ominous feeling was stabbing her head like an awl. Something terrible lurks beyond the brightly lit hallway. When I thought that, I sobered up as if I had poured cold water all over my body. Something is wrong. Charis is a cult that has learned various psychic techniques. I know very well that this feeling cannot happen for no reason. She immediately traced the decorative patterns on the wall. There was a clicking sound, the shape of the pattern changed, and a small communication device popped out. It is a communication device directly connected to the ship surveillance team that manages the cameras in the hallway. This is the middle of the hallway leading to the Shield Management Center. Is there anyone in this hallway? This is the shipboard surveillance team. Currently, the knowledge manager is alone in the hallway. No one came since 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Yes. Is there a problem? No, it's okay. We will keep a close eye on you just in case. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you have a good night. I was able to feel at ease only after hearing confirmation from the ship's surveillance team that there was no one else in this hallway except her. Unless the cameras throughout the hallway are broken, what they say is probably true. The anxiety that was weighing down her spine was gone, but this time a new problem tormented her. What is this smell? A smell I had never smelled before in my life was permeating the air. It was something strange that is difficult to describe in words. A foul odor permeated my nose and mouth, as if insubstantial insects were trying to burrow into my body. The closer we got to the Shield Management Center, the stronger the foul smell became. I have to check quickly and go back. The alcohol was almost gone. She almost ran towards the Shield Management Center. Fortunately, other than the smell, there were no other abnormalities. She reached her destination safely. When I opened the door, the lights inside glowed brightly, recognizing the new visitor. As the ship's surveillance team said, all the technicians had left work 2 hours ago, so there was no one inside. She quickly checked the computer. I quickly checked the shield and protective wall, but there was nothing particularly problematic. The technicians seemed to have taken care of the fact that gunner number 15 did not report it. I don't know who it is, but I'll be reprimanded tomorrow. She was about to shut down the computer after having a hard time because of shooter number 15. At that moment, I heard a sound in my ears. Quote exclamation mark quote. Startled, she quickly turned her head. Under the bright lights, nothing was visible except the deactivated cult-style computers. I heard it wrong. Inhalation. Just as I was about to think I heard wrong, I heard that sound again. It was similar to the sound of several small metal skewers hitting the floor. Charis realized that it was the sound made when something with many strong legs crawled across the metal plate. She saw an object bigger than the head of the cult slipped out between the computers, playing with its long legs. Well, I guess I saw it wrong, right? She swallowed her saliva and focused her psychic power on her hands. If he showed up again, I was planning to shoot him right away. Quote ellipsis exclamation mark quote. Then I heard a sound. A black shadow with many legs passed between the computers. We have to get out now. Not everyone who is a knowledge manager learns excellent combat skills. She knew that fact better than anyone else and quickly ran towards the door. But suddenly, the computer close to the door fell forward for no reason. She immediately fired the psychic technique she was preparing, psychic impact, at the computer. The psychic impact disappeared in the air along with the sound of air exploding. At the same time, someone came out from behind the computer with both hands raised. Don't shoot. Charis almost screamed when he saw the cult man appear in an unexpected place. You are. I am the gunner in charge of the ship's guns. Maybe number 15. Yes, yep. I came in earlier to take care of it before knowledge manager G came. I was about to leave after finishing everything, but the department manager, a cultist who introduces himself as gunner number 15. As he said, he was wearing a gunnery uniform in charge of naval gunfire. You can't believe they're trying to handle it this way without even making an official report. Are you out of your mind? I think I was immature because I just became a gunner. Sorry. It's no use apologizing to me. I will begin disciplinary proceedings tomorrow morning. Before I could finish speaking, the sound of a strange creature was heard. Her and gunner number 15's heads simultaneously turned in the direction of the sound. What did you just say? Have you heard anything? Is it because I have more colleagues around me? Charis. Thoughts changed slightly. If we take care of the problem here. Instead of contacting the ship's surveillance team, she decided to use this stupid cult to solve the problem. He had sneaked in here anyway and was in no position to claim credit. What this means is that all the credit he has earned will be hers. Before joining the Providence faction, I am doing my best one more time. There is an unknown creature somewhere here. Yes. For now, please help me. If this is handled well, we will consider lowering the level of disciplinary action. Oh, I understand. His confused appearance was not trustworthy at all, but he still received basic military training as a gunner. At least in terms of military power, he will be superior to Charis. The sound came from the tool room. As she said, the tool room door was slightly open. The lights did not react to the strange creatures, so all that was visible was pitch black darkness inside. Can you make lights? Oh, I'm good at that. Without asking any more questions, she created a light with her psychic power and illuminated the inside of the tool room. The inside floor was full of tools that spilled out when stacked boxes collapsed. The monster that had messed up the tool room was nowhere to be seen. If you find him inside, kill him immediately. All right. Stop screaming like an idiot like before. Why are you doing that? As she spoke, she closed her mouth. This is because, through a conversation with Gunner 15, I realized that something was strange about the situation. I said you can't start a fire, right? Yes. When I came in here the light just came on, but before that, Gunner 15 just said he couldn't start the fire. That means he operated the computer from a place where he couldn't even see an inch in front of him. Even if the lights were turned off to secretly operate the computer, something strange remained. Said by the shipboard surveillance team. No one has come down the hallway that leads here for 2 hours. So what was gunner number 15 doing in the dark and with a strange creature for 2 hours? Aha. The light. Gunner number 15 said as if he hadn't thought about that. No. Wearing the shell of gunner number 15 spoke. There was not just one monster at the shield management center.